Fantastic being Sydney, a little bit inclement with the weather, but we've got some fantastic track and field action here for the Chemist Warehouse Australian Championships.
Yeah, I know it's rain this week, but today's probably the worst conditions we've had. Giant headwinds for the sprints, and it's probably only just tipping over 20 degrees Celsius out at Homebush. It's tough for these guys, and we have a lot of good competition though tonight, so I think that's going to be exciting. Hopefully that'll warm us up, the heat on the track and the field. So we've got a lot of our open athletes competing. You can see just some of them doing their warm-ups on the home straight. That's our men's open long jump qualification there on the home straight and the back straight. We have plenty of action here to come at Sydney Olympic Park Athletics Centre. So the next event on the track, it's actually the men's under-17 Parrot 100 metres. We've got our open athletes in that long jump qual. We've got some finals in the open steeplechase. We have the open 100 heats for men and women. And it's going to be an exciting evening of action, taking you all the way to the end here for day 6 of the Australian Athletics Champs.
Well, indeed, Lynchy, and it's great to see such a diversity of events on this 6th day of the program. And as you mentioned, some exciting finals coming up, and we've seen across the Summer of Athletics, across the track classics, they've all been building to this moment, and particularly in some of these open finals, there's a chance to go head-to-head for the national medals, and there's some qualifying spots on the line, of course, for the major championships at the back end of the year.
Yeah, exactly, and that's the most exciting thing. We've already named a fair few athletes onto the team for the World Under-20 Championships. Even last night with the 10,000 metre race walk, Jemima Montag and Kyle Swan probably cementing their spot for nomination to the Commonwealth Games. And tonight we might even name a few more, at least help them on their way to the World Championships in Oregon.
We will indeed. It was such an impressive performance by Jemima last night, watching the replay and the coverage last night. Her turn of speed in the back half of that race, when she went, and
it was ridiculous.
It was very impressive. She's been in a rich vein of form. It's Commonwealth Games year. Probably her burst onto the international scene came just on 4 years ago on the Gold Coast in that 20-kilometre race walk, and she's coming in to defend her title and defend that gold medal, and she's going to be one to watch, and she's really asserted her authority with the win yesterday. Yeah, no, it was a fantastic walk, and she actually squeezed it in just before the rain came down, which is fantastic for her and gave her an opportunity to stay dry. Unfortunately for the men's race, they probably hit about 3 different storms in there, 30 to 40 minutes, so it was tough work for them. But I've got a couple of our athletes down on the track, and they're going to be testing themselves in some tough conditions, these under-17s. A big field, 11 in the field. This under-17 men's 100-metre dash for the ambulant. And one wheelchair athlete right out there on lane 11. Do indeed. Paul McRyan of New South Wales, and I think we'll also see him a little later in the program in the T54, or the Parrot wheelchair 1,500 metres, which is coming up the final in the open ranks a little bit later in the day.
We're getting a lot of running. We're actually starting to see a lot of the under-20s competing in the opens as well. They get that opportunity to sort of double up after they've had a fairly big week. That discus that you can see there, that's the men's under-17 discus throw competition. That white line still out there from the women's qualifying, which happened earlier. We might be able to grab you some results from that one. We had the men's qualifying earlier as well. I might be able to take you through a start list on this race that's behind their blocks. It's Ivor Hales in lane 1, Ryan Engel in 2, Dylan Malloy 3, Jackson Love in 4, Nathan Barbara in 5, Darcy Beckrich in 6, Jordan Wright in 7, Malachi Canning in 8, Samuel Allen in 9, Jackson Woolley in 10, and Cormac Ryan in lane 11. So a multitude of classifications in this one. So we see them all test themselves against each other here. They've been asked to stand up here, so just having a chat to Ivor Hales, his T01 athlete, hearing impaired, so they usually use a light system, which I can't seem to see. There's not sure if they're using a tap start or they have the light system there ready to go. Ivor actually competed in the able-bodied events earlier this week as well. He actually took out the Queensland Championships as an able-bodied athlete, so when he competes as a para athlete, he has to take his hearing aid out. But when he competes as an able-bodied athlete, he can leave it in. So obviously that's the difference between this and now. There's obviously a light system to allow him to go when the gun goes. It is quite a finicky system as well. I'm not sure how many there are around the world, but I know there's only one in Australia, and it seems to get battered as it gets shipped around the nation to different start races. So if there's a championships on the same weekend and 2 athletes needed, it does make it quite tricky.
It does indeed. Often does make its way to the national championships, which is fantastic. And I guess too, with that being that one system across the country, not getting to use that system week in, week out in your competition.
Yeah, it lived in the Queensland Athletics office for a while. Takes up a fair bit of space.
So as you mentioned, Lynchy, a full field of 11 athletes across the track, and good representation from across the states. Queensland, New South Wales athletes in Malloy, Love and Barbara, as well as Canning. There's the representation, the athlete from New Zealand. Looks like they're good to go now.
No, one more chance. Okay, here we go. Been asked to come back. It looks like Jordan Rudd has gone early. I'm sure. See what they do here. He gave himself up there. I'm not too sure what the para rules are with these false starts.
See the official making his way in front of Jordan Rudd in lane 7. And they're showing the green card.
All good to go. Well, they are away, so Ivor Hales gets a flyer in lane 1. It's Ryan Engel, the Queenslander, also running brilliantly. Jackson Woolley from New Zealand, he'll take third, but Ivor Hales is going to take line on as 11. So high 11s there. And it's Engels and Woolley, then the South Australian Darcy Beckrick. Here comes Nathan Barbara to finish off the race. Athlete in lane 5. The wind plus 0.1, so somehow they've grabbed the tailwind after all of that. They've done pretty well there to secure themselves a tailwind after the hurdles earlier. They were getting minus 3.9s.
You did see that on some of the long jump competition as well through the morning. Those really strong headwind conditions. You can see an impressive run there from Ivor Hales from lane 1. Then start to finish and took the line on us.
11:62. His winning time. We shouldn't be too far away from the start of the men's long jump qualifying. 13 athletes on Sydney home straight, 13 on the back straight. 7 metres 50, the automatic qualifying distance. And if they don't get them, they will fill the field up to 10 for the final.
This morning we did have the women's long jump qualifying in the competition, and it has helped select that field of 10. Probably not coming as a great surprise with her incredible form across the season so far. Samantha Dale, the best of the qualifying round, 6 metres 27 to take out her pool of the qualifying competition. The second pool, Roxana Kudryova of Uzbekistan, 6 metres 03. So that's just the two jumpers that managed to jump in excess of 6 metres. The wind readings you can see there, -2, -2.5, -1.7. Samantha Dale was quite fortunate with her best attempt, 0.0. So she timed her run, and we've seen across the season too, when we're back in Melbourne only a week or two ago, when she put out her personal best, she nailed it at that +2 metres per second tailwind behind her.
We'll have Henry Smith, the next athlete, or the first athlete in the event on the home straight. He will lead us off, the 2019 Australian champion. He'll be first to go.
He's one of the 4 8-metre jumpers that we've got in this competition. Only 19 in Australian history have gone over that distance. He's best at 8 metres 6. Best jump this season, 7 metres 99. So he's teetering on that 8-metre mark, which you'd think would be enough to get him through to the final and get close. On the screen there, you can see the start lineup for this under-20 Para Men's 100. Left to right on the screen, Jaden Mulvold of New Zealand is the athlete, T54 category, competing in the wheelchair. Sean Maroney, Zane Newton, Gabrielle Wilson, Sammy Mwamba, Ryan Saba, Benjamin Kalanjuk, and Nathaniel Helmet of North South Wales. So, field of 8. These under-20 Para Men's 100-metre dash. They're just getting introduced to the crowd here now at Sydney Olympic Park. Taking everyone on centre stage here at the Championships. Take their marks. It's under 20 men's. Para 100. Melbourne, Keller, Wilson, quickly up was the Queenslander in Saba, moving with him Mwamba. Wilson going well as well. But moving through the field, the New South Welshman, Mwamba is going to press down to the line and take the line honours quite comfortably in the end. Impressive performance from the New South Welshman. That's flying in the finish. Here's our T54 wheelchair athlete, Jade Movold of New Zealand.
They've done well to get themselves some good conditions here in these sprints. It's been tough. I'm sure a little delay has actually given them an opportunity to test themselves out on the track. The track is soaking wet, but sure if there's more storms coming. It has just been rolling in waves from the southeast. So if you're near a computer, go to bomb.gov.au and tell us if there's any storms coming.
So minus 0.06 was the wind reading on that one. So relative to what we've seen today, a slight head wind condition for that final. We did mention earlier in the morning, we did have the qualifying, the men's open discus throw. Would come as a little surprise that Matthew Denny, big Queensland, fourth at the Olympic Games, was the leading qualifier out of the competition. Just took the 2 attempts to record 60 metres and 94 to lead quite comfortably. Lachlan Page, Nicholas Dyson, the next 2 best of the qualifying athletes at 54 metres and 51 metres respectively. And then a bit of a gap back further to Darcy Miller, South Australia, and Michael Bratomo, 47 and 45. So Matthew Denny, with just the one legal throw, has really set the standard in that men's discus this morning.
Yeah, should be able to make sure work of that. This is our under-17 discus throw competition. 12 athletes in the field there. Kicked off around half an hour ago. Joseph Crystal, Charlie Steen, Matthew Taylor, Ben Ellis-Williams, George Wells, Kai Taylor, Leyland Hempstead, Tyson Phillips, Mackenzie Leaf, Angus Clues, Aston Tagg, Jacob Strummer, Denoli.
Cycling through on your screen now, the start list for this under-15 women's para 100-metre dash. The athletes working through the final stage of their warm-up behind their blocks, and you just can see the rain starting to drift in here again. A light sprinkle. We hope for the athletes' sake that it doesn't get too much heavier, but more positive news that the wind does seem to have settled a little bit from what we saw this morning. So for the sprinters, a bit wet, but somewhat calmer.
Yeah, you can really hear the rain coming in for our Para 100s. There's not a lot of shelter behind that 100-metre start area. And a bit of a mix of classifications in this one. 10 athletes, or 10 lanes being used here for this event. We have 2 wheelchair athletes and a race runner, frame runner, out in lane 10. You can see the under 17 boys in the discus. It's a lot of boys in a 3x3 tent. There's not much room out there.
They've gone straight for the cover. A very smart decision that. The rain has started to come down heavy here at Sydney Olympic Park in this afternoon session of the Chemist Warehouse Australian Track and Field Championships, day 6 of competition. So the weather forecast was 21 degrees and light rain showers. Well, I think we're getting a little bit heavier at the moment, but we hope they do blow through and subside. While we wait for this start, we've also just had the news through from men's long jump that Darcy Roper is out of the qualifying rounds. Won't start.
No, he was out there warming up, so it must have been an issue in the warm-up. It's unfortunately caused him to pull out of the competition.
We haven't seen him in action across the season so far. We're hoping to see him. It wasn't to be. We'll head back to the start of this 100 metres. We've just been introduced to the crowd here at Sydney Olympic Park.
No worries, mate. I'll flip the switch. That's me.
So it's a New South Welsh woman in the middle there, Isabella Cormac McGibbons, the West Australian, trying to go hard on the outside. The Victorian, Kira Wright looking good. Witter now making her move out to the front, and the Queenslander, Taylor Chapman, but it's going to be Witter taking the win. Then it's Wright, then back to the Queenslander, and then Cormac McGibbons from Western Australia. We do have our wheelchair athletes now making their way. Coco Espy, she'll be next across the line, the athlete in lane 2, and a good battle on the outside here between Ava Edwards and Annie Goldsmith. It's going to be Edwards who'll cross the line next. Now, T54 athlete and Annie Goldsmith from South Australia, one of our RR2 race runners, next to cross the line.
Just see on the replay there, Samantha Witter. Really powerful across the closing stages of that race, and strong performances there across the board. The next event on the track will be the under-17 para women's 100-metre dash. You can see the athletes going through their final warm-up. But before we do get to this next race, we're going to head down trackside to Tamsin. Welcome.
Thanks, Tom. These conditions are really tough for the athletes. It absolutely just poured then for the poor para athletes in that 100 metres. It's going to be really tricky throughout the whole afternoon and into the evening, which is so unfortunate for the athletes who are out here trying to get qualifying standards for Commonwealth Games and those World Championships later this year. But I have unfortunately heard that Darcy Roper is out of that long jump. I'm not sure if you guys saw that. He actually hurt his quad on Saturday, and it just didn't pull up well enough, and he was really disappointed. I had a quick chat with him, and he was disappointed. He really wanted to perform at these national championships, but you know, he's still got plenty of time to go back, get that leg right, and come out in the middle of the year for the Australian team, which we know that he's done before and he can do again. But yeah, these conditions are pretty tough down here. The athletes are, you know, they're made of the tough stuff because we know that they do all the hard training in all conditions, so they'll be used to it. They might be a little bit disappointed about what they have to deal with, but it's going to be hard in some events. I think we'll see in the qualifications for the men's long jump that are underway and the men's pole vault that we might see some athletes struggling a little bit with these conditions. But fingers crossed, the weather improves throughout the afternoon.
Thanks, Tamsin. Our fingers are crossed too for all the competitors across this competition. And great to get that insight there on Darcy Roper. Quad injury, if you haven't heard earlier, has seen him out of this men's long jump qualifying.
Yeah, it's an unfortunate incident, but he's one of the athletes that you know if he's in shape and he turns up on the runway, he's going to do something pretty special. He's a medalist from the World Under-20s and Under-18s. He has our Under-18 record at, I think, 8:01. So we know what he's capable of. We've got some athletes here that are going to mix it up. We just saw Henry Frayne just have his first jump, I want to say, since Tokyo out on the runway. He's got the full long tights on, because that's the kind of, especially for when you're based in Queensland, this is cold. This is very cold.
Definitely not the conditions he'd be used to jumping in, and this is his first competition of the year, so what a way to start.
Fantastic. Now this is Sam Taylor from New South Wales. He's actually the New South Wales champion. We threw at a 7.77, which is a massive jump for the 21-year-old based out of Newcastle. He's been mixing it up in the decathlons, but I think he'll find a home in long jump if he keeps popping out huge jumps like that.
Very talented decathlete too. He's 5th at the national championships last year in that event, but specialising in the long jump. Back to the 100. So Kiera Post out quickly. Charlize Tran of New South Wales now moving forward. It's Talalia Blacksmith of New South Wales. It's Blacksmith that's going to push all the way to the line, and she'll take this one out. A great battle there for the minor placings across the line between the South Australian Kiera Post and Sabella Wharton of New South Wales. But Talalia Blacksmith, 2020 competitor, 13:87 was the time. The headwind conditions has just increased, 1.5. You can see there on the replay, really explosive across the back half of that 100 metres. And just a duck at the line for the minor place between Post and Warden. Back to the runway now. And it's long jump qualifying.
You can see the wind, just how strong it is. Mackenzie Littlelow, the last jumper of the round. And this home straight. Just off the back of the board there. There's no official manning the scoreboard, so can't grab the distances just quite yet. Unfortunately, I think we're down 125 officials at this Australian Athletics Championships. So you can just see how many officials it actually takes to get these competitions underway. So if you're listening to this and you're competing this weekend, make sure you give a big thanks to our officials who, you know, you might be out in the rain for an hour. They're out there for 6 to 7, well, actually probably 8 to 9 hours a day. They get here about 2 hours or 3 hours before the first event, and they leave after the last event's well done. So give them a big clap, or at least an elbow bump or a high five, or just at least a big thank you to our officials this weekend, this week.
They do a phenomenal job. They're here across the full span of the championship, and indeed some of the technical officials are here even earlier, making sure that everything's set up to specification and just the way it's required. And it's not only these championships that they're here across all the domestic meets across the summer. Some travel, obviously a lot of the local competitions across the grassroots levels, be it little athletics, or state championships or state league seasons.
So Henry Smith will kick off the second round. He was popped out at 7 metres 30 in his first jump. And that was the last, I think, attempt before we lost our scoreboard official. So it's the only jump we know so far. A couple of the fouls following him, but Smith with a 7:30, his first attempt. And we'll see what he can get. Next track event will be the under-20 Parrot women's 100 metres. That won't be too far away either. And they are on the blocks there. So Marley Leslie in 2, Emily H. Berger in 3, Clara Kimpilos in 4, Indiana Cooper 5, Neve McAllister in 6, Lainey Harrison 7, Indigo Preble in 8, and Carla Miller in lane 9. Here's Smith, second round attempt. And, just bailing out there at the end. It was a foul, so I don't think there's anyone on the scoreboard on the back straight either, so hopefully we can get you some results from this long jump competitions that are going on.
Smith seemed to have good speed on the runway, but a couple of steps out, looked just a little bit uncomfortable with his approach and ran through on the board.
Yeah, you can see our officials there's actually a pretty big puddle forming right on the penultimate step, which is, you know, almost where most of the weight goes, that last step before the board. I can see an official trying to wring out a towel to try and soak it up, but they might be getting the super stopper over to the home straight long jump. It's the kind of issues we're dealing with, unfortunately, with these field events. They're jumping on the blocks now for the under-20 women's Parrot 100-metre final. 8 athletes in the field, lanes 2 to 9. So they are away. Keep an eye on Indiana Cooper, and there she is, straight to the front. Clara Campillos sitting in second place in a good battle on the outside. Lainey Harrison holding down second place, but Indiana Cooper class above here, and she's going to take the win. It's going to be Campillos second, and then the West Australian, Neve McAllister. Fantastic running. 14:38 the unofficial winning time. The win, negative 0.8 for the under-20 para ambulance ladies.
Really impressive there from Indiana Cooper. Explosive out of the blocks. Good drive through the middle of the race and really went away with it at the end.
So if you're just joining us, we have our men's open long jump qualifications on the front and back straight. We have our under 17 men's discus going through their qualification as well. Looks like we might have our ambulant men's javelin throw just going through their warm-ups. There was a little delay with the start of the first of our para 100, so we are just a touch behind. So you haven't missed the ambulant 400-metre open race for men that was due to go at 2 p.m. if that's what you're tuning in to watch. So that will be next event to go.
And then we have some of the 5,000-metre race walks and a couple of the junior age groups before we get across into the 800-metre heats for women. The white flag up there for Kobe Sharp, New South Wales. His second round attempt, foul in the first round. And he catch that with the red flag going up on that one. Which will bring Jacob Christianopoulos of Western Australia up onto the runway. You can see him there at the top of the mark. So from one long jump warm-up to another long jumper who's down track side with Tamsin, Chris Matreski.
Yeah, you got the job done, Chris. One jumping out of here, 7:69. These conditions are pretty tough.
Yeah, no, it was, the conditions weren't the best, but I've competed in the rain so many times, so I'm pretty used to it. Just wanted to get it done in one, and I did, so happy to do that and get out of here.
Let's talk about your coach, JB. He didn't even go across to the other side, did he? He stayed over underneath the cover down this side.
He didn't even tell me that. I was looking around, it was JB, but lucky there was a few people there to help me out, so that was good.
You didn't need any help. One qualifier, you got the job done. To the final. You've had such a fabulous season.
Just lost the audio there down trackside with Tamsin, but they were discussing the incredible season that Chris Matreski has had, and we saw that most recently at the Melbourne Track Classic. He jumped with us at 8:22, which is the World Championship qualifier. Unfortunately, the wind reading wasn't legal on that occasion, but he did go 8:11 on that time. You can see now on the runway Shem James, the Queenslander. Another not necessarily used to these wet conditions on the track, but he's about to go.
Handy jump there from Shemai. It's a bit deceiving from where we are in the stands to work out what that might be.
Would have been an added layer of distraction just as he was starting to jump. The rain really did start to come down, but great focus, was able to find his foot on the board.
Yeah, and I don't think that super stopper was going to do much now with this much rain going on. So here's Blake Shaw, the Victorian, is the under-20 champion, competing earlier this week.
A bit like Chris Matreski, who's competed out at some of the Shield competitions, state league competitions back in Victoria, will be used to a little bit of inclement weather. He's ready to go.
That didn't look like a bad jump at all there. Hits the white flag. I've just got the first round reports from the back straight. Long jump, and Matrevsky 7:69, so right on that auto qualifier first up. Zane Branko 7:34. Oscar Myers, 7:20. Liam Fairweather, 7:17. The only athletes over the 7-metre mark on their first attempts over on the back straight. So tough going, but Petrevsky made short work of it. 7:69 first jump. So he gets to go and be dry. Hit the showers. Probably a very warm shower, I'd want to say.
Did seem quite happy to be one and done, as he said. Get out that auto in the first attempt and move his way back inside. He can join his coach, JB, who was enjoying the comfort of the grandstand, staying dry as well. But we do have on the track now, the next event. We've moved from the 100-metre start back to the circular start for the 400 metres. Men's open Parrot. Across a field of 8 competitors from lane 2 out to lane 9. Andrew Simmons of Victorian lane 2. James Pendred, the second of the Victorians in the field. Lindsay Hendy, Tom Burrows of Queensland, Alberto Campbell. And running for Jamaica, former Queenslander, Eddie Parker, Carlo Malitsas, and Riley Mann. You can see the start list. They're up on your screens now for this men's Para 400-metre final. Alberto Campbell, second here last year in this same event, represented Jamaica at the 2021 Paralympics in Tokyo. And a former World Championship finalist in the T20 400 metres, the World Para Championships in Doha back in 2015. So Hendy was out swiftly. He was the bronze medalist last year. You can see Campbell moving very nicely. In the middle lane there, the yellow top down the back straight. Riley Mann, the Queenslander, the junior, moving very nicely. The silver medalist in the junior ranks last year. So Mann will take them to halfway. Campbell now starting to move. He's gone past Parker of New South Wales. Then it's a gap back on the inside of Hendy, Pendred and Simmons of Victoria. But holding really strongly, Riley Mann will take them into the front straight. And Alberto Campbell will have work to do here if he wants to move a step up on the podium from last year. So down the outside, Riley Mann, Alberto Campbell to his inside, is fighting back on the inside of him. It's Victorian and James Pendred. But to take the line honours, Riley Mann, impressive run there. He went start to finish from the lead. He was on the outside lane in lane 9. He held the stagger. He had everyone charging at him, but he hit the line and took line honours in first place, as we see the remaining athletes making their way through, including Carlo Manolitsas of Victoria. He's wearing the red and black stripes of his old Zaverians club.
Didn't Mann love it when he crossed the line there? Running blind all the way out on the outside in lane 9. Fantastic run. He actually competed in the under 20 400-metre hurdles. Able-bodied event this early this week. He grabbed the silver medal in the under 18 4 hurdles last year. So you can see him having a look around. I think he prepared that celebration there. He had the arms in first before he threw out the wings.
And the double hands up to salute the crowd, and well worthy of the celebration. An impressive run there to build on the medal early in the week over the long hurdles. He did have to do it the hard way, out by himself, and knowing the calibre of athlete that was inside of him. And ran with great maturity. Didn't really have to look to his inside to see what was coming. He knew the quality that was there, but focused on his own race and focused on the celebration.
I'd say he dedicated the last 10 to 15 metres on that celebration. There was a earlier today, an unfortunate Victorian threw the arms out in the at the end of the 1500 metres. Unbeknownst to him, a New South Welshman ducked under his arms and stole the win in the 1500 by 0.05. So literally ducking under the arms. So for that Victorian, probably want to hear about it again, and he will probably never do that again.
It might end up in a coaching manual, that
Yes.
video of how to focus.
Run through the line.
That's exactly it. The rain has steadied here and settled. And move through just in time for this women's open 400-metre para final. As you can see the start list on screen now. Stephanie White, Georgia Pounding, Ella Osborne, Amelia Mazzi, Ebony Cooper and Belinda Slatter. So 5 T20 competitors. And Ella Osborne, T47 categorised athlete. She was second in this event last year. So Georgia Pounding from Victoria, another wearing her club colours, the red and black of Olds variants, and that's Ella Osborne, front right corner on your screen, the silver medalist last year in this event. So 6th over 200 metres as well.
And there's Fairweather, sorry, Samuel Taylor just bailing out there. His second attempt.
On the track for this women's open para 400 metres. Look from your screen from left to right. Inside lane out from lane 2, Stephanie White, South Australian. Georgia Pounding, the red and black stripes of her club. New South Wales has Ella Osborne in lane 4. Sky blue of the state. Amelia Mazzi, New South Wales. Queenslanders, Ebony Cooper, Linda Slatter of Queensland. Called to their blocks. Final women's open 400 metres para. Quickly up was Ella Osborne of New South Wales. In that middle lane already making up some of the stagger. Mazzi to her outside, holding her and moving up and past Cooper. And Slatter on the outside into the back straight. Pounding and White at back. Victorian and South Australian. But the two New South Wales athletes and Mazzi and Osborne really started to move down the back straight. It's Osborne that's now gone up to the shoulder of Mazzi and halfway has the lead. But the challenge is still there from Amelia Mazzi. As they move through 200 metres to go, Ella Osborne took the silver in this event last year, looking to go one better in 2022. As the conditions start to settle here, the rain has cleared just in time for Osborne to enter the home straight in this women's para 400 metre final. The championship of Australia on the line. Osborne into the straight. Mazzi challenging now. Pounding moving through the field, back to Cooper, Slatter and Stephanie White. But Ella Osborne is going to power down to the line. Will take line honours. 65.46. Mazzi second at the line. Pounding the Victorian, finished strongly to be third across the line. Back to Cooper, Slatter and Stephanie White will make her way down to the finish to complete this field of 6. There's a great battle between Osborne and Mazzi. It's just over halfway, but Osborne had that extra strength, particularly in the home straight as she came home. You can see that there on the replay.
And been lucky with the wind conditions settling down to run a 400 metres. Obviously missing that big tailwind down the back, but I think I'd rather have no wind down the back if it means no wind down the home straight, that's for sure.
I think they'd all be in agreement with that one.
We do have Tamsin down trackside with the winner of the women's ambulance 400 metres, Osborne.
Ella, it is actually really cruel to interview after 400 metres, but are you happy with the way that one played out? You went out pretty quickly. You were great down the back straight.
Yeah, tried to start it off strong. It's a bit hard I didn't have people to push me. But yeah, just tried to maintain through to the line. That time wasn't the best for me, but it's really great to be at National, have a run and see all my friends that I haven't seen in a while, so yeah.
Oh, I love that. It's pretty good camaraderie out here, isn't it? It's one of the things that we love about national champs. It's not just about trying to better yourself and get a good time, but it's also about catching up with your friends that you haven't seen for a little while.
Yeah, it's great. And with the Parrot guys, there's like really good community, like a group, and we all support each other. It's really great, yeah.
Now, so what do you think you and your coach, Tim Eschbach, will do from here moving forwards this season?
The next thing I'm targeting would be the Oceania champs in June, July. So yeah, just work towards that, and I'm excited to hopefully run some quicker times.
You did fabulously. The conditions aren't really conducive to fast times. It was pretty wet out there, wasn't it?
It was, but you know, that happens sometimes. You've got to deal with it. So yeah, it was a good run though.
Well done, Ella. You made it the tough stuff. Good job. Go in there and get dry.
Thank you. Thanks.
I think any time you're first across the line at the national championships, it's always a good result. So well done there to Ella Osborne, and have a chat there. Tamsin, as she said, her side's now set Oceania Championships mid-year.
Excellent. Hopefully it'll be a lot probably warmer in Mackay in winter than it is right now. Summer in Sydney. Well, autumn in Sydney, but you know, it feels like summer. It should be summer. It's been the summer of Aths. It's always been the thing. The summer of Aths, unfortunately, always dips into the start of autumn. This is our well, not even open ambulance javelin throw competition. 5 athletes in the field. They're just going through their warm-up, so no competition beginning there just yet. And here's Blake Shaw, the under-20 champion. His third round attempt in qualifying. Just off the back of the board, but pretty good. An illegal 750 at the Melbourne Track Classic, but a wind-assisted 770. He's trying to get that wind-legal 755. He's currently the national champion. We hope to see him at the Brisbane Track Classic in just a week's time. And if he can get the 755 there, he will become the automatic selection for the World Under-20 Championships.
And for his sake too, hopefully a chance to move through to the final of this open competition, another chance to jump and another chance to post that qualifying time. See some of our long jumpers on the back straight going through their warm-up as we cross back to the ambulant men's javelin throw, which does contain in the field Mikhail Burian, Paralympic silver medalist from Tokyo. Competes for the Sandringham Club back in Victoria. But back at the long jump, Henry Frayne, just assessing his mark, and the conditions still reflecting a little bit cooler with the tights. It's great to see him out competing. First time we've seen him on the runway this domestic season. But he is a major meet competitor. Doesn't necessarily need the big leadings, the big warm-ups, but when it matters, he can go out there and post the result. We saw that Commonwealth Games, we said at World Indoors, we've seen it many times again, but he's on the runway now, good speed. He's just overstepped there, I think. The red flag does go up.
Well, let's hope one of his best jumps will get him into that top 10. We've seen only one automatic qualifier, the favourite Petrevsky with his 769. Doesn't seem to be too many other athletes troubling that from what we've seen so far.
See on your screens now the lineup for the final of the under-17 women's 5,000 metre race walk, as well as the under-18 women's 5,000 metre race walk. So you can see the split start. A full complement of 33 walkers out on the track. Good luck to the lap counters out there. All bets for 12.5, but 33 athletes.
And that was Taylor.
safe on the board on that one. You can see him jumping off well behind it, but at this point in the game, it's a couple of fouls. It's a case of just getting a distance out there, and that's all you might need to progress to the next day.
Exactly. They would have no clue what's happening on the other side unless the coaches are texting each other, which they usually do. Working backwards, front straight, back straight, working together. Hey guys, you know, you need this to get in there. Maybe you don't need to jump this last one. So we're working together. Mackenzie Littlelow will be the last athlete on the runway here in the home straight. But on your screen now, this is the start list of our event. And a few of our athletes are passing over the back straight. Not great jumping conditions. William Fryer, 7.27 on his second attempt. Tristan Shears, 7.13. Jeremy Andrews, 7.19 over on the back straight. So a lot of these athletes passing. Zane Branco, 7.34, foul, and then pass the last attempt, knowing that he's top 2 on that event. But this big field here. Now, they have been using green wristbands across the shoulders for the younger age groups, so keep an eye on those as well. Usually you'll find them on the shoulder strap of the crop top or the singlet of the athletes. And that'll denote the younger athletes of the under 17 as opposed to our under 18 athletes. But they're already stretched out the field here.
It's Millie Bowden that's gone to the front of the field. She's wearing hip number 6 from New South Wales. An under 17 competitor. And Jada Anderson on her shoulder. Queenslander. The next pack of about 7 or 8 walkers led by the West Australian. That's Layla Bett, New South Wales woman that's in there. Alexandra Griffin, number 24 of Western Australia. That's leading that second group on the track. So 2 big fields. They're always popular events at these Chemist Warehouse Australian Track and Field Championships in the race walks. And they're just finding their rhythm. And as we saw last night, a lot can happen over the 12.5 laps.
Well, some of these actually backing up after the 10K last night as well. So that's a big 2 days, not even 24 hours between these big walks situations. We might just have gotten the results from the front straight. So Henry Smith finishes with a best of 7.30, his first attempt. Patrick Copper, 7.04. Shemaiah James, 7.41. Blake Shaw, 7.31. Amira Chandrasena, 7.34. Adcock, 7.33. Henry Frayne, 7.25. Samuel Taylor, 7.20. And 7.07 for Mackenzie Littlelow. One of the best attempts there. Kobe Sharp, 7.50. 6.94 for Christianopoulos.
There's 11 laps to go in this 5,000-metre race walk. And it is Jada Anderson, the Queenslander, on seed time, 24 minutes 38. And she's gone clear at the front of the field. Bottom of your screen, see one of those chase packs. They're making their way past the Javelin runway at the warm-up track end of the stadium. You can already see with the multiple cameras and the split screen just how much this field of 33 has really spread out across the track. And all to the doing of Jada Anderson, the Queenslander, who's really set the pace early. And working her way nicely into the race is Alexandra Griffin of West Australia, who's moved up to lead that chase group. I might expect with the way they're paced, it might not be too long till they're reunited. You can see at the top of the screen That's Jada Anderson of Queensland. She'll lead them up the home straight. It'll be 10 laps to go, so they'll be through their first 1,000 metres next time past the post.
So with these under 17 and under 18, the national record for these events, I'm not sure why they're different. Because they were done on the same day, both by Katie Hayward. I'm not sure which one to believe. Both records are different here on our sheets. But they're both held by Katie Hayward, so we'll say Katie Hayward, national record holder. The meet record holder for the under-17 is Jemima Montag, and the meet record for the under-18 is Clara Smith, and all three of those competed last night. Coming first, Jemima Montag, second, Katie Hayward, and fourth, Clara Smith. So the calibre of those athletes who have held those meet records and come through, they're still going. It also shows just those weren't completed too long ago. It shows how young our open athletes actually are, and just how many more years they do have in the sport, with, you know, with Jemima Montag being the veteran of that group of four athletes.
He is indeed, and of course we've already seen this year Clara Smith go to the World Race Walking Cup, won the green and gold in the open ranks, and we know what a year we have in store for Jemima based on the performance last night, but also the prospect of defending a gold medal in Birmingham at the Commonwealth Games. So there's some great depth and young depth in those race walking ranks. There was a period of time where there was that group of Becky Smith and the talent like that went through, and now it's this next generation that's really starting to come through and shape the future of the sport. And they're bringing a lot of people with them, which is fantastic.
We could see them stay at the top of the game for at least another decade, and possibly 32 if we can keep them around. Keep them enjoying the sport. And thankfully they've gone with the big hip numbers tonight for this race walk. Been stuck with the small hip numbers over the last couple of days. It's been quite difficult, but Jada Anderson there still leading the way. Alexandra Griffin, the West Australian, hip number 24. So you might find the reason why they wear chest numbers is for the red cards or warnings that they get. It's a lot easier to write down just a 3-digit number than the full name of an athlete. And you also might see one of our officials making their rounds on a push bike as they collect all the cards from the judges who are placed around the track. And they use a whiteboard at about the 100-metre to go mark, so the athletes know just how many warnings they're on. They do a pit lane as well if they receive 3, and spend a minute or so inside pit lane.
With these mixed fields, it's always a little bit of a challenge just to be able to separate who's leading the respective age groups. And what we can tell you is Jada Anderson is out in front for the Queensland in the under-18 age group. As we work back through the field, best place of the under-17 athletes, who's about 4th or 5th on the track, is Millie Bowden of New South Wales. And then it is Lila Norden of New South Wales and Madison Nash of Victoria. They've been spread throughout the field. And we talked about a little bit earlier, Alexandra Griffin of West Australia had done a very nice job of just pacing herself back in towards the front of the field. And now making the move is in fact Millie Bowden of New South Wales. So the under-17 competitor has gone to the front of this combined final of the two age groups, and at 8 laps to go, she'll take the lead, and moving through with her, Alexandra Griffin of Western Australia. So the early race leader, Jada Anderson, just starting to drop back now, in 3rd on the track. And it's Bowden that's taken up proceedings, and also gets a caution there from the walk judge.
Heading down the back straight, the good chance to surge every lap. It's almost like you could work this into a 200-metre fartlek session. work hard down the back straight, use that tailwind, or even just float down the back straight, work hard into the home straight. Either way, it's what it's going to feel like anyway with this wind. It seems to have picked up just a touch. When you start feeling it at the back of Bay 11, you know it's going to be windy down trackside. That is for certain. Now, we are going to throw down to Tamsin with one of our long jumpers from the home straight long jump pit, Henry Smith.
Well, the long jump this year for the men's is pretty loaded. That was a pretty stacked field for the qualifiers. Henry Smith, it is so good to see you back out here jumping. Where have you been this season?
Thanks. Yeah, I've been injured, to be honest. So I think at the probably middle of last year, I changed coaches to Rob Stevens, and just been plotting away. And unfortunately, got a couple of hamstrings. So this is my first comp. So season's best with a 7:30. Final.
Well, you meant to have a couple of hamstrings. You know that. You mean they hurt?
I think it's my 21st MRI, to be honest. Which is a little bit depressing, but it is what it is, and unfortunately that's sport. And we move on.
Well, you could have chosen a different event. The long jump is pretty taxing on the body. How are the hamstrings after the qualifying?
So far, so good. Yeah, the weather was pretty grim, and I'm sure a lot of the boys kind of felt it. So I'm kind of glad we're on the grandstand side. I can't imagine what it was on the back end, but feel good. Otherwise, we'll see how we go Saturday.
Well, you're back out there competing. The conditions are pretty tough. How was it for everybody? I know you long jumpers, you're so chatty amongst each other. How did everyone find the conditions out there? Because it had a few downpours in the middle of that comp.
Yeah, it wasn't nice, let's be honest. I think I was actually one of the lucky ones. I got in my first jump and there was no rain, but as soon as I finished up, like right now, it's about to start pouring down. And then, I think there was a lot of challenges to make sure everyone got in. But, hopefully the weather clears up for Saturday, ideally. We'll see what happens.
We hope so, because it is a fabulous final. It's going to be brilliant. Henry, it's so good having you back out here. Good luck for that final.
Cheers. Thanks. It's good to see you. I'll see you soon.
Well, he's not wrong. The rain is coming back down again. And I think tonight it's just going to be constant showers. So let's hope the athletes came prepared with a few sets of tracksuits, a few different pairs of spikes, maybe chuck a bit of newspaper in the spikes overnight, let them dry out. And there's nothing worse than pulling out your spikes the next day for a semi-final and they're drenched and you're like, should have put these outside.
That's a good lesson there to make sure you're in dry spikes the next day. Newspaper does work. Old trick. Footy boots, spikes, shoes of any description. Yep. Get the newspaper in there.
The hard thing is no one buys newspapers anymore.
Well, that's it. You can't put the digital edition in there. You've been all sorts.
Don't put your phone inside your spikes. It won't work. But this is probably the worst the rain has been for quite some time. It is going straight down the pipe from the finish line straight to the 100-metre start area. And it is tough going.
You'll be able to just see there as they move past the start-finish line, the bow flags on the finishing line and around that presentation area. They're really getting battered around as that. It is a headwind down the home straight, but it's just directly coming right at the athletes as they make their way up the home straight, right in their face as they work through. But conversely, the opportunity down the back straight awaits to really get a little bit of a kick. So they're inside 6 laps to go in this race walk final, the under-17, under-18s.
So we've got Tamsin down trackside. I think I can see Tamsin underneath the tent. What's it like down there, Tamsin?
Oh my goodness, it is absolutely horrendous down here as we see an athlete pulling off the track. It's really bad. And at one point it looked like there was a couple of lightning flashes. It's really tough conditions for these poor under-17 and under-18 athletes. But to be honest, lucky it's the walkers, because on having watched them compete last night and we spoke to Beck, Henderson and Katie Haywood, they're made of the tough stuff. They're really, really strong, mentally tough athletes, and you can just see them out here. They haven't even batted an eyelid. They're just still, the heads down, keeping on going, focusing on their race plans, but it is really tough conditions. You're right, Lynchy, when you said that rain is sideways. And let's take a moment to appreciate the officials as well, because the officials are out on the track doing the lap scoring as well, and they're out in these conditions also. But it's got to be tough work out there for the athletes. And I think when they cross this line, whether they've won or they've done a personal best or they've just completed the race, they should be very proud of themselves, because this is incredibly tough conditions.
Yeah, I think this will be one for in a few years' time, like, Do you remember the under 18, under 17? Remember we did that 5K in Sydney? How bad was it? It's one of those kind of conditions, I think.
It is. They'll be talking about, it started, it was calm. It wasn't too bad. The wind and the rain had settled, but 6 laps to go. It really started to pick up.
It really did. So I'm up on the bomb.gov.au, and it looks like we might be on the tail end of it, but it is moving very, very quickly from the south to the north. And it doesn't look like there's much else behind it. Fingers crossed that this might be the end of it for a while. But look, it's definitely done some damage out there for our athletes. I thought Tamsin had it in for the walkers first when she started. I'm glad it's the walkers out there. I was like, oh, okay. But no, it's because of their toughness. They've been out there grinding it. Wouldn't want this on the sprinters. They'd definitely be straight to whinging to their mates. Oh, I can't believe they're letting us run in this bloody rain. Precious.
That would be the first one into the competition director's office saying, can we just postpone, can we delay the program just a little bit? Just to give us, we can see the fronts coming through from the southeast, can give us a little bit of an opportunity for some respite. And just as we say that, the rain is starting to ease off a little bit. The wind not so much, but thankfully, a little less precipitation here at Sydney Olympic Park.
It'll probably be sunny in about 30 minutes, knowing what it's been like this last week. But it has been forecast for strong, strong winds from the south, only getting stronger over today and tomorrow. So I expect the headwinds to stick around, unfortunately. Now, it looks like the West Australian, Alexandra Griffin, with 4 laps to go. She is our current leader. And then it's our New South Wales athlete there. I'm just trying to catch that hip number.
It looks to be Zoe Woods of New South Wales. Here's the under-18 competitor that has moved her way through. Then our early race leader, Jaden Anderson, the Queenslander, is back in 3rd place. She's done well to hang on, because it did look at one point there that she was just starting to lose contact with that lead pack as the West Australian applied a bit of pressure and moved forward. And she's held on to her 3rd placing on the track. But you can see our race leader, middle of your screens, top of the screen, about to move through some of our lapped walkers in this field of 33 athletes, which is quite incredible when you think about it. On this 400-metre circular track, 33 athletes. And when you're doing the calculations of the lap judges downstairs, I think we've got about 10 or 11 of them. So about 3 to 1. So they're doing well to keep across 3 athletes each. 12 and a half laps. It's not an easy job.
No, if you want chaos, go volunteer for... the race walking is probably the trickiest, where they're so completely spread out. You know, like a 10K, maybe a 5, when they're all pretty close. They all come at the same time. So it's easy. Bang, 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 bang. When they're completely spread out, and you might have an athlete every 100 metres, and you're going to be like, oh, write it down, write it down, write it down. And we need the lap scorers. There have been many times that the athletes, you know, they're working hard, might miscount their laps. They get confused. Some of them have stopped. We've seen it even in national championships where athletes have stopped early and be like, oh, crap, I've got to get back out there and do another lap. So that's why we keep our lap scorers out there to make sure. Strava's not always accurate. You can never believe your Garmin all the time.
You do tend to see sometimes some of the athletes with their Garmins that had the tap start on it. They'd go past the start-finish line, they'd tap the top of the watch and reset and go again for their 400-metre splits. But the professionals here at Chemist Warehouse Australian Track and Field Championships in this 5,000-metre race walk. And the wind has dropped a little bit. The rain has eased, which will be to the liking across these final 3 laps of this final. So medals up for grabs in these junior age groups. Going to head down to Tamsin trackside of those final laps.
Well, just focusing on what you guys were talking about, the officials are working so hard. I don't want to talk too loudly, because basically what happens is They tell the official that we can see on the screen exactly how many laps they've got to go, and they show them the lap scorer, but they have to yell out the numbers on their bibs to the lap scorers sitting down there, and then they yell out how many laps that athlete has to go. Also trying to work out how many fouls people have as well, how many cards they've been shown, but it's chaotic down here. These guys are doing such a great job. We can hear them saying 162 because that's the bib. She's waiting. She almost had to slow down to see how many laps she had to go. She got the call. She actually spoke to the judge as she went past, and that's how they're doing it. It's a great system working beautifully down here, but it is chaotic.
Yeah, so the scoreboard, you might see the 2. That scoreboard is only for the leader. So that's why they do need the little board there with the laminated numbers. So that score, the lap board will go down to how many laps they have to go, which is for our leader right there, the West Australian, Alexandra Griffin, and it will change when they come into the home straight. So it currently reads 2 for the leader, and each athlete, when they go across the finish line, will get shown just how many laps they have to go. Unless they've got 2, then they'll be on the board. And they'll just say, on the board.
Talking about the walkers being made of the tough stuff, I think the officials that are overseeing this race walk are definitely made of the tough stuff.
Well, they need some paper made of tough stuffs too when they're trying to write all the lap scores and times down. So usually there's an athlete reading, or an official reading out the time. If they've got the big clock there, that's fine. So they actually write down the time that the athlete came down through the laps, just so you can work down. They normally work out 12.5, so they were at 12, 11, 10, 9, all the way down to 1, and then 0, and then that's the time, and that's how they do their lap scoring. So it's not more much of just a tick you came across. It's an actual score of when they came through with their laps.
Very efficient system that they've got. So you can see our race leader at the top of the screen. That's at the Olympic Stadium end of the track. She'll enter the home straight. She'll have 1 lap left to go. And that's Alexandra Griffin. You can see her in the bottom right of your screen. The chase pack in behind her. And she'll have to navigate a couple of the lap walkers on her final lap. But the lap counters are there. The judge is poised to ring this bell. And it will be a welcome, welcome sound. There it goes. 1 lap to go for Alexandra Griffin, the Western Australian, in this 5,000-metre race walk. She leads the under-18 age group. We've got the under-17 age group also out on the track. The bell goes there for our second walker. Out on the track, that's Zoe Woods, also of the under-18 age group. And this is where it gets really complicated now with the multiple walkers coming through at the different laps, making sure that we're ringing the bell for the right athletes. There goes Jada Anderson of Queensland. She's got 400 metres left to walk.
That might be Nellie Langford, the South Australian, just hot on the heels of Anderson. Obviously in 4th place right now. Should be wanting to make a move. But the rain and the wind does cause havoc with their hip numbers, and some of the athletes are missing them. So it does make it tricky, not just for us. And that's why they do wear that chest bib with the 3 digits on it.
So you can see Alexandra Griffin. She'll move around the back of the discus cage, past the Javelin runway, and she'll round into the home straight. Won't be the cleanest of walks in front of her with many of the lap walkers that she'll have to go, but you can see she's put on a little bit of extra speed for this one. She enters into the home straight now. Alexandra Griffin, she'll have to walk wide of the competitors, including some of those lap walkers from New South Wales, but an impressive performance here for the West Australian. Sat back early, worked her way into the race, went to the lead. About 6 or 7 laps to go, and will take the national title here at the Chemist Warehouse Australian Track and Field Championships in the under-18 race walk over 5,000 metres. An impressive performance, and has left nothing out on the track. And she drops to her knees. And across the line there, just behind her, is Zoe Woods of New South Wales, second in this under-18 division, will cross the line in second. And an impressive final lap there from the South Australian in Nellie Langford, who's gone past our early race leader in Jada Anderson to jump on the podium, and she'll take a bronze medal. So it'll be Griffin of Western Australia, Woods of New South Wales, and then Nellie Langford. And then across the line there, that was Sienna Pitcher just before, and she takes out the gold medal in the under-17 age group. She'll touch over the 25 minutes. The Woods and Anderson embracing there across the finishing line. The full field to make their way in. And we'll see our next of our under-17 walkers come in. Millie Boughton was our early race leader in that under-17 category. She'll move in and take the silver medal in the under-17 age group. Shortly complete this podium. Rain has fortunately stopped here. It's in the Olympic Park. As we hear the bell ring for the remainder of this field. On the bottom screen you can see the warm-ups underway for this ambulant men's javelin. In fact, they're into the early round of the competition. We've got Mikkel Burian, the silver medalist from the Paralympics, getting his first throw away in the competition. Just seen come across the finishing line before Madison Nash of Victoria. I think she'll move into the bronze medal position. So the medals are in. Now remains the rest of this field in this race walk. But tough conditions, tough conditions. And they've done incredibly well.
That was Sam Payich, the South Australian, just getting his throw out. Now, the walkers do have to all stick around until the cards come in, so you will see them just wandering around the finish line area. And with 33 in the event, it's bound to get quite crowded in that small area down there. Another bell for our athletes, a lot of them coming in on their last or soon to be last lap. Notice anyone in the penalty box this afternoon in the pit stop?
Managed to walk clean across 12.5 laps of the 5,000 metres. It can be so heartbreaking, particularly those closing laps, that you get the penalty, you have to take the pit stop. You watch some of your competitors go past you.
We saw the New Zealander, Quinton Roux, having to take a pit stop. It looked like it was tough, because when you're in that rhythm and then all of a sudden you stop, the body just sort of shuts down a little bit. We do have Tamsa down trackside with the winner of both the under-18 and under-17 women's 5,000 metre race walk.
Well, let's chat to you first, Alex. What a fabulous effort. The conditions through that race, I mean, they just changed. That downpour must have been terribly hard to deal with. How did you keep focusing?
Well, I think the worst part about it was not so much the rain, it was more so the wind. So the wind was kind of blowing the rain straight into your face in the home straight. But I just kind of put my head down, worked through it, and then just enjoyed the wind behind me on the back straight. So, yeah.
Well, you had incredible focus. It was fabulous to watch you race. Did you watch the women race last night?
Yes, I did. That was an amazing race to watch. My Montag's always amazing to watch, so I was really lucky to get to see that. So, yeah.
And you got the silver medal last year, so you've got the gold this year.
Yes, I did. Yeah, Millie walked upper age group last year, so she got the gold. So it was nice to walk with her again, but we were in different races this time. So, yeah, and then I go up to the 10K next year, so that should be fun.
There's something about you race walkers. To call it 10,000 metres fun, but I love it. Now, the support you get back home in WA, the race walking club that you've got out there, it's pretty special, isn't it?
Yeah, we've got a nice group of walkers and they're really lovely people, so it's a very nice community. I enjoy that they keep me in it, you know. If I didn't have them, I don't know where I'd be, so yeah, very lucky to have the support there.
Well, fabulous effort. You go enjoy that victory. It was such a great race walk. Well done.
Thank you very much.
Now, guys, I'm going to try and grab Millie. Where has she got Millie? Here she is. Now, Millie crossed the line in the under-17 with the gold medal, but you're a bit concerned about your cards, aren't you?
Yeah, I got 2 on the board, so I don't know yet.
So what will happen there? If they do have the third, you'll just get that 1 minute time penalty?
Yeah, I think so. I'm not 100% sure.
All right, well, let's pretend that you've got the gold. You're all good to go. It's a pretty technical event, isn't it? It's really hard to stay focused. Now, when the conditions were like that, technically trying to stay correct, is that difficult when the conditions were as bad as they got in that race?
Yeah, it's also really hard because you get a lot of water in your shoes and it just makes your feet really heavy, and then turning the legs over just makes it 100% more harder. Like, it's just really hard.
Now, you're from Endeavour Sports High, aren't you?
No, Westfield's.
Westfield, you're from the Westfield Sports High Academy.
I used to go to Endeavour, but then I moved, yeah.
My intel's bad. Okay, you've gone to Westfield, so Westfields will be pretty proud of this gold medal. They've had some superstars come through that school. I think Danny Stevens, the discus thrower, went through that school, so it's a pretty special school.
Yeah, I'm not in the athletics program, so I don't know, but yeah.
Well, I'm pretty sure after this medal, they'll have you in that athletics program. Do you do any other events in track and field? Because a lot of the walkers start in a different event before they focus on the walk.
No, not really. I used to do running, but mainly my main sport is football, like soccer, yeah.
Fabulous. So you're a soccer player and a walker. That's an interesting combination.
Yeah.
Well done. You were fabulous out there. Great job, and well done on another medal at the National Championship.
Thank you.
Well, if the athletics coach hasn't spoken to the soccer coach at Westfield's High yet, I think it will happen on the back of that result. Impressive walk there from Millie Boughton.
Well, they actually were just sitting next to us over here, the Westfield Sports High's coaches, so hopefully they're down there to congratulate her and say, so athletics training Monday morning, let's go.
Don't worry about that team sport. Come across and join a different team. Join the track and field team. And you can join a lineage of incredible athletics talent. As Tamsin said, Danny Stevens, one of the many that have gone through that academy. And of course, we all know what Danny's gone on to do. Still have a couple more walkers that are completing this course. In fact, I think that might have been the last of them to come across. Chloe Kozlinski of New South Wales. We'll shortly see the program on the track turn its attention to the open ranks. It'll be the heats of the women's open 800 metres. But before we do, we're going to take a quick break and we'll be back very shortly.
Play for Oz. The next world champ. Dunk like a beast.
Hope you've had your Wheat Bix.
New Honey and Golden Oats Wheat Bix.
We know it's important to stay hydrated and that 8 glasses of water per day is recommended. Though, for many of us, that's easier said than done. That's why more Australians are making Hydrolite part of their daily rehydration routine. Hydrolite is scientifically formulated to rapidly rehydrate faster than water alone, with products suitable for every member of the family, so you can embrace life's everyday moments. You'll find the Hydrolite range for a great price every day at Chemist Warehouse.
We're back here at the 2022 Chemist Warehouse Australian Track and Field Championships. We're down on the Javelin runway for the men's open ambulant competition. Sam Page unleashing the spear out close to 30 metres in his next attempt of the competition. But from the field, we go to the track, and it's the time for the open women's 800 metres.
Big fields, 2 heats of 11, top 3 plus the next 2 fastest times to make their way through to the final. We'll run through this start list before they get going. Alex Sanford in heat number 1. In 2, it's Tess Kearsop-Cole. 3, Amy Bennett. In 4, Shani Landon. In 5, Georgia Wassell. 6, Jemima Tennakoon. 7, Beth Halmy. In 8, Montana Monk. In 9 is the Australian record holder, Katrina Bissett. In 10, Sarah Hines. And in 11, Amy Robinson. Now, looking at this start list, I wouldn't put it past it. This could be a track classic start list right here.
It's an incredible field when you look at it. And in fact, I was looking back through the Melbourne Track Classic start list, and there was that a pack earlier in the year, and most of these women in this one heat were on that Track Classic. We're talking of Katrina Bissett, Tess Kearsop-Cole, Shani Landon, Montana Monk. It's a stacked field, which is going to mean for an incredible final, but it's going to be tough to get there because it's the top 3 in the heat and the next 2 best times across both heats. So 11, the top 3 go through. It's going to mean the pace will have to be on there because you're just not sure what's going to happen. Maybe for the likes of Katrina Bissett can control the race and back herself in, but for a lot of them, they're going to have to really try and run their own race to get the time out there to get into the final.
Well, exactly. And knowing just quickly how quickly the conditions change here at the moment at SOPAC, anything could happen in the next 10 to 15 minutes. So it could be pouring rain in the second heat compared to where we are right now. So these athletes definitely need to push the pace as fast as they can. Now look at Montana Monk. She's only a junior, the athlete there in lane 8, and she is sharing a lane with Katrina Bissett, the Oceania area record holder, so who's just fresh off the final of the World Indoors and a junior athlete. So this is your welcome to Opens. You're now sharing a lane. We'll see just how much she attacks it. Will she attack it any differently? Or is she just like, oh, Katrina, there you go?
It'll be interesting. Well, she's had a couple of races already here this week, a silver medal in the under 20 800 metres, and that was a hotly contested event. You know, Katrina Bissett back off the plane from the World Indoors. First race back outdoors for a little while. It's going to make for a great, but then you look at the talents in the field. I've seen it. Tess Kearsop-Cole's had an incredible season, setting personal best and lowering her times. But Georgia Wassell, we've seen what she did as a junior and trying to see if she can carry that through into the senior ranks. So as she continues to build, and there's a lot of talent in this field. There's a lot of talent in that one lane with Montana Monk and Katrina Bissett.
So we're away here. The first heat of the Women's Open 800 metres. First 3 plus the next 2 fastest times. And it is Monk who's shot out of a cannon. It's the fear in her with sharing the lane with Katrina Bissett. She's gone straight right out in front. But Sanford and Kearsop-Cole, they'll cross and Landon as well. Hit number 4. And Bissett just very comfortable to bide her time. Obviously, she's had to deal with some very messy races over at the World Indoors when she went over earlier just to get herself a qualification for the indoors. So she's had a bit of experience racing. I'd probably prefer to be in indoors right now considering the conditions we've got here, but Kearsop-Cole will be leading this field. Landon, then Monk's on the outside. Sanford's there as well. Looks like Robertson just tucked in behind them. Bennett on the rail. Bissett coming out outside. Then it's Wassell, Tennakoon and Halmy. Look at that move from Bissett, just easing her way around to the first 2 positions. They go through 63.36. Kearsop-Cole's holding the rail. Bissett, Monk and Sanford. Robinson's trying to close the gap as well around the outside. And Wassell now making another move from a long way out. They are winding it up now as they go down the back straight. Use that tailwind as much as they can. Get that lead over the other athletes right here. So it's Kearsop-Cole sitting in second place with Sanford. Monk holding on to that 4th position. She needs to get up on Sanford's tail, but with 200 metres left to go, Bissett now opening up further and further. She's looking supreme. This is why she's the Oceania record holder. And the 2 athletes behind her, Kearsop-Cole and Sanford. This is why they are 2 of the best athletes coming through this season. And they're right out in front. Looks like we've got those first 3 qualification spots locked up. Monk, Wassell, Landon and Robinson finding it out, trying to get as fast as they can. But this is great running from Katrina Bissett here in extremely tough conditions. 2:03.22 from Kearsop-Cole. Sanford holds on for third, and then very close between Monk. She takes fourth, Robinson, Wassell, and Landon. And the rain is absolutely pumping.
We talked about before the race, you just don't know what's going to happen in a couple of minutes' time. You've got to make the most of the opportunity. And Katrina Bissett's left little doubt about that one. They went out in 63. They've come back in about 60 to finish in 2:03. So a really powerful performance from Bissett. She let the others do the work early, and she backed herself in across that last 400 metres and just went away with it. But Kersop, Cole and Sanford, they've had great seasons, and they've continued it here and made sure they've gone straight to a final to be racing for medals.
We just saw one of the girls put her hands up and looked at the sky like, why? But we have got Tamsin down with Katrina Bissett.
Just don't want to leave you out here too long. That weather is really tough. What about that turnaround, a 60-second lap? And you did it pretty easy.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know, we're just trying new things. I want to get that second lap quicker, and yeah, I mean, it's kind of interesting coming back from overseas. It's like having to readjust to being back in Australia, and like it's a bit of a difference running in a world champs and then coming back to do the nationals. Even though it's such a privilege to be here and to run here, like I still want to get a lot out of each round, you know, like practice different things, and every race is an opportunity. Every race is good training. So yeah, that was a plan. I think Coach will be happy, so that's all.
I think Ned will be very happy now. We better get off this track because this second heat's about to go. Well done.
Thank you so much.
Well, the second heat is about to go, and it's another heat of stacked talent. And we'll quickly look through the field, including the names like Claudia Hollingsworth, who's one of those names that we've been watching across this season as a junior coming through. She's won the 1,500 metres earlier in the week, and then the one to watch on the outside is Bendaria Boyer. Stepping up from the 400, coming to the 800 here. You see Hollingsworth on the screen there, as well as Carly Thomas, who another talented junior, wearing a collegiate colours of Washington. She's a silver medalist at the World Junior Championships, and she's on the start line for this race.
Yeah, I don't think we've seen her run in Australia for quite some time. You can see Hollingsworth, she's probably lost her bib during the week when she won the 1,500 as a junior, so they've given her the handwritten bib there, Hollingsworth. But no, I'm looking forward to this. We've got the New Zealand champ even out there in lane one. So this will be an exciting race.
So Boyer from the outside will go out quite consistently. There are insides for Philippe. The form pole vaulter now turning her attention back to the track. Thomas in the purple top. Washington over in the NCAAs. On the inside, it's Manning and Ryan, Fitroff. Hollingsworth, the junior, now needs to find her way into the middle of the field. But out the front, Hollingsworth will move through. Onto her shoulder is Thomas. Manning of New Zealand working her way on the inside. Boyer's at the front of the pack too. And the pace was on early. It feels like it's just pulled back a little, but they're moving and rolling now as they'll come into the home straight. 300 metres through. Hollingsworth is controlling proceedings. The Boyer's maybe a little bit wider than she'd like to be. The New Zealander and Manning on the inside is now moving through. Thomas emerging at the front. They're all tucked in behind her. And Leah Simpson of Queensland has to go right round them all. She's wanted to get to the front. Now, we saw the first heat went through in 63. Now, watch the clock. And it's gone through in about that as well. So 63.6 at the bell. Hollingsworth controls it. A boy is going to have to go the long way home in this 800 metres, the second of the two heats, the top three straight through to the medal race. The rest are going to have to battle it out on times, and the rain has stopped just in time. Back straight now, we're following Manning taking up the lead at the front of the field. Thomas and Boyer. We've got a group of 5 at the front, but 5 doesn't go into 3, and 3 is what we need to see for those automatic qualifying positions, as it's Thomas now up to the shoulder of Hollingsworth. The junior won the 1,500 metres earlier in the week. Now she's doing the proceedings at the front end of the field, these open 800 metres. And Boyer starting to move now. Manning's there on the inside. Top 3 go through. Hollingsworth has them. Thomas coming back at it. Boyer's in a little bit of trouble now as Manning rolls on. Hollingsworth holding them, looks strong. Thomas does too. Boyer flying on the inside. It's Matilda Ryan. It's going to be a blanket for the minor placings. And I think Ryan has snuck through, and Boyer will have to watch the clock to see if she can find her way to the National Championship final. But let's talk about Hollingsworth. That was controlled and impressive.
That was so smooth. An athlete that young not only can she go to this year's World Under-20, she can go to the next World Under-20 Championships, and she was in total control of that race from start to finish. And Matilda Ryan, who couldn't find a gap between Manning and Bendiri and went up the inside. Bendiri just held on to fourth, but that was 3 seconds slower than the last heat than we saw Bissett run, and it's going to be tight to see if Bendiri even makes the final.
It will be really close, but having a chat now to our race winner is Tamsin with Claudia Hollingsworth.
Claudia, you were the youngest in that field, but you were so mature. You stayed so calm, cool and collected in that last 200 metres. Could you feel them there, or just knew that you had to just get that job done? You were so relaxed.
Well, I could definitely hear it with the rain, people coming up, but I just knew what to do. Try push from 200 and just stay relaxed and really open my stride and just try to push to the line pretty much, yeah.
You were brilliant. It was so lovely to watch how relaxed you managed to stay when you should have been under pressure. But you've had a big week so far. Your 1,500 metres, that last kick-down lap that you did in the junior race was incredible.
Thank you so much. Thanks. Really appreciate it. Just been working on that last 200. Really try to pull away and just try to go as hard as I can from there.
Well, I mean, so you're a 1,500 metre runner earlier in the week, 800 metre runner now. Which event do you prefer to do?
I think the 800 at the moment, I like the speed side of it, but the 15 is also really nice just to concentrate and relax in the race and really understand the race, work through it, but I really like going hard in the 8 as well, so I think the 800 at the moment.
Well, I know it's a pretty hard question to answer. You've just finished a heat, but you know the World Juniors are this year, so are you going to focus on the double at those World Juniors, the 8 and the 15? Hopefully you'll get selected.
I have to talk to Craig about that one, but probably the 800 at the moment is more in my mind, but definitely the 15's there, so I'm thinking about that one as well. So might try the double if they don't clash. Yeah.
Well done. You go warm down. That was an incredible race. Well done, Claudia.
Thank you. Thanks.
I'm really looking forward to that final. And again, straight into the next race. But that was the first time we'd seen Bendiri race a tactical race. She's been in the track classics. She was undefeated throughout the track classics, but there were time trials, getting paced and dragging the field through. And obviously with the slow pace, it's just needing to learn. It's tough to learn a brand new event when you've already so established as an athlete.
And that's championship running, and we see it every year, whether it be the nationals or you go to the international stage, that the ability to navigate your way through a race, to find the moments, to identify when you need to go and when you need to hold. And that's the experience that it brings, and we'll wait and see for the results to see if that does see her into the top 8.
Yeah, it's going to be very, very close, but she did hold on for fourth, so it's the best place she could get if she wasn't going to be an automatic qualifier. We have 3 heats, though, now of the men's race. And I'm on the screen now at the start list, and it does include Olympian Jeff Risley there in lane 4. They've been asked to stand up just as those teardrop patterns are getting smashed with the wind. But here we go again. We'll go through the start list. Corey Firminger in 1, Bidgood in 2, Musgrove 3, Risley 4, Parrot 5, Arnold 6, Hoare in 7, Fisk in 8. Then it's Cohen in 9, Moorcroft in 10, and Riley McGowan in 11. First 2 plus the next 2 fastest times to make their way through to the final. As they cut across there, McGowan, the ACT athlete, just a bit of sorting themselves out now. Moorcroft on the outside, Parrot on the rail. Then it's Cohen and Risley, and then it's Geordie Hoare as they come around into the home straight. They've sorted themselves out now. It's going to be the ACT athlete, Riley McGowan, holding the front position. Firminger from New South Wales right on the outside at the back of the group. And then it's the ACT athlete Musgrove, but it's McGowan. And here's a big move here from Brett Fisk from the ACT, 57.06. Fisk has gone from just before the bell to find himself into the lead. He's going to use this tailwind to get himself in the best position possible. We just saw the last heats. It is hard for a sprint finish down the home straight, so you want to see how much you can get into your legs down the back. So McGowan now pressuring Fisk. The West Australian is there as well, Thomas Moorcroft. Then it's Cohen. Risley easing his way around the outside, so Risley now finds himself on the shoulder of Fisk. Parrot just off the back of that group. It's only 2 plus the next 2 fastest times, so only 4 athletes possibly can make it out of this. And Riley McGowan from the ACT He was in the lead in this position just a lap ago. Here comes Parrot, though, around the outside. Risley into the lead. Parrot coming around. So these two pulling away from the field. They look like they have the automatic qualifying positions. Parrot looking strong here. He looks around both directions and he eases up over the line to take the win. Risley in second place, 151.34. That was some great running there from Giant Parrot. Looked superb as he makes his way back from injury.
It was a very impressive run and some mature running there from Jeff Risley that we saw make his way through to the round of another national championship final. He knew where he had to get himself and he did just that. Giant Parrot maybe just lost where his opponents were. He had to look to the outside and had to look even further again, but Risley and Parrot, impressive running. But we do have now the results that are through from the women's 800 metres, and we've seen the final list. And the news is that the final will comprise the national champion, Oceania record holder Katrina Bissett. She's the fastest qualifier. Claudia Hollingsworth, the second semi-winner, will go through. Tess Corso-Cole, Carly Thomas, Ali Sanford, Matilda Ryan, Montana Monk, the junior, and Amy Robinson have made it as the non-automatic qualifiers, the fastest of those that didn't make the top 3 places. But missing out is Georgia Vossel, Shani Landon, and Bendaria Boyd.
Wow. Wow. So that is unbelievable. Tamsin is down trackside with the winner of that heat, but I'm shocked. Tamsin's with Giant Parrot. Wow.
Yeah, that's championship racing for you. And Benderi's only just learning 800 metres, so she'll learn a lot from this. She's got a big future in this event. Her and Justin Rinaldi will chat about what happened, and she'll never do that again. She'll run her own race plan. But Jai, fabulous effort. You know, it's been a tough season. You come back from injury, but you got it right at the right time.
Yeah, no, it was it's tough out there, the wind especially, but yeah, just sat in and followed my race plan, and yeah, had some in the end, so very happy to be through.
Well, middle distance in Australia is really strong, so these heats are pretty tough, aren't they? The nerves would have been pretty high before that one.
Yeah, especially they were going to be semis and they weren't. A bit back and forth, but I just tried to approach today with an open mind, and my coach Ben was reassuring me that I just got to back my training and trust I can do it, so stoked, yeah.
I think you'll like that one when you look back at it. Well done, Jai.
The track now is the second of the 3 800-metre heats. And we're away. And it's the Olympic finalist, Peter Boll, that headlines this second heat. You can see him out in lane 8 at the top of your screen. Outside of him, Dylan Stenson, Mopsa Yusuf, Gus Tomlin-Smith, Toby Cook, Jacob Todd, Ash Gillings, Benjamin Jagger, Jack Lunn, Wonder Watch, Robert Dickinson, and Max Rossen. So Boll will go to the front. Lunn's on his shoulder. Dickinson on the inside of him as well. Boll looking to control proceedings. There's obviously Yusuf, a slight stumble there. Just a clip of maybe the heels, but he's regained composure and he'll move around the outside of the field. So Boll will lead them into the home straight. The national record holder on home soil, looking to add a national title to his resume in 2022. Lunn's there. Yusuf now surges through at the bell, and they're going to go through at about 58.8. So the first heat went through at about 57 high, so this one's a little bit slower, but you've seen the composure that Boll's shown at the front of the field. On his shoulder is Dickinson. Yusuf is there. Lunn now having to work into the back straight. The wind really just kicking up there, and they'll make the most of it as they sail down the back straight. And you've seen the pace quicken now with Boll, Lunn there. Dickinson to his inside, Yusuf as well. Now it's the top 2 in each heat that go through. So Boll won't want to leave anything to chance. You can see that now as he finds another gear and shifts up round the bend. Lunn in behind him, Dickinson into third. So Boll will lead the field into the home straight. The Olympic finalist, the national record holder, looks to his outside. Lunn's desperately starting to move up, holding on to second place. Stenson trying to fight back on him as well, the South Australian. And it's going to be Stenson that'll slot in behind Boll for the second of the automatic qualifying berths. The national record holder is safe. Stenson moves through. Lunn will have to wait on times.
Wow. The bronze medalist from last year. And he has to wait to see if he can make the final. That is very interesting. It wasn't quick either. 1:54.08 the win for Boll. And that is a bit of a turn up. Some strength from Stenson. Just see him working so hard into that headwind, but Stenson way too strong. We do have Tamsin down track, so with the winner of that heat, Peter Bowl.
I don't want to keep them out here too long because the weather is pretty tough. But Pete, your confidence is just sky high. You did that pretty easy, didn't you?
Yeah, it's all about just getting top 2. So for me, it was about winning it and doing it pretty easy. So felt good. I mean, we're on 54, so that's championship racing. So I'll go out there during the season and try to run at the front. The championships, I'm not worried about times.
It was pretty rough at the bell. I don't know if you felt Jack had to put his hand on your shoulder and it sort of, did that give you a bit of a shock?
Nah, when you race in Europe, you know, a hand is a luxury. There you get a bit of elbows and everything, so that's pretty normal.
Love it, Pete. You look supreme. You look beautiful. Well done.
Thank you. Appreciate it.
I love that. That's a quote. When you race in Europe, a hand is a luxury.
That was a very polite gesture. Respect for the Olympic finalist from some of his compatriots on the national scene. But I like to thinking too, championship racing, not about times, it's just about getting the job done. And he got the job done, and he'll move through to the final.
Now this one will feature the third Olympian from the Tokyo Games, Charlie Hunter in lane 7. He's actually the third fastest Australian of all time with his 1:44.35 that got him into the Olympics. And we'll have the New Zealander on the outside, Brad Mathis, as well. And the silver medalist from the championships last year, Jared McAuliffe, coming out of number 4. Hunter fresh off the World Indoors too. We'll see what he can produce here in the last of our heats. Top 2 plus the next 2 fastest times. And we've already seen some shocks already, with Bandiria Boya missing out on the final. It might be a while. They're introducing this under 17 women's long jump to the crowd with 17 athletes in the field. It's a long intro, so they won't start this race until they get through, and I think that might be it. So it should be too far away now.
The benefit for this third heat is they've at least seen those 2 heats unfold before them, so they know what the task is. We saw Bowl was about a 1:54, the first heat 1:53. They're pretty close. Be interesting to see what happens in the pace of this one.
So from the inside, it's James Healy in 1, and Makata, Vagona, McAuliffe, Gill, Burns, Hunter, then Langbourne, May, and Mathis. And it's a Victorian, Mitchell Langbourne, the junior, straight to the front. He is tearing down the back straight. He is Langbourne straight to the lead. McAuliffe comfortably slotting into second place, and then Harry May, the South Australian, easing around the outside. But this is a fast first 200 metres from Langbourne. He is going out like a rocket, and to be honest, they're going to have to pull him back in if they can, because Langbourne's not slow. He's a 1:51 man, and it's first 2 across the line. This could be the move of the day here from Langbourne.
A gutsy performance by him early to set the tone for it, but he's seen the times before him. He knows what he's capable of, and if he runs to his best, he's right in the mix.
Look, I love this. He's gone through in 51.87 and about 3 seconds later, and he's caused some panic in the athletes behind him. You can see Hunter now making a move around the outside. Harry May sitting in that other automatic qualifying position. They might not get him until 600 metres to go with this big tailwind down the back straight, and I absolutely love this from the 18-year-old Langbourne. They're still trying to get him, but they are closing that gap. He is starting to fade as Hunter has made the move, and the rain has started again. Mathis and then McAuliffe. These are 3 class athletes. Langbourne's still holding on to 4th place there. And they're going to come around into the home straight. It's Charlie Hunter, the Olympian. Then it's Mathis and then McAuliffe. 2 automatic qualifiers, and I think that might be enough to get them through to the final with the early pace set by Langbourne, who's still sitting in 5th position. Mathis coming up the inside. Hunter might be just battling a little bit into this wind. McAuliffe coming on the outside. Mathis has the lead. Hunter finds a little bit extra though, and those 2 are going to go through, and this is way faster. 1:49.05. I think that's going to be enough for McAuliffe to get through, but to be honest, they better be buying something for Langbourne, because he made that happen.
He ran his own race. He set the tone early, and I think Mathis and Hunter, they worked a lot harder than they would have wanted to through that heat. And he's talked about it at the bell. There was the panic within the group. The stronger frame of Mathis maybe just helped him out up the home straight. You can see Hunter desperately trying to go with him, but maybe just didn't have it. McCall, impressive there, but I think we're going to hear from our heat winner, who's down with Tamsin.
We're just talking about how fast Mitch went out. That was just insane pace in a heat, wasn't it?
Yeah, it was awesome. I mean, obviously set us up. So the fastest losers will probably come from our heat. So, you know, I was confident in myself that I'll be able to get through regardless. So just sat in there and then came home pretty strong. So happy.
Well, you're pretty good at a cutthroat championship race. You know, the Commonwealth Games in 2018 was cutthroat, those heats, and you made it through to the final. You know that you can do it. You want to make that Commonwealth Games team again, I can guess. Yeah,
100%. That's obviously the main goal. I'm a championship racer. I turn up for the big ones, so, you know, I'm not necessarily a time trialer, so I like to get out here and just race to who's the best.
Fabulous effort, Brad. This final's going to be pretty sensational. Good luck for it.
Yeah, can't wait. Thanks very much. Cheers.
We can't wait for the final as well. We've seen three very different heats of that 800 metres. Mayborn really set the tone in that second one. Bowl looked very composed. And Mathis looked very powerful. So we go back down to the long jump now. Cardi on the runway, the Victorian. Wind still very blustery here at Sydney Olympic Park on day 6 of the 2022 Chemist Warehouse Australian Track and Field Championships. Next event on the track program will be some of the qualifying rounds for 100 metres, but it's a long jump, under 17 for women. Cardi gets the white flag. Seed time of 5 metres 32. Should bring up Sienna Farrell as the next of those on the runway.
If you come out your hutch, you'll see them.
4 metres 89 there for Cardi. Her opening jump, Farrell will be next to go. Saw on the track a little bit earlier in the program over the high hurdles. Many of the junior athletes qualifying across multiple events. Zoe Farrell second on the day. So her first round attempt. Under 17 women's long jump. On the way, good speed, a bit of space on the front of the board, but will be solid opening attempt at the competition. The white flag goes up. The wind is very much pushing its way down the home straight from the finishing line of the circular track towards the 100 metre start. So testing conditions for the long jumpers, running straight into a headwind. 5 metres 33 there for Farrell, which brings up the West Australian Madison Esquivel to open her competition. Esquivel's seed performance coming in, 5 metres 37. Farrell jumping 5 metres 33 just before, just 4 centimetres off her best. Good jump there for the West Australian. Space on the board as well. But as we've seen in some of the long jump qualifying today, not knowing what the weather's going to do, a safe jump and a legal jump is all important to keep yourself in the competition. See on the replay, good speed, space on the board, just leans back a little bit. 5 metres 12, I think it's going to be. And what we can see on the screens now is a set up for the start line on the 100 metres, and they are reversing it down the home straight here out at Sydney Olympic Park. So they're going to run with the wind at their backs.
This could be absolutely anything, this wind. And you can see that they've down the finish line. You might have noticed last night with the light show that was on behind the blocks, that has now been moved off the track to give them a little bit more room to ease their way through. So this is actually a new thing that they've added to the program for the 100 metres. It is a qualification round. So generally at the Olympics, they do have a pre-round for athletes who either are selected via the universality rule or those that didn't qualify for the event. So these are the athletes outside of the top 40 this year, and these will join the athletes later on in the heats this evening. So this is an exciting opportunity. I actually heard a few of these athletes requested to run this round because, you know, say you're 40th, you're probably not going to make the semi-final, but if you run this pre-round, you're likely to get into the next round. So they actually get 2 runs. So there was a few athletes requesting a spot in these pre-rounds to, you know, give themselves another shot.
And why not? You come to the national championships, great opportunity to race the best, and you come up against athletes in a very similar position and a chance to really earn your way through to the next round, another round of racing, and the way the conditions are, the chance to run a very fast time.
Oh, look, I hope their hammies are very well warmed up, because the way this wind has been blowing could be set for some fast times. Now, they are running 10 metres back from the finish line. You might see those dashes on the line just to aid the athletes when they're accelerating straight, because those lines do continue on in a curve. You see Zoe Chester in this under-17 long jump silver medalist, I think from last year. Chester, based out of North Queensland, Townsville North Star athlete. So they will be finishing at the 90-metre mark. So it's actually visually a bit tougher. There's the finish line there, right at the end of the changeover zone. So our first heat will feature Paralympian Chad Paris in lane 2, Tyson Gent in 3, Andrew Goshnik 4, Mark Renly of Singapore in 5, Jackson Bennett in 6, Justin Kavanagh in 7, Jeremy Boyle in 8, and Nathan Riali in lane 9.
Alan Burke on your screens, next to go in the long jump, under 17 women's competition.
There's a 5:49 for Chester. So I'm not sure what the progression is for these races. They haven't seemed to have made their way onto our sheets. It would be tough to see. Just have to keep an ear out for the grand announcer and see what they come up with for our progressions. Chad Paris has just done a run through, which I understand for him being a T13 visually impaired athlete to actually just spot where the finish line is. So he's done a run through the full 100 metres, because the way the lines work, obviously when you're running a sprint, you finish at the same spot every single time. There's numbers on the line. It's just visually easy to notice. But with the athletes not running backwards down, reverse down the home straight, it's a lot harder to sort of get used to. So I'm glad Chad has gone down there and checked the look. And I know it sounds super dumb, but when you finish 100 metres, or when you're an athlete, you turn left for your whole life. Now, to continue running down the track, they have to turn right. And when you've turned left your entire life, turning right's actually hard to do.
It'd be your natural reaction
Yeah.
when you cross the line. It's so much of the 100 metres, it's instinctive, it's reactive, and you just go by muscle memory in many cases. Very different to Melbourne the other week, where we reversed the 100, but we did down the back straight, so you're still running technically counterclockwise on the circular track, so you still can continue to go left to follow the natural bend, but reverse down the home straight, go right.
And it's could cause some collisions. There's not a lot of runoff back there either, and you're going straight onto some wet grass. So it's a little bit of indoors. We brought the indoors to the outdoors here. Unfortunately, no high jump bags using up there to block off. And it's also an interesting spot where the athletes, it's normally where the 800-metre runners do their warm-ups, and that's where the 100-metre sprinters are. This is Talan Parky. Evangeline Chong, Audrey Nadea Harb and Tara Webb will finish off round 1 in this under-17 women's long jump competition. Just a little bit off the back of the board there for Parky.
He was 9th in last year's under-16 age group. As we mentioned before, we saw Zoe Chester, the silver medalist. Bring Evangeline Chong of Victoria onto the runway. She'll be next to jump. 50, her seed measure coming in to the competition. We now cast our eyes across the start line of this first men's 100-metre qualification rounds. Go back to the long jump, under 17 women. Chong of Victoria on the runway. Some quite blustery conditions here at Sydney Olympic Park. Get a sense of that shortly on the 100 with the wind gauge. We'll get the white flag well behind the board, so some improvement there just by hitting a bit further up. That's a solid opening round for the Victorian jumper. Just 2 more to come. Nadea Harb and Webb. Nadea Harb of New South Wales on the runway.
So the first heat here, first 2 plus the next 7 fastest times through these 5 qualification heats. So away, good start there by Andrew Goshnik of St George in those colours. Kavanagh trying to close hard on the outside. Here comes Kavanagh as well as Jackson Bennett. It's going to be Kavanagh holding on and taking the win with Jackson Bennett. They'll be the 2 automatics, and you can see just how tough it is. The wind gauge, I have no idea what it was because it's not facing us anymore. Maybe 2 point something. So the wind plus 2.1, so almost legal conditions there. And you can see just how tough it was for the athletes to finish their race. And again, hard to even know where the finish line was.
Well, I think we saw with Kavanagh, he went left. He hits the line and just that muscle memory to ease left as you would.
Well, also the track does bend to the right, so hopefully that makes it a little bit easier for them. But they'll be our first autos there, Bennett and Kavanagh. And we do have Tamsin down with a man from lane 2, Chad Paris.
I wanted to grab Chad because it's the first time we've seen you since the Paralympic Games in Tokyo. Talk to us first about those Paralympics. They were pretty special. 5th. You guys were incredible in that 100-metre final.
Yeah, the guys in the race were pretty swift. I ran really well for me, but that wasn't my day then, so pretty disappointed. Shed a few tears out on the track there, and yeah, sort of reevaluated, reset, and yeah, back here now racing.
It's such a hard sport, isn't it? We set the bar pretty high.
Yeah, like I have really high expectations for myself. I went to Tokyo genuinely believing I could win, if not winning a medal. And to come back with 5th was a bit of a sour sort of taste in my mouth, but at the same time, I gave everything that I could, and I left no stone unturned in the lead up to those championships. And yeah, good to just be back out racing again.
Oh my goodness, Chad, we thought you were incredible, and we love following your journey. Now, you walked up before that 100 metres just to check out the finish line.
Yeah, so running backwards down here, it's a really short slow down area. I was lucky to be in lane 2 because you have the bend to run onto, but being vision impaired, I didn't see the finish line until maybe about 5 metres before, so I had the luxury of coming and having a look at where it was, and there was a problem with some of the technical stuff. I don't know what it was, but gave me the chance to do that, and I'll always give me an inch and I'll take a mile with that stuff, so yeah.
Well done. We thought you were incredible in Tokyo for the Paralympics, so well done, and it's great having you back out here.
Yeah, thanks. Good to be out here. I'll be out here a fair few more races this weekend. So, yeah, looking forward to it.
Good, I get to chat to you more.
Absolutely.
Thanks, Chad.
And we love hearing from Chad Paris. He's one of the favourites on that Australian athletics team and wears his heart on his sleeve every time he wears the green and gold. And done some magnificent things on the global stage. But we head back to the start line now for the second of these qualification races in the men's 100 metres. There'll be a full complement of 8 athletes again. And from the left of your screen, there'll be Hugo Whitehead, New South Wales, Andrew Clare, Michael Kamani, Nicholas Bates, Sam MacArthur, and Alexandra Ho of Singapore, Isaac Sharwood, and Philip Munro-Laylam. So we heard from before from Chad Paris and the runoff area, and just that touch of maturity and the smarts to make sure that he could really understand his environment and what he had in front of him.
Well, yeah, exactly. It's something you normally need to go and check out what the finish line looks at and what the runoff is, but it's a brand new thing where it does sneak up on you, and even from the angle that our camera is showing, it is actually hard to pick up just how far away that finish line is, because normally there is no lines for 50 metres and then a finish line, which is what most of the tracks in the world are. And you know, they're going through the walk, the steeplechase line, they go for the 50, the 60, the 70, and then there's the finish line right there. So it can sneak up on you.
The wind just feels like it's picked up a little bit. So we saw 2.1 on that first round race. I feel it's a little bit stronger this time round. But I'm not a meteorologist, so we'll wait and see.
It's first 2 plus the next 7 fastest times. And they'll be back out here at 6:30 for the heats of the men's open 100 metres.
A good chance for them to back up in the same day and get some really strong competition. And the breadth of talent, the depth that we are starting to see in the Australian men's sprint ranks, it's fantastic to see this additional opportunity in this qualifying round. And you see the athletes just going through their own warm-up, their preparation, different approaches across the full field. Visualising what's to come. Others maybe a little bit of nerves. Maybe for one or two a little bit of impatience, wanting to get underway.
Yeah, no, they're getting held a little bit longer than the first heat, so hopefully they can these boys through nice and quickly. It's radioing up through. Obviously, there is a lot that needs to be done technically. Delta Amadzovsky, that's a big jump out there in this under-17 long jump. There's a lot technically to do with our reversing the 100. It's not as simple as just deciding to do it. And there was a point where photo finish, we're almost out of cameras. We're using some cameras to work through some other technical stuff, but thankfully we do have some of the best photo finish judges in the world here in Australia at Sydney Olympic Park. So I think we are good to go for the second of our qualification 100 metres.
It'll be Whitehead, Clare, Kamani, Bate, MacArthur, Ho of Singapore, Sharwood, Munro-Laylam. Second heat, qualification rounds, men's open 100 metres. Quickly up was MacArthur. Ho up swiftly as well. Outside is Munro-Laylam starting to move, but the Singaporean sprinter starting to surge towards the line. Dashing on the inside though, Hugo Whitehead. Deceptive on the read we had, but Whitehead came late and hit the line in front.
Deceptive is the right word. Again, hard to know where the finish line is, even from our angles as we pan across the track. Whitehead really eased his way out, but he was so strong towards the end. Ho got a flyer. And I thought Andrew Clare was holding on well, but Whitehead came home so strong.
Really powerful towards the end. And Clare was right there until the finish. And the field just came back at him, and maybe he just hit a bit of a brick wall.
Well, I wonder if Clare might have got up for second there to get that automatic spot, but we do have Tamsin down there with Hugo Whitehead.
Well, Hugo, that was a pretty impressive last 20 metres.
Yeah, absolutely. I've been really working on that. Probably a bit more work on the starts as well, but yeah, can't get everything right, so happy with that.
It's an interesting concept, isn't it? It's kind of like the Olympics doing these 3 rounds first. How does it feel for the athletes coming out here early and doing this round?
Yeah, look, I think it's great for me. I think, to be honest, I'm not really necessarily in the contention for the final. So for me, get out here, run another round. Couldn't be happier to get another run in. Who knows? Maybe I'll be wrong.
And then you've got to go back to the warm-up track and do a quick turnaround for those heats.
Yeah, quick turnaround, and we'll see what happens. But hopefully I can get a better start.
Well, as long as you fly home like that was pretty impressive. Well done, Hugo.
Thanks so much, Tamsin. Have a good one.
It might actually be beneficial for the guys that are coming in for the qualifications, because for those who've never run backwards down the home straight, again, it is quite deceiving where the lines are. We've seen many an athlete dip 10 metres early, pull up early because they're not sure where it is. So it could actually mean the spot between, making that semi-final or taking a few extra spaces, maybe a couple of scalps as well. So it could be something that is a little bit beneficial for those athletes who are just on the cusp of maybe making the heats, but they've popped out for the qualifications and could see them get 3 runs under their belt.
Indeed, and when you look at the seed times of a lot of these competitors, it's maybe a tenth of a second is separating an entire field. So when we're dealing in hundredths of seconds is the difference between progressing and not, the experiences might just be that.
Exactly. So here is the third of our qualifications. As you see, our men's javelin getting underway. So Kai Mason on the inside, Shakti Rathore in 3, Michael Meester of Great Britain in 4, Philip Baker in 5, Jacob Caesar in 6, McGregor Levy in 7, and Mitchell O'Neill in lane 8. That is your third qualification 100-metre race. First 2 plus the next 2 fastest times to make their way through to the heats at 6:30 this evening. Well, good start there from Meester, the Great Britain athlete. He's out in front with a handy lead so far on the outside. They're trying to close the gap. Here comes Levy hard on the outside. Meester's holding on. And it's going to be close. Meester holds on for the win there. Could not pick second, third or fourth. And that's the good thing with these, the way they've been seeded, is they're such close races because it's the athletes right at the top who just dipped under the qualification in that 10-8s, 10-7s. And we're seeing some fantastic battles.
Brilliant racing, and to them, he was powerful, but they were coming back in late.
I reckon maybe Levy, or it could have been Mason in lane 1. Very tough, and probably going to lose the cameraman soon if they keep standing down that end. Might have to throw the high jump bags out for a little bit of cushioning.
The winner of that.
So we do have Tamsin down trackside with Michael Meester, the winner of our third qualification 100s.
Well, this is pretty similar to the weather that you experienced back home, isn't it?
It is, isn't it? I think I brought it with me, so I apologise to the other athletes here.
Well, that was a fantastic run. Talk to us about the conditions. It's been pretty strange warming up in the rain, and then you got some sunshine then.
It's fantastic, isn't it? I'm really glad they flipped the track as well. It's nice to run with a tailwind here. It's the first time in a little while, so.
You look after our athletes here in Australia. Now, talk to us about why you're out here. You've been here for a couple of months.
So I represent the Air Force back in the UK. and really fortunate to get a lot of time off the sport. So I'm in flying training back in the UK, but I get these holding periods, sometimes up to 6 months, where I'm able to come over here and compete and train in sport. So I train with Sharon and Anne up on the Gold Coast, and it's awesome to be over here. I really enjoy it.
Nice place to pick, the Gold Coast too, as well.
Yes, for sure. It's big change to what we get back home. So it's really, really nice to come over here.
I reckon Sharon will be pretty happy with that run. Well done. You're through to that next round this evening.
Very much. Thank you. See you later.
I was just living the life.
Gold Coast.
Yeah, it's not bad.
Training with Sharon Haddon.
Yeah. Picked a good spot.
Great coach. You can see on the screen they're the competitors in this 4th of the 5 qualification races. Back to the long jump. Lily Vine, Queensland. Her next jump in the competition. Madison Esquivel jumped just before 5 metres 10. And on the start line now is our 4th heat. So we go back to Zoe Chester. Solid jump there for the silver medalist from last year. So back on the track now. It's the sight that awaits this 4th qualification heat. Tyler Klavich, Will Johns of Victoria, Christopher Bruce and Kenneth Bong of New South Wales, the Queenslander Harrison Callow, Ethan Strayer, and Sebastian Moir, New South Wales, and Kalen Hajka of South Australia. The sun just starting to peek through here at Sydney Olympic Park, and just in time for the 4th of these qualification heats. It's about to go. Klavich, Johns, Bruce, Vol, Callow, Strayer, Moore, Hedgka, left to right, both qualification heat. Well out was Callow, Strayer moving, as is Moir, and Hedgka on the inside. Moving in the middle now, Harrison Vong starting to go back at him. It's Callow, and maybe he's just got there. Moir was dashing late, the New South Welshman. Strayer and Callow, but I think it's Callow that'll take the win. Fist bump with his rivals. He knows he's got it. He was quick out of the blocks there, and he just held on.
Yeah, he did have some strength towards the end. Wong in the yellow got out well, and I think it might have been Moyer who just challenged him at the end. Yeah, Callow and Moyer very close. Striker just dipped out of it, unfortunately. Ran out of space towards the end, and they're definitely using this tailwind. We could see some new personal bests from a lot of these athletes. And just, again, a chance for them to get out there and race. It's fantastic.
It's brilliant. I think we've got another tailwind just over the 2s as well. What we can see.
Tough thing is we don't know who won, so we don't know who to interview. So you can grab both of them if you want, Tamsin. Why not?
Yeah, well, we're down here. We're not quite sure. We're looking at the scoreboard. Like, do you guys actually know who won that?
Him, and then we were pretty neck and neck. But I think maybe. I don't want to speak too soon.
I love it. You know what? It was a great start that you got.
Yeah. I don't know. I've just had a good month or so leading up to Nationals, and it's coming together, which is nice.
You know it must be close when they're taking a while to decide. But it was a fabulous run. You must all be happy with how that went.
Yeah, happy that they switched it around so we can get some good times coming through. Hopefully it can come through when we go to the heats as well for the next round. So that's the idea.
Well, and it's actually quite sunny now, so it's not too bad conditions, is it?
Yeah, no, it's been quite nice recently. I know earlier in the day it was raining quite a lot, so to get nice tailwind, nice sun, it can't ask for much more than that.
Well done, guys. That was a fabulous race. We'll wait and see who won it, but it was brilliant to watch. Good luck in the next round.
I think watching the replay, I'm even more confused than I was in the call. I'm starting to doubt. But
it's tough.
That's why we've got the best photo finish judges in the business. Janet Nixon and her team downstairs doing a tremendous job.
Well, that's it. And it will take a little bit longer, obviously, with the reverse camera. It's not fully connected into the profile, so we get those times straight up onto the board because it's run reverse. So that is the sacrifice we make for this running backwards down the track. And then, look, these guys are taking this opportunity and running with it.
Literally. And when it's in the name of fast times, I think the results will happily wait a couple of moments as we head back to the long jump to Land Parky of New South Wales on the runway. We're in the second round of the competition. A field of 17 jumpers to contest the medals in this under 17 women's long jump. Day 6 of the Chemist Warehouse Australian Track and Field Championships packing on the runway.
So the final one of our qualifications on the start line. Hansford in 2, Gabricini's in 3, Singh in 4, Semler 5, Sullivan 6, Okarenyang in 7, and Turner in 8. Well, fast start there from Hansford on the inside, and Okarenyang as well. 2 athletes on his inside, Sullivan and Semler. But here comes Hansford in lane 2, looking strong. Who's going to take the other automatic qualifier? And it's going to be Karabadzini's in the inside lane there. Some great running. Not sure how accurate our clock is down the bottom. That's pretty fast, though, from Hansford in the inside lane. Again, they've turned the wind gauge to face the finish line area, so I have no clue how fast the wind was, but 3.6, so maybe that was close. But there it is, Hansford, and it has to be the New South Welshman. Karabadzini's there, grabbing the second place in the other automatic qualifier, plus 3.6 the wind. And Hansford, the winner there, and that wraps up our qualifications for the 100 metres. They'll be back for the 100 metre heats. And we have Tamsin with the winner, Michael Hansford.
Well, that was a nice tailie, wasn't it? 3.6?
Yeah, a bit blowy. That's all right, that's what we come here for. It's good.
It's pretty tough, you know. You would have been pretty close to going straight through to that next round later because, I mean, you run in Victoria. We have horrible conditions all the time. You were second at our state championships and you ran a personal best at the end of last year at Box Hill. It's hard running sprints in Victoria, isn't it?
Yeah, we don't often get the conditions we'd like in Vic, but I actually did qualify. I requested to run this round because come here to run fast, want as many opportunities as possible. So.
Okay, that makes more sense because I was thinking, what is Mike doing in this race? Okay, so did you get out of the race what you were after?
I think so. It's a nice warm-up for the heats tonight, so feeling good.
Brilliant. Well, good luck for that next round.
Thanks, Danson. Thanks, guys.
Taking the opportunity. Bull by the horns. Just another one who, you know, that experience now of having that run, an athlete who could have been in straight to the heats, has that run under the legs. I know a lot of people do like having a run before the next run, warms them up, and with the semi-finals tomorrow, he's almost a step ahead of some of the guys who might just be on the edge of those heats. So he could find himself in the semi-finals if they go from, what have we got, 5, 10, 40, 57? I think they're going to go with 56, 57. So, look, there you go. He could be in the semi-finals with 3 runs under his belt. It's a lot more than many people get.
Well, he would have benefited from the 3 runs at the state championships where he finished second, so follow a similar model here at the Nationals. Gets 2 on the first day. Hopefully he gets a 3rd into the semis, and when you're in a semi, anything can happen. We go back to the long jump. That's Audrey Daya-Harb. Go back to the replay screen. Still a little bit of space on the front of the board between the front of her foot. Webb now of New South Wales, Tara Webb. The 17th and final jumper in this second round of the competition for the under-17 women. We'll just have a look at the meet national record for this age group. A couple of familiar names there. The meet record was set back in 2011 by Na Anang, the Queenslander. We've seen not only on the long jump runway and where the green and gold, but also found a way onto the track over the 100 metres and into a relay squad.
Yeah, she'll be in the 100 metres later on tonight in those 100-metre heats. The 2019, she did the long jump 100 double, which unbelievably had not been done before at the Australian Championships the entire time. And I think this is our 99th staging of the Australian Athletics Championship. So to think that Na Anang, it took till 2019 for her to, well, actually this would have been the 100th if we didn't miss the Nationals due to COVID. It'll be next year. The 2023 champs will be the 100th staging of these championships. But yeah, for someone to, took that long for someone to win the long jump 100 double is, just shows how good that performance was.
It was indeed. As we see Tara Webb, the white flag from the judge in the long jump, and that'll conclude the second round of jumping in this under 17, and the national record in this age group held by Nicole Bogman, 6 metres 55. Incredible jumping. We head back to the top of the table. Our first jumper, Danica Murray of Queensland, came into the competition. The seed jump of 5 metres 62. Webb jumping 5 metres 36 on that last attempt.
She's good jumping into this. Well, we just saw a plus 3.6, so I don't think that the wind's going to be just as bad going back into their face as Murray comes in for her third round attempt, just a little bit off the back of the board, unfortunately, there for the Queenslander.
And as we pan out to the infield, you see the men's javelin warming up. This will be their qualification rounds. The auto qualifier for them will be 74 metres. So a couple of them, that's well within their grasp. Looking to get the spear right out there. One and done. Put it away and come back for the final.
No separate pool for that one, so just the 16 athletes contesting that.
Teresa Anthony now on the runway for Queensland. Danica Murray, 4 metres 83 with her third round attempt, just jumping prior.
The wind's starting to come across just a little bit here on our long jump competition, so switching a little bit from south, a little bit easterly as well. We'll be copying the full force of that. It's going to be tough for those javelin throwers. You see Hamish Peacock getting his one right up and out there. It's going to just fall short of the 60-metre mark. He got fourth in this round as Anthony gets her first jump. Third jump. Up and out there. And we do have Tamsin with the winner of the men's ambulant javelin throw competition, Michael Burian.
I've just been getting taught how to actually pronounce it properly. Mikkel, is that right?
Oh, Michael.
See, honestly.
That's why Michael works better.
And I love it because I've known you for so long because you compete for Sandringham. I love your story of getting into athletics. Now, when you were training over in the Czech Republic, you actually trained and saw Jan Zalesny throwing.
Yeah, so he's basically originally from my club where I studied athletics, so that's kind of a big motivation.
And then you came out to Sandringham and you were just throwing there just because you wanted to continue throwing the javelin and didn't realise that you had that ability to be in the Paralympic team.
Yeah, well, I didn't realise it up until really, you know, we had a chat with Kim Mulhall and she suggested it. So ever since then, that's how I got into it.
Well, and Tokyo is pretty impressive. You know, the silver medal with a PB.
Thank you. yeah, no, it was great experience. Obviously throwing PB, world record. Yeah, what else you can wish for? So, yeah, fantastic.
Well, we loved it. We love having you in the green and gold. Talk to us about this season. There's not as much on the cards for you guys for the Javelin. So how was the competition today?
Well, yeah, since the World Championship in Japan got cancelled, we kind of decided this year to focus more on training, getting strong. So that's sort of the plan for this year. And based on that, we didn't really expect it such a long throws today, which happened. It wasn't that great. So yeah, not super great performance today, but I believe, you know, December comes, it will be flying again.
Well, no doubt your coach Nick Balthus will have it all sorted, but well done. Loving having you out here and great to see you again after that silver medal. Well done.
Nice to see you too. Thank you.
Well, from one javelin champion to a javelin competition in the men in their open ranks, back to the long jump. Now the 17 women. Delta Amadzovsky. Now back to Saxon Ward of New South Wales. Their state champion. And unleashing the spear, but just got caught up in the wind, maybe stalled a little bit and dropped on him.
Yeah, I think it's going to take a real lucky throw to get that automatic qualified today. Someone that just gets to the runway, the top of the runway when there's a little bit less wind, finds the right little channel through that breeze and gets a good one out there. So on the rise, Caitlin Lim from Western Australia. That was Amadzovsky before. She does lead the competition with 5.98 in her previous round. So Lim has the best of 5.27 so far. Feeling the way this wind's blowing into our face here, it might take a left-handed thrower to really take advantage of this wind.
It also has been quite gusty too, so not steady and predictable.
No, definitely not. And again, it could rain at literally any moment. But looking out east, there are some blue skies as well out there as Evelyn John Jimmy on the runway. Her best of 5.03 after the first two rounds. That was a good launch there. Looked like Cruz Hogan. He went up near the 70-metre mark. 74 is that auto. That'll be Cameron McIntyre from New South Wales in the men's javelin qualification. Jump there from John Jimmy.
Cameron McIntyre now on the runway, men's javelin. Bronze medalist last year, national championships. Comes in. And that's right out there. That's probably one of the best we've seen so far. Out close to that 75-metre tape. It'll be one of the standards to watch.
Yeah, look, being that close, you'd have to say it'll get him through to the final. I can't see many getting it over the 74-metre mark today.
Bit of a shrug.
So,
that'll do. Reece Stein should be next up on the runway in the Javelin. But coming up shortly on the track, it'll be the under 17 men's 400 metres. It'll be the first of 3 heats. With the top 2 in each heat that will automatically advance to the final. The next 2 fastest across the 3 will also progress to the medal race. So the first heat will have 7 competitors. From the bottom of your screen in lane 2, New South Wales, Jarvis Rosette. Queensland's Ethan Platt will start in lane 3. Thomas Schaefer, Victorian 4. Xavier Sims, a Queenslander in 5. Outside of him, it's Ferdinand Yemius, the Victorian. Daniel Hildyard, South Australia in 7. And at the top of your screen, Ballock, New South Wales. That'll be the first of these 3 heats, under 17 men's 400 metres. Back to the Javelin, Reece Stein. His club colours, Asics West. Ready to go.
You can just see the wind, how the Javelin just dived into the turf. Once it hit it peak, there was no float out there. Just went up, straight back down. So you can just see how tough the wind is pushing against the nose of that Javelin, pushing it just straight down into the ground.
It did. It dropped around about that 60-metre mark, so it just shows you that last throw from McIntyre, how strong that was. Start line, under 17, 400 metres. First of 3 heats. Top 2, straight into the medal race. The Sims was out well for Queensland in 5. Ballock of New South Wales will lead him into the back straight, though starting from the outside lane. Yamias moves up to the shoulder of Hildyard, the South Australian, the Victorian moving well in lane 6. Back in the field it's Sims, Schaefer, Platinum, Rosette. But Ivan Ballock holding it halfway. The New South Welshman move through 200 metres, holding the lead. Vanderman, Yamias of Victoria now moving back at him, and they're the top 2 at this stage. Rosette of New South Wales working the bend nicely from the inside lane. He'll have 3rd place in his possession as they straighten for home. Ballock holding him on the outside. Yemius in the middle, charging against Rosette. Top 2 are through to the medal race. Ivan Ballock will take the heat win, and Ferdinand Yemius will cross in 2nd.
It's got to be tough work down the home straight. Some great running down the back to set that race up, but Ballock very strong. And to show strength like that into the headwind that they're going to face down this home straight is absolutely fantastic. And look how hard he was working. This kind of wind is definitely going to suit those athletes who do go out a little bit harder and tend to set up the races. If you're trying to close that gap down the home straight, it is not going to be easy. So if you can set yourself up in a good position at the 300, I think that's probably how we're going to see the places go.
Tactically smart running there from Ballock, because he really did go out hard and set the tone early for it. And as you said, Lynchy, reap the rewards. Back to the Javelin. Jarno van der Linden, Western Australia, on the runway. That one too, just felt the impact of the conditions. Just dropping just around that 50-metre mark. Ballock was 50.27 seconds for that heat win. Jarvis Rosette was in 3rd, 52.18. So that's the time we keep in mind as our current fastest non-automatic qualifier.
So the next heat will feature 6 athletes in the field. In lane 2, it's the South Australian Joshua Morrow. In 3 from New South Wales, Evander Kelly. 4 from New South Wales, Lucas Campbell. In 5 from Victoria, Marcus LaFontaine Pollard. In 6 from Victoria, Joshua Sullivan. And in 7 from New South Wales, Lachlan Herbert. Herbert comes in with a sub 50-second seed time, so much for him to replicate the fast start from Ballard, you would think. On the outside, this is the Oliver Blackburn from Victoria. Getting a big throw out there. So 6 athletes on the start line here for the second of our heats, under 17, 400 metres. First 2 plus the next 2 fastest times. So again, from the inside, it's Morrow of South Australia, then Kelly, Campbell, LaFontaine, Pollard, Sullivan and Herbert. And it's Herbert, the New South Welshman, having the best of the starts. Campbell's gone far past LaFontaine, Pollard. So it's a New South Wales 1, 2, 3, probably having the best of the runs as they work their way down the back straight with a very handy tailwind. The fastest athlete in the field, Lachlan Herbert, having a fantastic first 200 metres. Joshua Sullivan starting to make a move now, the Victorian. And on the inside, Lucas Campbell as well. They're going to turn into the home straight. It's going to be Lachlan Herbert right on the outside. Then it's Campbell and Sullivan. LaFontaine Pollard not out of the picture either. The lead goes to Herbert, but Sullivan's making a late charge and LaFontaine Pollard striding home hard. Herbert and Sullivan. Sullivan's going to ease his way to his shoulder, and they're both going to flick the switch off. 50-0-0 for Sullivan and Herbert. They give each other a high five. Some great running there from the 2 New South Wales athletes.
And 2 heats and 2 wins from the outside lane. So both really setting up the pace. You can watch down the home straight there. Sullivan starting to really charge back. And Herbert of New South Wales, who set the race up well. Both did enough to advance through to the medal race in this championship final. The next event will be this third of the 3 heats of this under-17 men's 400 metres. The athletes are setting up their blocks. As we have a look at the times, Lachlan Herbert just ticking under 50-second mark, 49.99. And Marcus LaFontaine Pollard, his time 50.79 seconds. Indeed, Lucas Campbell's time in 4th position, 51.40, would see him duck inside faster than on all the qualifiers from that first heat. So they're in the pole position at the moment. Second place comfortably through was Joshua Sullivan, 50.05, but 50.79 and 51.4 are the times to beat. As we go back to Hamish Peacock in the Javelin. Commonwealth Games silver medalist from 2018.
Again, the nose just getting hit by the wind and being pushed straight down. Peacock, you'd think you'd be used to conditions kind of like this. It's not too dissimilar to an afternoon. Probably this is a beautiful summer's day in Tasmania, you'd have to say.
It's down at the Domain Athletics Centre.
Yep. There's some wind at the Domain. If it's windy there, geez.
Some very swift sprint times with the wind at your back down there. Get some impressive javelin performances down there when they swing it around the right way too.
Yeah, that's right. This looks like Kane Simmons next to throw. So, just talking to Mike Barber, coach and husband of Kelsey Lee Barber, our world champion. I just asked him what would his advice be to throw when you're throwing into this kind of wind. And that's very good advice. He said, throw from the other end. So, look, I agree. Throw from the other end. I'm not sure why they aren't, but look, that's what they're dealing with, and they're all in the same conditions.
It is. But on the track is this under-17 men's 400 metres. Away from the inside, it's Gilbert, McLeish of Victoria, Woodward and Plapp of Tasmania, Briggs of Queensland, Pay, South Australia, really setting the the scene for this one down the back straight like we have in the first 2 heats. Outside lane, go out hard, hold on. And that's what Pay is doing for South Australia. The battle is on in behind him for the minor placings at this stage. And the New South Welshman and Tasmanian working through as well. So Pay leads into the straight. Inside, it's the Victorian and Gilbert starting to fight through. Clapper, Tasmania charging at him in the middle. Pay's going to hold on. Moving swiftly, it's Clapp. And it'll be the South Australian and Tasmanian go 1-2, 50.11. But that was an emphatic statement from the South Australian. He went out hard, hung on, got the win.
Yeah, it was a great run from G-Man Pay. His coach actually came up earlier to let me know. We've seen Pay develop over the last few years that he's actually just received his Australian citizenship this Tuesday. So his family, Liberian, making his way to Australia and receiving his Australian citizenship only a few days ago. And the Liberians have a fantastic sprint. So Joseph Van Bula represented Liberia in Tokyo and made the final of the 200 metres. I think it's Emmanuel Matandi, who was the 100-metre runner. You can check up, they had one of the best looking uniforms in Tokyo, the Liberians. They were a high-level fashion designer was also Liberian, so they got together, made this a pretty cool and pretty hectic uniform that it really, it is interesting. It is very interesting, but G-Man Pay, he was too good in that race, and it seemed every athlete on the outside lane won the race.
It was 3 from 3. We've got the under-18 men's 400 metres up shortly, so we'll be able to see if that continues on as well. So the Queenslander there on the runway in the Javelin. Looks like Jeremy Davis. Back to the long jump, it's Webb. So into what is the 4th round of jumping this under-17 women's long jump. So, in fact, it's the last jump of the 3rd round. Tara Webb, 5 metres 36 is her best. So Webb about to go her 3rd attempt at the bottom of this long jump competition. It'll be around her best for the competition so far, best 5:36. 4:95 was last for Audrey Adea Hub. As we head back to Reece Stein in the Javelin. The sun just started to cut through again here at Sydney Olympic Park. Not a moment too soon.
I've stolen Lynch's seat. I saw him go for a break and I thought I'm going to come up and steal his seat just so I could sit here with you, Tom, for a bit.
Please do. Just in time for the Javelin. We've got the long jump. And we can offer you a roof as opposed to trackside.
Oh my goodness. And you know what? The sun is shining out there. I've come up at the complete wrong time, haven't I? Like I've really got to get things sorted, but it's been so tough trackside for the athletes and the officials. I can't tell you enough just how difficult during that women's walk. That was when the rain was going sideways. I was so impressed with how tough those young athletes were, just how they were able to keep focused and be able to just keep up their game plans and finish the races out, because it was so tough out there.
And so composed. The race winner from Western Australia, Alexandra Griffin, she didn't go straight to the front, but she worked her way into it, and the way that she spoke afterwards about the community of the race walkers, and they've kept her in it and kept her motivated, and she did a magnificent job.
She was. You know, sometimes you speak to these juniors and some of them really hate that interview, that microphone in their face, but you could tell she was just a really great talent in terms of the way that she was able to speak and talk about exactly how the race went, and also make you feel like you wanted to join the walks community, because she just sold it for us, didn't she?
She did indeed, and even the collegiality with her competitors from New South Wales who she remembered from the last championships you were here, and when you think that they've missed championships in between because of COVID and everything that comes together, it just shows you the strength within that community, and it's fantastic to see, because it's hopefully what brings them back year on year to championships to events around the country.
Yeah, it's been tough for these athletes. When you think about places like Victoria, where you're from and I'm from, where there was a 5-kilometre radius that you weren't allowed to leave during COVID for an hour, it's very hard to train as a distance athlete within that 5K. As a sprinter, you'd be pretty happy with that because you don't want to go any further.
Well, if you're 400-metre runner, which we're about to see in the under-18 men's 400, you only need is a little track and hopefully one that was within your radius, and you can keep on pushing through. But we've got a list of 7 competitors in this first of the 3 preliminary heats. Under-18 men's 400 metres. Jacob Smith of Victoria will go from lane 2. Nick Muir of New South Wales, Logo Tlegi of South Australia, Declan Morrison, the West Australian, Hayden Todd of the ACT, Finn Staple, and Max Kennedy of the Victoria and Queensland in particular. Now, we've seen in the first 3 of those under-17 heats, as we head into the under-18, the outside lane has had the advantage. Now, 400 metres, one of your areas of specialty. Is that the tactic you need in these type of conditions?
You know, I think when the heats are just randomly drawn, you have to learn to run these championship races from each lane. So it's actually quite a good thing to get the outside lane, so you have to run scared. I think the benefit of being on the outside on a day like this is that you do run scared. You've got no other choice about it, so you have to run out quite fast, and then you find yourself in that front straight already leading, and then you'll get a good time, rather than athletes that are maybe just a little bit more reserved. And they take it a little bit easier. But I'm looking forward to seeing Hayden Todd from the ACT in this race. He runs a good 800 as well, and he was the New South Wales champion over this distance, so he's probably the one to watch.
Hayden Todd, lane 6, the ACT. It's the first of 3, top 2 straight through the final. Next 2 fastest across the 3. Advance on time. Todd was out well in lane 6. Outside of him, it's Staple and Kennedy. Moving swiftly with them is Declan Morrison, the Western Australian. So Staple goes up to the shoulder and Kennedy down the back straight. Todd is rolling nicely. Morrison, Tlegi, Muir and Smith inside of them. As Smith just started to drop back a little bit. Muir of New South Wales moves up past Tlegi, but strong at the front. It's Todd now starting to work through. Staple is there, Todd on his inside, and they're really starting to motor now. So it's Todd and Staple into the home straight, top 2 straight through to the final. Staple holds him, but Todd now starting to move up to his shoulder. Has that little bit more as they move up the straight. Edges to the lead. Tlegi and Morrison charging back at them late. But Hayden Todd, he's strong, he's impressive, and he's won the first heat. That was a great run, Tamsin.
It was. Now, it was interesting because he is an 800-metre runner, has run a good 1,000 metres as well. You could see when he came out of the blocks, it wasn't his go that first 50 metres, and he ran so clever because he focused on his own race plan. He was strong down that back straight. When he got up and running, he ran beautifully relaxed down that back straight and held his form through that, you know, that often called dead bend in a 400 metres, that top bend, and he was able to come home and hold his form. But a great run also by Finn Staple, the Victorian.
It wasn't. So they'll go straight through to the final as we jump back to the Javelin. And Neil Chance of Queensland just keep the jab inside the V around that 50-metre mark. So again, those blustery conditions just providing some challenges for our men in that event. Before we head back to the track now, which will be the second of the 3 preliminary heats, under 18 men's 400 metres. The meet record in this event held by Kurt Mockay of New South Wales. So back in 2006, 47.27. Very swift going, and then you look at that national record, 45.96. It stood the test of time.
Oh, Greenie, Paul Green, fabulous, fabulous runner. Went to the 1994 Commonwealth Games and was one of the star athletes of those games. He was pretty popular in the team as well. He is a good musician as well, really good musician. After his athletic career, he's gone on and done some great things with his music.
What's his specialty?
Guitar.
There you go.
Yeah, it's a bit of an acoustic man. He was very cool. I remember being a 15-year-old at my first Commonwealth Games team thinking he was so cool. Good old Paul Green.
Talented on the track and talented with the acoustic guitar in hand. See the start list up on the screen. Under 18 men's 400 metres, it's the second of the 3 heats. Blake Bonney, Caleb Kilpatrick, Corey Dewar, Jesus Doherty, Jet Grundy, Lachlan Wood and Callum Rand of New South Wales.
Now, some of these athletes, you know, because the program is so long over the week, you find them running in age groups that aren't necessarily their age group, because they'll want to focus on a shorter sprint, or, you know, maybe the 800 in their age group, and then they'll work out that there's still one at the back end. Now, Caleb Kilpatrick, he is running up an age group here. He's still quite young. He was 07 born, and he was the Victorian champion in the under-16. 400, 100 and 200. So he is running outside of his age group here, just so he can obviously put that 400 into his program.
And so when we look at a lot of the starters on him, most of them are 2005 born. So it does show the extra 2 years. But looking at his seed time, he's going to be right in the hunt. 49.31 coming into this. So
yep,
there he is on screen.
He ran that in Box Hill in Victoria in December, and he's an athletics Chilwell lad and really big talent. So I'm really looking forward to seeing how he goes here in this 400 metres. He's got that great 100 speed that he can really utilise in a heat where you can get out well and then just not switch off as such, but not force the pace down that back straight, especially with the tailing.
Well, he'll go from lane 3. He'll settle into his blocks. Second heat, top through to the middle race. So he was out strong, Kilpatrick. On the outside, it's Rand and Wood of New South Wales. Wood will move up to the shoulder of Rand. Grundy of Queensland. Doherty, the South Australian, and moving up nicely is Kilpatrick as the rain just starts to drift in here. But down the back straight, it's Wood and Rand that'll lead them through halfway. Kilpatrick starting to move through now. And he'll face a great challenge there from Corey Dewar of New South Wales on his outside. So Wood and Rand have really set the pace. They've gone out hard. Will it catch up with them into the straight? You can just start to see the field come back at them. Top 2 go into the medal race. The rest will have to wait on times. Wood and Rand. Now it's Kilpatrick starting to come back. The Queenslander in the middle. It's Grundy's really flying. Get Grundy up into second. But Caleb Kilpatrick, he's composed. And that's a 49.42 in some pretty testing conditions.
Wow. You know, the amazing thing about that race was when they started, the conditions were completely different to what it was like down the back straight. The wind, the rain really hit them. We can see here, Lachlan Wood, he did so well in the first 300 metres, but because the conditions are so tough, if you haven't left anything in the bank, when you hit that front straight and that big headwind, then you're going to have happen what happened to Lachlan Wood. But he put everything on the line there and just got a little bit lactic and couldn't hold his form. But whereas you saw with the Queenslander, Jet Grundy, he was fabulous. He really ran a great race plan. He used the wind nice and relaxed down the back straight, saved something for that front straight, was able to lift. And it almost looked like he was kicking, but it was just that he hadn't used as much energy and the others were probably dying a little bit more, and he held his form very well. But it was a fabulous race.
He had a great last 50 metres because he was back 4th, 5th, and he really came through and moved into that automatic qualifying position.
Great run by Caleb Kilpatrick, the youngster. You know, it's a hard thing to come to a championships and run a nationals with the pressure on your shoulders, but not only to do that, he did it up an age group, and he stayed really cool and calm. When he would have seen the New South Wales on the outside of the lane going really fast early, he stayed calm and he stuck to his race plan. That's a mature race by the youngster.
For him, it was somewhere between 200 and 300 that you started to see him come back, and he was happy to let them hold that advantage.
Yeah, good coaching. You know, the coaches that we don't see out there, they will be talking to their athletes, and not necessarily do the athletes get it right. They'll learn from it when they get it wrong, but the coaches will be telling them about these conditions and what they should try to attempt to do. And I think a lot of the coaches will be telling their athletes, just really use that tailwind down the back straight, but you have to use it by being quick and relaxed. No tension down that back straight. You have to make sure that you save a little bit for that front straight, but you've got to use the speed down the back.
Well, we'll see what happens in this third heat. It's the third and the final heat of the under-18 men's 400 metres. 8 competitors, a full complement. They'll run from lanes 2 out to lane 9. Tom O'Rourke of Victoria at the bottom of your screen will start in lane 2. We saw the start list on the screen just before. Brendan Williams, Joe Chigwood of South Australia in 4, Michael King, New South Wales, Henry Madsen of Tasmania, the 2 Victorians, Samuel Alvey and Luke Goff in 7 and 8, and Lachlan Dewar in lane 9 for New South Wales. So we've seen a plethora of conditions in these first 2 heats. I think we're going to see a pretty consistent bit of rain, and they'll face the tailwind down the back. The headwind's going to come at them up the home straight.
Yeah. Well, in this heat, the Victorians are doing really well in the 400s, but in this heat, I'd probably suggest to watch the Victorians again. O'Rourke, was second in the Victorian Championships in a personal best of 49.33. And in lane 8, Luke Goff, the 17-year-old, he ran 49.25 for a PB at the high velocity meet there at Landy Field in Geelong. So he was third at the Vic Champs, but it was an incredible race. It was a really, really incredible race to watch. And sometimes in these junior ranks where there's competition around you, that's what you have to do. You have to lift to match them, and it's actually really handy. Sometimes athletes want to have it all their own way, but it's really handy when you've got a talented group coming through because they learn that pressure running in their own state.
Well, the pressure is on because only the top 2 go straight through to the medal race at this Chemist Warehouse Track and Field Championships under 18 men's 400 metres. 3rd heat about to go. The Dewa will lead them out from lane 9. Out after him, it's Goff and Alvey. Moving swiftly in the middle, that's Michael King of New South Wales. Holding the stagger early, O'Rourke and Williams. In lanes 2 and 3, the South Australian moving through, that's Chigwardin. So Dewa setting them out from lane 9, moving at them now. It's Goff, Alvey coming back on them as Goff moves through to the lead, but the inside lane's really now starting to move. Brendan Williams of Queensland coming through, it's O'Rourke of Victoria. Work to do, they both do. But Madsen in the middle, coming at them, the Tasmanian. The ACT man is moving swiftly as well. For Victoria, it's O'Rourke on the inside, charging on the outside. It's Alvey and Goff. Goff is now really motoring over those last stages, and he'll hit the line and take the win. 50-53, the 3 Victorians. They entered the home straight in a completely different order. They finished a different order again, but an impressive run there from Luke Goff.
Tim, this is one of the things where that race hardness was really important. In this final 100 metres, you can see that King was just a little bit wooden and see him rocking and rolling. Just didn't have what it took in terms of the finishing kick, but he was fabulous to that first 300, and he'll learn a lot from that race. Michael King, the New South Wales athlete. But the Victorians, because they've had to race against each other and they've got that race hardness at that pace, that top-end pace that's required, and they're also at a state championship, they've had that pressure of going through the rounds and then running the final against athletes that are so close together. That was a fabulous, fabulous heat to watch, and isn't that final going to be incredible?
It's going to be a great one. We'll just wait and see where we get to with those non-automatic qualifying times. So 51.15 looks like 3rd place to Tom O'Rourke. 50.52 for the win, 50.81 for 2nd place for Goff and Alvey. So O'Rourke at 51.15. We'll just have to wait and see where that fits in.
And you know, the other thing is, with the conditions being the way that they are, you know, the first heat has good conditions, and then the second one has the wind and the rain come into it, and then the 3rd heat, you know, has got the wet track. You know, I mean, it's already wet, but it's that little bit wetter from the downpour that just happened. So the conditions are really playing a big part in some of these heats, not necessarily for the first person across the line, but for those, you know, minor places where they're trying to sneak through to get to a final, because let's not forget how important making a final is at a national championships. That's still very, very important.
When you put this into context, it's the top 8 in the country in your event, in your age group, and in this case, there's many stepping up age groups, so it's not exclusive to just those of your age. Back to the long jump, it's Farrell. Into the 4th round of jumping. So this competition, as we talked about the complexity of changing conditions within a couple of races, this competition's been underway for the best part of an hour now, and they've seen it all.
I know the poor things, I feel for them. And it's one of those things where the sand, with all the rain that we've had, is so compact that it's quite sore, I think, jumping into that. Some of the athletes have talked about how the sand is actually hurting them a little bit because it is really hard. It's compacted down by the rain. But again, we're making our athletes super tough for moving forward.
They've experienced everything as they have gone through the 6 days so far of the championships, multiple events. We've seen Farrell on the track in the high hurdles earlier. She was a triple jump medalist last year, so there's many doing multiple events across this program. As we go across to the start line on the back straight, this will be the open men's ambulant 1500 metres. That'll be the next event to get underway. You'll see the start list up on your screen now. Angus Hicksman, Carla Manolitis, Kyle McIntosh, Daniel Bounty, Daniel Malone, Jack White, Aaron Houston, Dion Kenzie. Reese Langdon completes the field of 9. We'll have a series of these 1,500-metre ambulant and then wheelchair events, and we'll see some of Australia's best contesting this. Dion Kenzie is the former world champion and bronze medalist at the Paralympic Games. And Daniel Bounty, he was placed 6th over in Tokyo as well. And there's a bit of depth in this category. Parrot, 1,500 metres. And the competitors across a couple of different classifications as well. There's oohs and ahs from the crowd. And everyone just getting a little bit warm up, just testing out the fire flares ahead of some of the finals a little bit later tonight. So that was welcome. A little bit of a surprise. So Dion Kenzie is the one that comes in with the credentials, the bronze medalist, former world champion. The youngster, Reese Langdon, T38 athlete, has recently been internationally classified. His best around about the 3:52.56 mark, which would have been the Australian record prior to his classification. And Angus Hinksman is just 16 years old in this field. He'll wear hip number 1, so that is the inside of the track. You can see him with the headband in the New South Wales team kit. The final has been introduced to the crowd. 9 competitors on the 1,500 metres start. So they're away now. So Reese Langdon of the ACT will move across. Dion Kenzie will slot in behind him. Then it's Daniel Bounty. So the talent and the experience move straight to the front of the field. Bounty in the 4th, the tall figure in the maroon top of Queensland. Kenzie's in 2nd. And they'll move themselves into the home straight for the first time.
Yeah, Langdon actually ran the heats yesterday in the able-bodied 1,500 metres, so see just how heavy those legs are. They go through the first 300 metres. That's Victorian Daniel Malone getting up into 2nd place, easing his way around the outside. Kyle McIntosh as well. But Dan Bounty, who was in that Tokyo Paralympic final, the 1,500 metres, he's tucked in behind Kenzie. But Langdon looking pretty comfortable at the back straight there. Making some moves around the outside. Malone still holding on to that 2nd place. Kenzie, then McIntosh and Bounty, shoulder to shoulder. And they go through 500 metres, 1/3 of the way in this 1,500 metre Parrot Ambulant Open race. And Hinksman, the youngster, just off the back of that. This is Zoe Chester in this under-17 long jump competition. Her last jumps here. Here's a big move, though, from Bounty. He wants to stay close to Kenzie. Langdon still sitting in 1st place. Then Malone, Kenzie, Bounty, McIntosh, and then the youngster, Angus Hinksman. So Bounty, Hinksman, Kenzie, and Langdon, all T38 athletes, all the same classification. Malone and McIntosh, both T20 athletes. Go through 2:11.96 through the first 800 metres.
It's been Reese Langdon since the outset. He went straight to the front and he's held it all the way. He set the tempo for this field. Danny Malone in behind him. Then it's Kenzie up onto his shoulder. Bounty just dropping back a little bit now. So Kenzie now starting to move forward, assert his presence, the bronze medalist for the Paralympics, towards the front of the field now. Bounty now starting to move. Doesn't want to give Kenzie a break at the bell. So Kenzie's hot on the tail of Langdon, the emerging precocious talent. Kenzie, the veteran, and Bouncy there in third. It's 1 lap to go in the Para 1500 metre final.
So Langdon ran 3:58 last night in the Open. Able-bodied 1500 metres. What has he got left with this? 1 lap to go. The T38 athletes. This is where the medals are, and it's Kenzie's making the move around the outside. Langdon responds just a touch. Bounties needs to get back onto that trail as Hinksman's hot on his heels. Malone sitting back there in 5th position. And 250 metres left to go, and the South Australian youngster goes past Bounty with 200 metres left. They're trying to close the gap. Hinksman's looking good. He's all full of running as he's got Kenzie in front of him. 150 metres left to go. Langdon still has control of this race. Hinksman goes wide to try and get around Kenzie. This is where the sprint's going to come from, down the home straight. The wind is settling and Langdon looks strong here. A big burst of speed from Langdon to get in front. Hinksman's got himself in front of Kenzie. Bounty holding on the 4th, but Langdon looks around and he's going to take the gold medal here. 4:03.95. Hinksman and Kenzie, then Bounty. Now your first 4, fantastic battle there down the home straight. T38 athletes, first 4 across the line.
What about the run from Hinksman?
Oh, fantastic run.
Where did he come? He was 5th halfway down the back straight. He was challenging, and he's gone shoulder to shoulder with one of the greats. And he'll walk away with a PB, I think. And
well, yeah, 4:06.25, and he came with a 4:12. That is a massive run there from Angus Hinksman. It's probably an under 20. At least under 20, maybe even under 18 national record from the South Australian, and he had an old head on his shoulders the way he approached that race.
He just patiently waited, and then he's gone toe-to-toe with one of the greats, the former world champion, the Paralympic bronze medalist, and that'll be one to tell the grandkids about. That was an incredible run. I mean, take nothing away from the winner, but from a 16-year-old, that was impressive.
Oh, it's a huge run. And we do have Tamsin down trackside with the winner of that para-ambulant 1500 metres, Reece Langdon.
It was pretty tired from yesterday's race, so I tried to conserve as much energy as possible and then have a good kick towards the end. I'm just very happy to get the win. It's my first national title, so as becoming a new classified T38 athlete, so it's absolutely incredible to get a national title, times regardless in these sort of conditions. So.
Well, I mean, you said that you wanted to take it a bit easy, but you were the one who pushed the pace, and the conditions is pretty blowy out there.
It was pretty tough, like taking the win. Like I noticed it sort of in the home straight. It was pretty tough, like so I just had to know I had to dig deep because I could feel the boys. They were coming at me at the end, so yeah.
You train alongside Dion and the Philo Saunders squad. That's got to be pretty uplifting because there's a great bunch of athletes within that squad.
Yeah, like me coming into new classified T38 athlete, like into training alongside the para athletes like Jared and Dion who have done it all before, won medals. So hopefully I can just try and follow in their footsteps. It's massive inspiration training with those sort of guys.
I'm not sure if people saw, but straight after the race, Dion was just genuinely really stoked for the athletes out there who competed because it was a fabulous race to watch. He's such a great guy, isn't he?
That's it. Like he's a competitor, but we're teammates before competitors, and that's the way it should be. Like we're going to be fierce on the track, but good mates off the track. So I think that's a good way to have it.
Now, I feel like you're definitely a name to watch moving forward. What are your goals of the future?
Yeah, so try and go to Brisbane next weekend, Queensland Track Classic, hopefully have a good one there, and then just have a good winter and push for Paris next year. I've got the 800 tomorrow as well, though.
Brilliant. Well, we'll see you out there. So go get some rest, and we look forward to seeing you tomorrow. Well done.
Bye.
Yeah, we'll see a lot of those guys go toe-to-toe again at the Brisbane Track Classic next Saturday. And again, step back out on the track for the 800 metres, and see if they can turn the tables on each other in that race.
Just listening to the interview then, and he talks about the training stable that he has there under Philo Saunders. What an environment that is. Into Jared Clifford, down Kenzie. It's such a strong group that they've got, and they'll travel the world together, and hopefully we'll all see them in Paris.
Well, I'm surprised we have. Normally we see Philo in those same races with those athletes as well, putting down the pace. But there's your official times from that race. Reece Langdon takes out his first national title, 4:03.94, 4:06.25 from Angus Hicksman. Kenzie, 4:06.39, and Daniel Bounty, 4:08.21.
It won't be too long until we head back to the track for the women's 1500 metre para final. You can see the athletes just making their way behind their mark on the start line across there. Long jump competition has just concluded here on the front straight. That was for the under 17 women. We'll start to see the next instalment of field finals start to work their way through. High jump competition coming up shortly. And the next group of long jump. There's the start list there for the open women's 1500 metre ambulant final. Georgia Pounding. I saw her earlier in the 400 metres. That's a big program in just a matter of hours. Kirsty Newcomb, the T38 competitor from Victoria. Andrea Eves, the T36. Erica Gosney and Alicia Burt. Things just start to heat up here at Sydney Olympic Park. Day 6. 2022 Chemist Warehouse Australian Track and Field Championships. It's fantastic to have you joining us here as we move into the twilight part of today's session. Medals up for grabs in this ambulance 1500 metre final. The rain has subsided again, and the wind has just maybe settled a little bit. So a good opportunity for these women to get out there. Strong race for these national championship medals. Just getting introduced to the stadium here. They'll step up to the line. Final women's 1500 metre open para event.
So straight to the lead, Erica Gosney, but up the inside, Georgia Pounding, looking very, very comfortable. Tough to do the old 400, 1500 metre double in the same day in conditions like this as well. It's not easy. And Kirsty Newcomb is up onto the shoulder. There's Alexandra Eves just at the back there as Alicia Burt moves her way through. So 4 Victorians and 1 New South Wales athlete. And that's a big spurt of speed from Pounding. And she does come in with the fastest seed time, and the rain comes again at Sydney Olympic Park Athletic Centre. It's almost like when the gun fired, they shot a hole in the sky, and this rain is coming in, and the wind just as strong. We can't actually use those teardrop banners as our wind gauge anymore because they've taken them down. That's how windy it is.
They've taken them down, and they've applied some cable ties to the ones just near the medal presentation area, so they actually don't move in the wind anymore. But Pounding will take the field through. 3 laps to go in this ambulance 1500 metres. And so you'll see, as Lynchy mentioned, the 4 Victorians, 3 of them will wear their state colours, and Pounding, the 4th of the Victorian, in the red and black horizontal stripes of the Old Tavarians Club. So through the first 400 metres, about 82 seconds. Best part of 15 metres opening up for Pounding in head of Alicia Burt. So the 2 T20 athletes have gone to the front of the field. In 3rd place will be Kirsty Newcomb of Victoria, T38 competitor. But the wind has picked up. The rain has started to come
Yeah, you can
just
see
that little bit harder again.
Look at the sector tape going wild out there. It's a good example of just how strong that wind is as they roll in the Javelin sector tape and set up for our hammer throw final that's going to be later on this evening. But this is hurricane-esque as the athletes come into the home straight. Our paperwork's going crazy up here at the back of the stadium. This is a tough home straight to run into right now, as Pounding with the lead still. Burt not letting it get too far ahead here. Two T20 athletes. Then it goes back to Erica Gosney, a T36 athlete, and that's our best gauge at the moment. And if it wasn't stuck into the ground, probably about a foot. 46 km/h gusts, which for those who work in meters per second, works out to be about 12.5 meters a second, which is insane to run into. So Alexandra Eve sitting in 4th place, and then back to Kirsty Newcomb from Victoria. But they go down the back straight, they finally get reprieve from that wind, and it's right on their back as they work their way down the back straight. Pounding still out in the lead and looking quite comfortable.
I mean, Pounding took them through that first 800 metres in about 2 minutes 55. So they were through in about a minute 82 seconds. So more or less a similar split. That second 400 metres maybe just faded a little bit, but what hasn't has been the margin that Pounding's held since the outset of this race. She went straight to the front. Newcomb challenged her early, but has really steadied into her rhythm, and it's just been consistently plugging away and increasing that margin. And it's just the weather. I know we've talked about it a lot, but they're doing it tough out there. But this is gutsy running. This is really impressive. Gutsy running. When Mother Nature's throwing everything at you and your head's down and you're going to just keep pushing through, and we will get the bell, and that will be a welcome sound of relief. So just 400 metres to go for Pounding. She's already raced the 400 metres early today. She's stepped up for the 1500. Not the most common of doubles, and I'm sure we'll see her back on the track again, but she's on track to take this one from start to finish.
Yeah, and it's actually a really good performance too. She's come in with a seed time of 5:11.30, and the way she's been dropping these laps, she wouldn't be too far off, at least going around 5:30. We'll see what she can produce down the back straight. This is the time to open up though, as they get down the back straight from where they started. Burt now getting into hers, 300 metres left to go. Gosney just coming around past the high jumpers as they warm up. It's the under 17 minutes high jump due to go at 5:15, as Eves and Newcomb will get the bell very shortly. But 200 metres left to go for your race leader, Georgia Pounding, a T20 athlete. She's going to have to work one more time into that headwind, and that's going to be some tough running. It looks like it's settled down just a touch, but honestly, these conditions are horrendous. It's probably been, to the best of my knowledge, some of the toughest conditions I've seen in the national championships for quite some time. And here she goes, a burst of speed from Pounding as the wind throws our paperwork everywhere. Pounding fighting so hard, and she's going to go very close to her personal best. She came in with a 5:11, and she's going to go under 5:30. 5:26.89, raises the arms. And want to get close to those fireworks because it's going to be freezing out there, as Burt will be next to cross the line. She'll just be a tick over 5:40. There's Gosney, Eves down the back straight, as well as Newcomb. They're getting their last taste of the tailwind. Gosney, 90 metres left for her. T36 athlete. Again, working hard down this home straight into the wind. The rain seems to have settled down just a touch, but we've got our wheelchair athletes coming up very shortly as well. It's going to be tough pushing for them into this wind. Might be able to coast down the back straight a little bit easier, but you've got to think the spray from the wheels as well. It's never a fast track in Olympic Park, as it's not a Mondo. They do prefer the Mondo, the harder tracks, whereas this is going to be soft and slippery today for the wheelies. Eves now into the home straight. A big burst of speed from Kirsty Newcomb. And they're going to go well under their burst, but Eves came in with a 7:20, and she'll definitely surpass that one. Newcomb makes a move around her. So Newcomb will be the 4th finisher. in this event. T20 athlete, and Eves, a T36 athlete. She'll be next across, as we do have Tamsin with the winner of that race, Georgia Pounding.
I do, and George has been so fantastic to stop and have a chat because those conditions were so tough. It was so windy, it ripped your numbers.
Yeah, it did. The rain was tough because it made my numbers wet, but I kept running. I stayed at the front, did not let anyone pass me. I pushed through and just sprint to the finish.
Well, your coach, Liz Gosper, and you've obviously been training really well.
Yes, we have, and we've been to Brisbane for for cycling, and we came from Brisbane to Sydney last night.
Oh my goodness, you're such a star. So Georgia Pounding is such a good athlete. You're a cross-country runner, you're a cyclist, and you're an awesome track and field athlete. That was a wonderful run. Well done.
Thank you so much. Thank you.
Sydney for the athletics. So from Brisbane at the track cycling to Sydney for the athletics. She's done a 400, now 1,500 in the same day. She's a talented cross-country runner as well. And well, she should salute in the victory. Great chat there with Georgia Pounding from Tamsin. And a name to watch across the rest of this domestic season. So you can see the wheelchair athletes going through their final stages of their warm-up. It'll be the men and then the women. So it'll be a field of 5 for the open men's wheelchair 1,500 metres, and then be head-to-head in the women's 1,500, which will come up. But before we do, we'll head down to Tamsin.
Well, I'm very lucky to be joined by Dana. Now, you've had such a busy program so far, and you've just thrown a national record, haven't you?
Record, yeah, Australian record, PB, massive PB.
And we were talking earlier after your seated shot put about how we were more worried about the hair and the makeup and like getting wet, but obviously the conditions suited you.
Yeah, it actually cleared up, which is really, really good considering the shot put I was sitting in torrential rain, and then it was nice, sunny out there, so it was just perfect conditions.
Okay, so your coach, Gordon, he'll be pretty happy with that, won't he?
Yes, absolutely, absolutely, yeah.
And the program's not done yet?
No, I've got discus tomorrow, I'm excited for that, so yeah.
Do you think we can ask for better weather for tomorrow?
Fingers crossed, you'd hope so.
Well done, that was a great effort, a national record, you've got to be very happy.
Yeah, thank you so much. Thanks to my coach, Gordon, as well.
Good job.
Oh, fantastic work there, a national record for Dana Crease. And from the field, we head back to the track now. It is the men's open 1,500 metres wheelchair final. National championship medals on the line here. Field of 5. As the pyros go off, which must signal it's time to vie for the medals. So this field of 5, Cormac Ryan, we saw him earlier in one of the age group para events. He'll go from lane 1, so he'll start nearest to screen. Jaden Mulvold of New Zealand, he competed earlier in an age group event as well. Corey Crombie, Luke Bailey and Sam Rizzo will complete the field. So Sam Rizzo, probably one of the favoured athletes to watch. He was a finalist at the Commonwealth Games, so they're underway. So moving to the front, Luke Bailey of New South Wales. He was 7th at the World Para Championships, specialist over 100 metres. So this is a little bit longer for him, but he's gone straight to the front. And so Mulvold, Crombie, Cormac Ryan, they'll slot in behind. Sam Rizzo as well. So they'll move their way into the home straight. The gold top. That is Luke Bailey. Moving up to him. That's Sam Rizzo on his shoulder. There's a gap back to our next 2 athletes. Headed by Corey Crombie. They're about to move through 400 metres and they're really up and moving now.
Yeah, 58.13 through that first lap there. And this is where they start really get going down the back straight.
They really start to motor and they take the turns and they roll through. And they've got the momentum up and they've got some speed. And we've got a couple of head-to-head battles across the track now. We've got the experience at the front and some of our youngsters in the middle. So Rizzo and Bailey head-to-head into the home straight. It'll be 2 laps to go. And it's going to be a mighty battle across the last 800 metres.
Yeah, Rizzo just goes up onto his shoulder of Bailey. We'll see what happens here as they come around the bend. Who's going to take the lead? And Rizzo just has a look across here. They're eye to eye as they come around. See this back battle here. Corey Crombie just out in front. It looks like it's the New South Wales athlete, Cormac Ryan, just tucked in behind him. And then it's the New Zealander, Jade Movold. They go down the back straight, 1:59, so a little bit slower that lap there. There's still Rizzo out in front, but he hasn't got the rail. Bailey on the inside, just keeping him at bay. Then Crombie and Cormac Ryan having their own battle for second and third across the line. So they're all T54 athletes here. So there's no comparison of percentages. It's the first across the line, first through across the line. That's where the medals come from. So it's going to be a great battle between Ryan and Crombie. But out the front, it's Rizzo. He's found himself into the lead. They're out into lane 2, and they're really starting to push here. This is going to be a big push for home.
So it's Bailey in the gold top. Rizzo leading at this stage in the Navy of Victoria. So the bell tolls. Rizzo will lead them from Bailey. The battle is back at the top of the straight for the bronze medal. That's Crombie and Ryan. But they move through with 300 metres left to go. It's Rizzo and Bailey just waiting for the final jump. Who's going to make the move? Who's going to make the dash for home? The back straight, they've got the tail behind them. It's going to be tough going up the home straight the last time round. Bronze medal battle, it's still Cormac Ryan and Corey Crombie. Crombie holds the advantage and just shades the young New South Welshman. So it's Rizzo and Bailey. Rizzo holds sway. Bailey's going to have to go wide in the gold top. Rizzo leading into the home straight now. Here comes Bailey. Bailey will have to go wide. Rizzo's got the shortest way home. Bailey's got the front end speed. Rizzo powering away now and maybe will hold on. Rizzo trying to hold it. Bailey fighting back, but Rizzo will take the gold.
3:48 on the clock. And we've still got the third medal battle here between the West Australian Corey Crombie and the New South Welshman Cormac Ryan. It's Crombie on the rail. Ryan in the green chair, and this is a big push again. The West Australian holding strong, head down, pushing hard to the finish line. And he's going to pull away to secure himself a bronze medal at the Australian Athletics Championships in 2022. As the New Zealander Jaden Movold comes into the home straight to round out our field here for the men's wheelchair 1,500 metres open event.
Some great battles there. That between Bailey and Rizzo, that last 200 metres, they almost look eyeballed each other as we look at the replay now. Almost looks like some words there as well. Maybe some encouragement to see what's going to happen, but Rizzo had too much strength up the home straight and powered away with it. A great battle there too. The youngster and Cormac Ryan taking after Corey Crombie.
Just tucking in that slipstream down the home straight. Very smart work.
And you can see them keeping out in lane 2, just off lane 1. It's just got some puddling on that inner track, and as you see that from training activity here, it's high usage, might get a little bit more puddling and pulling and wear and tear, but that's a great race. But I'll tell you what's going to be a great race is this next one.
Yeah, this is going to be a one-on-one battle here.
This is, if there's ever an all-star matchup of this era, Angie Ballard, Madison De Rosario.
Yeah. What a show it's going to be. 1 and 2. We'll see just how tactically they go. Will they work together like Bailey and Rizzo, sharing the headwind down the home straight? Hopefully get an awesome battle with 100 metres left to go like we just saw from the men's event.
You just have to look at the historical record of these two. Angie Ballard, so to the left of your screen in the gold top, 5-time Paralympian, Commonwealth Games champion in 2014, runner-up in 2018. She's an 8-time Paralympic medalist over 1 to 400 metres and a 5-time World Para-Athletics champion between 1 and 400 metres. Now, this distance is probably going to suit De Rosario a little bit better. She's, of course, the Paralympic champion in the marathon, the T53 800 metres, 6-time Paralympic medalist. But they're two intense competitors, and neither will want to give another an inch.
No, not at all. And they're both T53 athletes, so it will be again first across the line. And we do have Tamsin with our first two athletes across the line in the men's event, Sam Rizzo and Luke Bailey.
I do, and I grabbed both because it was an incredible race to watch. It kind of looked like there was some tactics playing out there. There was some conversations had. Did you guys chat before the race about how you were going to play that one out?
We sort of had a little chat to each other, like, how do we want to, work this race? Conditions are pretty fantastic today, as we can clearly see, which always makes it fun in the 1500 and, all of the events. So Luke went out pretty hard, and I had to chase a fair bit because I didn't really have the best grip. Eventually got in there, I'm like, it's a little bit too wet to be sitting, drafting today. So I'm like, we'll sit out in lane 2 and, we'll just sit too wide today and we'll see what happens.
Did you say something to him at that point? Did he say something to you during the race?
He told me to get out of lane 1. He said get in lane 2. I couldn't see. I was getting all the water from everywhere. So it was a good decision to get on the last lap behind him. So had nothing left in me after fighting with the water. So it was good.
Are you a little bit jet lagged? Are you overseas?
Yeah, just a little bit jet lagged. Both of us just got back from Dubai on Saturday night. So it was a bit still jet lagged today. So it's good.
And the Commonwealth Games is the goal this year?
Yeah, hopefully. I think we're both sitting out just out of the top 7, I believe. So I don't know. Anything could happen. We'll see.
Well, you guys are in shape. You look fantastic. Well done. Get out of this weather.
Well, a great battle there. Hopefully, as I say, you never know. We might see them at the Com Games. As we go from the men's wheelchair 1500 metres to the women's, and this is a match race. There's no other way to talk about it. They're the same category, same categorised as T53 athletes. They're two of the greats all time that we've seen in athletics, wheelchair athletes. Their list of credentials speak for themselves.
Oh, it's a ridiculous act. When you're in a race and someone has a Barbie designed after them, you know you're in some kind of field with some absolute legends. And that's De Rosario out in front. She's taking front here into the home straight. The head goes straight down as they push through the strong wind. Gusts again up to 60 kilometres an hour. And they go through the first 349 seconds on the clock. This is, again, some of the worst conditions I've seen at an Australian Championships. She moves out wide to let Angie Ballard take the next 400 metres. And they're just going to work together till they get to the end and see who's got the sprint left in them.
They will indeed. So it is Angie Ballard that's gone through to the front. She can take the next 400 metres. More favourable conditions down the back straight. The wind and the rain's at their back. They'll work their way around the bend into their home straight, and they'll get confronted with a gusty headwind. But Angie Ballard, the 5-time Paralympian, Commonwealth Games gold medalist in this event back in 2014. She'll lead Madison De Rosario into the home straight. De Rosario took the gold in this event on the Gold Coast as it really starts to gust up, and you can just see the chair just
laughing,
starting to slow down.
She's laughing, just like, this is horrendous. As she comes around, I think she's like, look, we're just going to get this over with. So she's just pushing away. Not easy conditions to go. This is tough work. Honestly, I feel for our officials that are out there. And hammer throw is about to get warmed up over the back straight, and they are just going to coast home, I think. There's not going to be any amazing performances here tonight.
It's going to be survival out there at the moment. Madison De Rosario the marathon champion from the Tokyo Paralympics in the T54 category, 6-time Paralympic medalist. She'll have 200 metres left to go. She's really extended the advantage over Angie Ballard. But De Rosario, that's now starting to work clear. Ballard, it's tough going. This home straight's not going to be fun at all. The finishing line is what they're stripping now, and they'll have 1 lap to go when they come around again. So it's Madison De Rosario, Angie Ballard head-to-head, and it'll be 1 lap left to go in this 1,500-metre wheelchair event, and it's tough going out there.
Well, you look at it, they crossed the line in 3 minutes, and their bests are actually 3:30 and 3:34. That's what they've come with their seat times. They're not going to get anywhere near that, and I think that's representative of the conditions. They have relaxed just a touch as they go down the back straight, but they were getting pummeled when they came into the home straight after their first lap, and it was not easy going. I think we're going to see our sprinters, they're going to be rugged up as much as possible later on this evening. I can't imagine warming up in these kind of conditions and having to come back out here. You almost want to dry yourself again. You need about 4 layers of clothes as they... Madison De Rosario will come into the home straight for the final time. It's not going to be an amazing time. She'll rack up another gold medal, add that to her collection, and she eases into the home straight, pushing very, very comfortably. 50 to go for De Rosario. She's just going to coast across the finish line here. Well off the best, but she'll take the gold medal. And now Ballard, she's into the home straight. She'll have 60 metres left here. She'll grab the silver medal, but again, they've pushed themselves as much as possible in these conditions. It is not easy.
That is a national championship, well earned, if I've ever seen one. That was tough going, but 2 incredible athletes. And a magnificent job that they've done out there. They had a couple more national medals to their collection. You can see just on the replay, I think they had a quick chat to each other as Maddie De Rosario went past. And that was at about 800 left to go. And from that moment on, it was all Paralympic marathon champion that had her way with this race. But as we mentioned before, 2 of the absolute stars of our sport. An honour it is to have them here at the national championships. We can't wait to see what they do next on the global stage. As we head back to the long jump.
This is the under-18 competition now underway on the home straight. Olivia Dimesh there, 3rd to go in the order, so it's just underway now. And a big field again in that long jump, 17 athletes. You can see our high jump boys rugged up. And we come to one of let's hope the conditions stay pretty good here, because this could be an absolute cracker of an event. The men's 3,000-metre open steeplechase final. This could be out of control, but conditions, they're not going to be easy.
They're not at all. And hopefully the rain can at least hold off for this steeple, because we've seen these competitors going head-to-head across the domestic season, and they've had some phenomenal battles. Phenomenal battles. Clark and Max Stevens, they've gone head-to-head across the Sydney and the Adelaide Track Classics, and earlier in the year they even had a head-to-head battle over a larger distance than Zatopek, and this is going to be one race that we've been looking forward to. And the medals up for grabs here in the final. This is the 2022 Chemist Warehouse Australian Track and Field Championships. And before we do head to the steeple, we're going to head down trackside Tamsin with Maddie De Rosario.
Honestly, it's kind of like if you don't laugh, you cry, right?
It is a little bit like that. We were warming up and it wasn't too bad, and we were in call and the rain started, and we kind of came around to this home straight, and the wind was honestly like a wall. I think both of us we don't know what to do right now.
At what point does it get dangerous for you guys? Like, because, you know, trying to hold the wheel steady and not slip, like...
Yeah, there was a little sec there when we were side by side where I thought one of us was going to go, just because the disc wheels almost act like kites when it gets that windy, and it definitely is that windy today, so that was why we kind of wanted a bit of distance to the two of us for that exact reason.
Oh, let's go back to Tokyo where the weather was a little bit warmer. What a sensational Paralympics you had. It was just fabulous. You know, those 2 gold medals, that marathon in particular, I mean, incredible. We spoke last year on the domestic circuit about how many events you were going to do, and you attempted them all.
We did. We gave it a go, and it was a pretty condensed program as well. It was a fair few events, but every track race we had was back-to-back with the 800s in the middle there, you know, 2 on the one day. So it was a very condensed, very, very heavy program, but no, it was amazing.
Honestly, you know, when we talk about our sports stars in Australia, you're one of our biggest sports stars. Did life change at all after Tokyo?
It was honestly amazing to come home and see the impact that the Paralympic Games had on Australia, and obviously we were all in lockdown here in Australia, and so knowing we had that many eyes on screens, the impact of that was enormous, and we got to see it in real time. We raced on Australia Day in the city, and it was the most energetic crowd I think I've ever seen in my entire career of doing that race. That was my first race when I was 14, and the best, not just the best, but the most energetic crowd that was there, and that's a direct result of those Paralympic Games. So the movement it's huge.
Love it. Absolutely fantastic. Well done for last year, but well done for getting out there and finishing that race today. Good job, Maddie.
Thank you. Thanks.
Yeah, fantastic going there. And again, something that, you know, we didn't take into account because they have the disc wheels. That's not, the wind can't go through them, and they actually, like she said, act like kites. And coming into the wind, it's okay, but coming sideways at that kind of speed and just getting blown by the 60-kilometre-an-hour gusts, it actually can get quite dangerous.
And it really does explain the separation that we saw in those moments where Maddie went past Ange and they gave themselves space. It was safe, but in gutsy race, as she said, it was a wall of wind that greeted them every time up the home straight, and that'll be probably as hard-earned national title as she'll ever have.
Well, I think so. I think there's going to be a lot of hard-earned national titles tonight. This is going to be one of them, the men's 3,000-metre steeplechase. 15 athletes in the field. It's probably the only time that the water jump's going to be warmer than the air outside, I think. So we have 15 on the start line. We'll keep an eye on these athletes here. Wants to watch Max Stevens and Matthew Clark. Will be going hard for their national titles. And you can see the wind. They're just standing there, copping the breeze before they head off for 3,000 metres, 7 and a bit laps of Sydney Olympic Park Athletic Centre. The rain looks to have stopped. The wind will keep blowing. Go straight from that into the women's race.
And that's another cracker.
Oh, it's going to be very exciting. It's going to be a title up for grabs that, without Genevieve Gregson there, this is going to be a brand new title for athletes to fight over. And it's a big field as well, 18 athletes in it. So it's going to be up for grabs.
The steeple is underway. It's the 63rd time this race has been contested at the National Championships. And out to the front goes Matthew Clark, the South Australian. You won't miss him or Max Stevens in the iridescent yellow tops as they move to the front of the field. James Nipares was the champion last year. Of course, no title held in 2020. And then the last time before that was Max Stevens, who's currently in second place. He was the national champion in 2019. And so looking for his second crown, of course, Matthew Clark. He's looking for his maiden national title. I've already had a bit of a stumble and a trip there at the water jump. as we've seen young Hunt go down and get back up again. So Clark looks up, lets Stevens roll through next to him. That's Liam Cashin tucked in behind him, wearing the colours of his Western Athletics club, navy blue with the gold and red sash. Luke Graves, the West Australian, their state champion. He was the national junior champion back in 2018 and 2016. And it's Stevens, the national champion from 2019, that has gone to the front. And you can see his steepling technique is helping him get a little bit of clearance on Clark, and Cashin is there with him. Now Cashin, 24-year-old, his best time over the steeple is a hand time from a recent state league meet back in Athletics Victoria competition. So not necessarily the steeple regular. In more recent years has preferred the flat events over 5,000 metres, whereas a silver medalist at the state championship back in 2021 and 1,500 metre finalist as well the year before that too. So he's got the raw speed talent. It's much like his older sister, Amy Cashin, of course, the Olympian from Tokyo, who spent the best part of her collegiate career contesting the flat events. She was indoor finalist over 1,500 metres over the NCAAs, and then last year, over 4 incredible performances, dropped 30 seconds off her PB and got herself onto the Olympic team with an impressive run. So Liam Cashin looking to do similar. He's in 3rd place, and we can see how that lead group has started to separate themselves away from the rest of the field. Graves is in the grey top in 4th place. And the red and white, that's the Queenslander and Aidan Hobbs. But still at the front, Clark and Stevens, the 2,000 Australians and training partners. Clark is looking to go on to the podium for the first time at a national championships. He's been 4th twice, last year and in 2019. So it's a lead group of 3 now. It's Cashin, Stevens leading, Clark in behind him. Then it's Graves and Joe Burgess of New South Wales in 5th place. We've seen Hobbs, the Queensland champion, drop back a little bit. We're inside 4 laps left to go as we see the rest of the field start to make their way through. Bailey Crabtree there. We've got a couple of the younger juniors testing themselves out against some of the best. And Stevens and Clark maybe just starting to ask the questions of Cashin. Graves is helping bring him and Burgess back up to that leading 3, which will make for quite the race for the medals. So the class is Stevens and Clark. Cashin is going with them. The gap is to Graves, the West Australian, the 2-time national junior champion. Comfortably accounted for the water jump there. Burgess was 5th at the Nationals last year. He's 4th at the Melbourne Track Classic. And he's 3rd in Adelaide. So he's been on the podium this summer series with the likes of Clark and Stevens at the front of the field. So it's 3 laps left to go. Stevens holding sway from Clark. Cashin, his guts in there with them. It's Graves and Burgess. They're the top 5 in this steeple final. The 63rd edition of the men's steeplechase at the National Championships. We've got 3 athletes in the history of this event that have won it 7 times. So when it's been contested 63 times, 3 men have won a third of those titles, which is quite impressive. Kerry O'Brien, the South Australian, Peter Larkins, and we saw the Commonwealth Games steeplechaser from '82. And Peter Knoll, the Queenslander, who was just an evergreen figure on the domestic scene. Then last year's champion, James Nipares, has 6 titles up his sleeve. But one of the main aspects of this steeple is the water jump. Tamsin, you're down there. How are they navigating things?
I was just going to say wait, because they've just flown past us. They're really moving at a great pace. You can see the two lads are working together, the tempo athletes. Now, Ben Buckingham is our only athlete that's qualified for the World Championships so far. He ran that fabulous race over there in Tokyo in the steeple, but he unfortunately has that injury that he's just picked up. It's a little niggle, so he'll be right. But Matty Clark, you know, he was just so close to that time. He was, you know, just off it last year, and he's got that time. He's 0.113, I think it is, off the qualifier for World Champs. So they'll want to push it, but it's just not the conditions to run fast. It'll be about that national championships, and who would forget that last year's race where Nipperes, who's now retired, James Nipperes, who came over the top of Ben Buckingham over that last steeplechase. And I think we're going to have a race that's a little bit like that. Now, as I say that, we can see Matty Clark is starting to make a bit of a break. He's about to come past us here over the water jump, and you'll see that he's really put in a spurt. Now, in Melbourne, he really went hard and he paid for it at the end where it was really hot. Conditions are completely different. Great off the jump there. Max Stevens is going to try and chase him down, but you get appreciation over here near that water jump, just how fast they're moving and just how incredibly technical this event really is.
Well, they're really starting to shift, as Tamsin mentioned, and it's going to be the bell that will toll for them with 1 lap to go. Clark has never won a medal at a national championship, and he's 1 lap away from that. Stevens is chasing hard. He's the 2019 champion. Cassidy's gutsy, and he's hanging in there in 3rd place. We saw Burgess take a tumble on the last lap, which has opened up the gap back to Graves. So Graves in 4th, Burgess is in 5th, but Clark down the back straight now is looking to instill his name into the Australian athletics record books with a national title, men's steeplechase 2022 in Sydney. So it's Clark that's opened up the gap now. As Tamsin said, he paid the price late in the race at the Melbourne Track Classic. It's 200 to go. Will it happen to him again? Stevens is in 2nd, Cashin in the bronze medal position, and what a story that would be as well. Graves in 4th, 5th is Burgess, but let's go to the leader. Matthew Clark into the home straight now. Has 1 barrier remaining between him and his maiden national championship medal. Stevens is chasing in 2nd. Cashin, you'd say, has the bronze. But Clark, he hurdles the last. He moves clear. Twice in 4th place. But in 2022, Matthew Clark is the champion.
What a performance from the South Australian. 8:32.68, the unofficial winning time. That is a fast run from Matthew Clark. A fantastic effort in conditions like this. That is a huge performance there from Matthew Clark. And you can see with his training partner and teammate, Max Stevens, they are excited to go 1-2 for Team Tempo.
That's an incredible performance. Both of them, they put it out there at the start. Liam Cashin, for him, his best steeple run was a hand time at Moonee Valley at the start of the year. He's done a PB here at a national championship final. It probably the most unlikely of conditions to be running a personal best at a national championship. So for him, a bronze medal, that's a phenomenal result as well. But full credit to Clark. He's experimented across the season how he wanted to run his races. In Melbourne, he went a bit hard and paid the price, but he sat back. He took the tempo out hard. And Stevens did a lot of work for him through the middle bit, but he made the move. It was the winning move, and he's gone from being 4th place twice, and now he's got a national medal.
You'd have to say this is completely opposite conditions to what they had to face in Melbourne at the Melbourne Track Classic. It was hot, it was humid, it was the middle of the day. Actually, it was probably around this exact same time, but this is what suits him. He ran some tough races last year, trying to qualify for the Olympics. He was getting so close, and every time he rolled out, he ran in Townsville, got close. He ran in the Runaway Bay, he got close. But this is the national title, plenty of points as well, and you can see just how much it means to Matt Clark there.
It does. The reaction says it all, the celebration. You could see it in his eyes light up those last 10 or 15 metres there. He saw the finishing line, and this is what he's worked for many of those years. I mean, you just have to think back to last year and the stories of him chasing that qualifying time and the points to try and get himself to the Olympic Games. And you know, he's earned this. He's done it the hard way, and that's an incredible run. And what a story it is for their training group, as you said. Team Tempo, the top 2 in the national titles. It's been held in the hands of James Nipperes for the best part of the last 7 or 8 years, and you know, him moving out creates opportunity. But this is the next generation coming through. Ben Buckingham as well is another one that will come into the mix. we'll shortly hear from our race winner. And it won't be too long until we see our women's 3,000 metre steeple as well. But a fantastic result it is. As we head quickly across to the hammer cage. Particularly after these wet conditions, testing conditions in the surf, you can see the water just on the surface there. It'll make things very tough going for our hammer competitors. But downstairs with our new national champion is Tamsin.
I am. I've also grabbed the second place, Max Stevens, because it was such a fabulous race to watch. Now, Maddie, I'll start with you. You know, at Melbourne Track Classic, you went out really hard and it was a, tough back end. Was there anything in the back of your head coming into that last lap where you think, I hope I hold on?
Oh, no, yeah, definitely. I think I'm one of those athletes that I don't really struggle with injury or anything, but definitely I think getting it right and switching on up there is a pretty tough thing for me. And I think whenever I make a move and hit the front, I'm always nervous whether I've made the right one or not. I mean, when you've got a guy running 8:30 and you're running PBs off the back of a season he's helped me and he's been flying at the moment, you're always nervous.
Yeah. Well, I mean, going into the Olympics last year, you were so, touch and go in terms of making that team. Max was so supportive of you. He had such a tough season himself where, Sydney Track Classic, you picked up that injury and you had to let go of that dream of making Olympics. But you guys are such great teammates, aren't you?
Yeah, I think it's, to be honest, like what we've been trying to do over in Adelaide for 10, 15 years plus now is try and create an environment that really encourages people to succeed and not feel the need to move into state. And obviously I had a really good year in 2019. I had a lot to do with Matt then, and end of 2019 he said, I'm coming over, and he really bought into everything we were about. And yeah, last year it's least I can do. He's one of my best mates, and yeah, I would have loved to have won, but for us to be 1-2 is awesome. I'm so proud of Matt, and hopefully that is just the start of a great year for the both of us.
There's 3 spots in 2 championships this year, so there's plenty of time to go chase that qualifying time. Now, talk about small margins to miss qualifying times for. It's still that one where you're 0.13 off, aren't you?
Yeah, I'm still just off it, and I wouldn't have got even remotely close to it if it wasn't for this guy towing me around, basically sacrificing his own Olympic dream that year to get me there. But I think now that he's healthy, we've been working really hard together, and I'm pretty confident that we can both go into that mark and right race.
Well, top 2 in the country. It's a pretty good effort. Well done, guys. Great race to watch. We can't wait to see you chase that time down.
Cheers.
Home as well, cheering us on. Lots of people cheering in, so thank you, everyone.
Well done, guys.
Well, a great story there for Team Tempo. That South Australian-based training group. There are the official results. 8:32.67 for the National Championship and gold medal for Matthew Clark. Max Stevens will take the silver, and Liam Cashin, 24-year-old from Victoria, from Western Athletics, 8:43.30, will step up onto his first national championship podium. Over the page, Harvey Cram, Elliot Hunt, James Kay. Round out the field, Miguel Ridapali and David Barker in that men's steeple final. So that was a fantastic race. The women's open 3,000 metre steeples not too far away, but in the meantime we head back to the long jump. It's the under 18 women.
Haley Corduroy on the runway. The rain set back in again. Though the girls would have been pretty excited to see just how well the blokes ran around the steeplechase. Gives them a little bit of hope that it's possible to perform well out here. Because there's a few athletes out here who have never won their open national title as well, and they'll be looking to secure themselves a gold and get themselves in that box seat for qualification for Birmingham and for Oregon. Corduroy working hard. Again, tough work into this wind on the home straight. We're actually losing long jump pits, which is why you might see them running into the headwind. This is our under 17 high jump as well going on here. Earlier today, we did have a World Under-20 qualifying mark in the high jump. O'Keefe from Victoria soaring over 2.15 meters, the first athlete to do it this year. So that should see him get selection unless we see a few of the other under-20 athletes step up for the Opens later on. But 2:15, it was a massive jump, and he got it in the dry conditions that were earlier today. He did well to get it done.
I believe he entered the competition with the personal best at around 2:08, so it was a massive personal best that he won the competition and then up the bar twice, got him to 2:15, which he had a couple of attempts at 2:18, which were pretty close as well.
Yeah, he looked really good. You could just see he was just in good shape on the day, and he tested himself out, and he missed his first attempt at 2:15, but the crowd was up and about when he went clear of a 2:15 on his second attempt.
So we head back to the hammer cage, and it's the Queenslander winding up.
And this is the under-18 women's final. And you can see, again, just how strong the wind's been. A lot of our distance markers blown around over the back straight. Sienna Hume on the runway here. We won't be too far away from the start of the women's 3,000 metre steeplechase Championship of Australia. Good on the board from Hume. Comes in with a 5:40 best performance. I'd say the favourite, though, Sienna Bond, the 6:05 metre jumper. She was fourth in the under-20 event. 18 starters in this steeplechase event. You can see just how cold it is. There's the start list. Ashley Gardner, Rosie Donegan, Kelsey Vickery, Brielle Urbacher, Stephanie Kondoginas, Sophie Gosha, Ruby McPhillips, and Abby Butler. First 8 athletes here. Georgia Winker, Olivia Twinning, Taylor Billington, Cassie Deege, Amy Cashin, Cheryl Chan, Sophie Coughlin, Stella Radford, and Cara Feen-Ryan and Ellaby Hansen. So we have 2 Tokyo Olympians in this event. The only one we're missing is the national record holder, Jan Gregson, but it's fantastic to see Cashin back in Australia and competing in an event that she leapt onto the scene with in Tokyo. There's Cara Feen-Ryan. She was the second fastest athlete in Australia whole last season, getting so close to the qualifier. Would have qualified for any other steeplechase championships in the history of the games until they made it 9 minutes 30. So tough going for her. It used to be 9:40. It was 9:40 for Doha, the preceding World Championships, and it went to 9:30, and she ran 9:36 last year. So tough work. Brielle Urbacher coming into some great shape as well, the other Queenslander. And Winkup, the Doha rep and Tokyo rep as well. So 4 fantastic athletes who are just that step above the rest of the field, but there's only 3 medals on offer. Feen-Ryan was the silver medalist last year. Let's see if she can turn that into gold. So they're away here. Double steeples for the first jump. It's Urbacher straight to the lead. Winkup. Looks like Radford as well, moving around into the front of that group. So Radford finds herself on the shoulder and easy past Urbacher as they work their way down the back straight with that nice tailwind. The rain just falling slightly. So it's Radford, Urbacher, Winkup, Cashin and Feen-Ryan. Then back to Billington, but it looks like we've got a breakaway pack already. They're only around 200 metres into this event. So watch for Radford here. She's been rounding herself into some good form. She's leading this field in the first section of this race. And they'll comfortably go clear of the water. John Feen-Ryan just on the back of that group. So it's Radford at front, then it's Winkup, Urbacher on the rail, Cashin, and then Feen-Ryan, Rosie Donegan, and then looks like Abby Butler. just behind them. Donegan's going to have to work hard to get on the back of this group of 5 to get drug around. And these 5 athletes are going to have to work together. Radford looks happy and content to take the pace early. Again, they've seen just how fast the boys ran only moments ago. A fantastic national title to Matthew Clark, his first of the kind. Well, looking pretty comfortable though over the water, over the steeples, over the barriers. Pulling away from Donegan, who's sitting in 6th place. Stuck in the middle of nowhere. And they go to single file as they come around to the water jump. Water jump number 2. Cashin just off the back. She has the fastest personal best in the field, Amy Cashin. Some nice hurdling there from Radford. Looks comfortable right out in front. Urbacher just biding her time comfortably, sitting on the rail. Wincup just on the right shoulder of Radford, and then the same again with Cashin. And Fane Ryan on the rail as well. And they are opening up the gap. Back to Donegan. And then Butler sort of stuck in the middle of nowhere there. This looks like where the medals will come from. Now, group of 5 out in front. Fane Ryan just losing touch for the quick second there as they made their way over that barrier. Quickly gets back on the back. The temperature plummeting here at Sydney Olympic Park Athletic Centre as it gets later on into the evening. 5:45 local time. We've already got the lights on here. Cashin now making a smooth move around the outside, and she entered that water jump 4th and it's come out the other side. Again, just on the shoulder of Urbacher. No one wanting to make any big moves just yet. Radford still holding on to the rail and front positioning. Cashin looks poised to make a move shortly. They all look very comfortable. With 4 laps to go here. The 3,000 metres national title on the line for the women. What kind of performance can they produce here? So Cashin now gets onto the shoulder of Wincup. The University of West Virginia athlete. Urbacher now comes out to the back. She did win the Melbourne Track Classic now. So she's coming into some pretty good form. Urbacher, can she produce it when it matters? Radford has a look around, and she can see a group of 4 athletes hot on her heels here. So 3 laps to go here. Radford, Wincup, Urbacher, Cashin, and Fane Ryan. So down the back straight again. Still this group of 5. They're working well together. Someone's going to have to make a move shortly, though. Radford has the experience overseas. She has a sub 10-minute personal best, but the fastest in the field is Amy Cashin, that 9:28 that she did to get to the Olympics. It's been fantastic for her. 9:36 for Fane Ryan off the back. And can we go down to Tamsin as they approach the water jump?
Yeah, and Stella's having a great run out the front. It's actually been quite tough for her, though, because the athletes behind Georgia Whincup are right there. It is a bunched pack of 5, and when you come to that steeple, it gets quite awkward, and they're actually occasionally stepping on her heels, which makes it really difficult when you're trying to lead the pack in this wind, and you're also getting stepped on a little bit. But it's rough out there, and, you know, without Jen Gregson, this race is wide open, like you've talked about. And, you know, we just saw Medical coming past them because it was a little bit like Jen Gregson, you know, at the water jump in Tokyo where she had that horrific Achilles injury. We can see behind us, if you just look, the athlete really hurt her ankle, and she's in a bit of pain, unfortunately. It's a real shame to see, but it's still all about those leaders who are trying to get that national championship and hopefully get themselves closer to getting on that plane to either Birmingham or Eugene, Oregon.
Well, thanks, Tamsin. This will be the first title for a lot of these athletes as they do pick up one of their lapped athletes, and Cashin now has moved her way out in front. It's a wall of Cashin, Whincup and Radford. Urbacher will need to make some moves as they come to the steeplechase down the back straight with 200 metres left or more for that lap, and they'll come into the home straight there. Penultimate water jump here. So as they come around again, Cashin's in the lead. Can she produce and be inspired by her brother's performance only a few moments ago? And she goes to the lead, Cashin. They're about to pick up. It's going to be a messy and congested last lap here. That's how fast these ladies are going. So Cashin in the front. Her brother just grabbed a bronze medal. The sprint is on, long way from home. And Urbacher flies up the inside. I don't know how she found any room there. And she's going to take the bell. So it's Urbacher, Cashin, Whincup, Fane Ryan. Urbacher's in the lead. They're going to have to go wide. It's going to be tricky to negotiate past all these lapped runners. But Urbacher found a gap earlier, and she finds another one there. And it's 4. We've lost Radford off the back after all her hard, fantastic work to keep the pace going early. Cashin now into the lead. Urbacher gets on. And Fane Ryan now around the outside. Whincup sitting in 4th place as they come around. They've got 3 more barriers to go. Cashin looks the best off the barriers, though, as they come around to the water jump for the last time. Will the medals come from this? Urbacher has the inside run, though, as they come around to the water jump. Fane Ryan has to go out wide onto this water jump. It's going to be a long sprint from home. A great barrier there from Brielle Urbacher. She's going to lead this field into the home straight. Cashin comes out wide. Fane Ryan still in the picture. It's 1 more barrier to go. It's a big sprint finish here. Cashin with the slight lead, the slight edge on the last barrier. She goes clear. Urbacher in second, but look at the strength from the Tokyo Olympian, Amy Cashin. She's going to take the gold medal here. It's a fantastic run. 9:37. Urbacher in 2nd place. Fane Ryan takes 3rd, and Whincup will take 4th place.
Incredible run, Amy Cashin. Incredible. Looked done for at the water jump. Found another gear into the home straight. Accelerated off that last hurdle and takes her first national title. We haven't seen her in Australia run a steeple probably since she was a junior. And her first race back, she wins a national crown.
Unbelievable. What speed off that last barrier. She looked the best technically over the barriers, but Brielle Urbacher got an absolute flyer off that water jump, and having the inside run, as you can see here, just added an extra few metres. But look at Amy Cashin. She was hungry for that gold medal. Just had to work hard around the outside. She got just a slight edge to Urbacher here, but she had a much better barrier there and just powered towards the finish line. That is a real sprint finish there from the Victorian Amy Cashin. What a fantastic effort.
You saw Urbacher just stuttered before that last barrier. Cashin had the momentum over it and carried it through, but she really gritted her teeth coming off that water jump.
So Cashin's getting medal in the men's and the women's steeplechase in back-to-back. A bronze and a gold. That is a fantastic effort.
We'll need to go to David Tarbottom and Paul Jeans to see where in the history of Australian athletics has a brother-sister combination in successive national title events medalled.
Within 10 minutes of each other. Well, probably more because that's how long the events went for. But what a performance. Obviously, I'd be wondering to know if Amy was even able to watch it. I know there is a stream set up in the call room, so it'd be interesting to see if she was even able to watch it. But we do have Tamsin with your 3,000 metre national champion, Amy Cashin.
Oh my goodness, Amy's just telling me about her first Instagram post. Oh, I love that, Amy. Now, firstly, national title. What an incredible last 12 months you've had.
Yeah, it's been really unreal. This is my first Aussie champs in 10 years. I ran here as a junior in 2012 and then went off to America. So it was just really exciting to be able to be back running with like some of the best girls in Australia and get like a national title as a senior.
I mean, what about coming off that final water jump? There was 3 of you, Brielle, Cara and yourself. I was standing there and the determination on the faces of all 3 of you, it was just incredible.
Yeah, look, those girls are absolutely unreal. Like, I love, like, obviously I'm in America, so I watch the results from afar, but I just love seeing Australia do so well at all. So I knew coming into this that it was going to be tough. And I was like, I've never raced them before, so I'm like, I don't know how it's going to be in a kick. So for me, it was just, don't fall over the last barrier, like just get to the line. So yeah, it's just an honor to be able to race these really fast runners.
Well, I mean, last year you qualified for that Olympics in Oregon and there's a World Championships there in Oregon, so you must like it over there.
I do, it's wicked. Oregon is one of my favorite states over there, so any excuse to go back, fingers crossed I will be going again.
And did you have a chance to watch your brother compete?
No, I was trying to watch on the TV, but I wasn't like close enough to see, but I'm so happy for him. He's such a hard worker and I just love it. Like, he did so well and I'm gonna have to go back and rewatch the race now.
You will, because it was incredible. He was really gutsy and it was a fantastic performance. You've definitely inspired him, obviously. West Virginia University is where you went to college over there in the States, but you've stayed there. You've stayed with your coach, Sean. You obviously loved it so much, and you're also coaching there as well, aren't you?
So basically, I decided to stay so I could keep running under Sean, and he got me to coach with the team. But I'm also doing my doctorate degree, and I'm working to try things. So it's been a really good experience, managing to juggle everything, but West Virginia University has been amazing to me. It's obviously helped me grow as an athlete, but also just as a human being, like academically and all those sorts of things. So I'm very fortunate for that. It's going to set me up well for when I come back here.
Oh, it's fabulous having you back here in Australia, Amy. Thank you so much for stopping to join us on the live stream. Congratulations on that national championship. And whilst we go to a break, I'm going to catch up with Amy about our Instagram posts.
Meet Puma's newest running shoe. With Nitro Foam, it's made to help every runner, including the fastest in Australia.
Thanks, Fox. Let's try it.
The new Nitro range from Puma Running, available at the athlete's foot.
Play for Oz. The next world champ. Dunk like a beast.
Hope you've had your wheat mix.
New Honey and Golden Oats Wheat Bix.
We know it's important to stay hydrated and that 8 glasses of water per day is recommended. Though for many of us, that's easier said than done. That's why more Australians are making Hydrolite part of their daily rehydration routine. Hydrolite is scientifically formulated to rapidly rehydrate faster than water alone, with products suitable for every member of the family, so you can embrace life's everyday moments. You'll find the Hydrolite range for a great price every day at Chemist Warehouse.
So there's Sienna Hume again in this under-18 long jump competition going on the home straight. You can see those blocks on your left-hand side of the screen. That means our women's 100-metre heats are not too far away. And I'll have to say the favourite for the national title goes in Heat 1. It will be Ella Connolly in lane 6. And these heats are absolutely stacked. It'll be the top 3 plus the next 6 best times, so they will have semi-finals. And they're running reverse down the home straight here. Sophie Zarafa, Victorian. And then Aranya Manchanayake next to jump in the order. And the red flag goes up, unfortunately, for Zarafa. There's Manchanayake. Aranya comes in with a 5.71. It'll be Ada Meekins, and then the only 6-metre jumper in the field, Sienna Bond, who was 4th in the under-20 event earlier this week. Well, handy jump there. Unfortunately, a red flag for her. You see the West Australian Meekins get back out there. There's the start list for the women's 100 metres. The first heat of 6. And the favourite in lane 6. Libby Wilson in 2. Sophie Winter in 3. Shanti Veronica Pereira in 4. Morgan Gaffney in 5. Ella Connolly in 6. Jessica Mead in 7. Gabrielle Bingham in lane 8. And Jade Johnston-Matrevska in lane 9. Here goes Meekins. Good on the board. It's a big round of applause from just in front of the commentary booth here. We are right in the thick of the West Australian contingent. Top 3 plus the next 6 best times to go through to the semi-finals tomorrow. It's a quick first heat. Wilson, the New Zealander. And then Pereira from Singapore. Tasmanian, Gaffney and Ella Connolly, all capable of getting through. So running reverse down the home straight for those who are just joining us. They start 10 metres back from the finish line. You can see those dots on the track to guide their athletes. Just make them stay in their own lane as well, because the lines do curve around the bend, as you can see. And then they'll be running to the 90 metres to go mark down the other end. Olivia Wilson in 2 at the top of the screens. We're also using hip numbers as well for our sprinters, just to aid our photo finish judges. Make it a little bit clearer, especially with the non-preferred finish line. And the non-traditional finish line. Well, superb start there from Connolly. Wilson got out well, but it's Connolly miles in front of the field. Wilson holding on to second place. The top 3 go through. Pereira and Gaffney fighting up, but Ella Connolly switches it off. It goes to Wilson and Pereira. The wind is legal, plus 1.7. She's in shape, Ella Connolly. from the gun, exploded out of the blocks. And that's why she's the favourite for this national title here. It's been hard to beat in the 100 metres. Riley Day rattled her a little bit in Adelaide, but she's still got the win and just switching off. And we have Tamsin with that heat winner, Ella Connolly.
Yeah, I'm going to be really quick because, Ella, you've just said it is quite cold out there for the sprinters, isn't it?
Yeah, it is cold. The rain seems to hold off, which is nice, though, and beautiful conditions, great tailwind, so good.
Well, incredible shape. You know, you could have run the 400 as well. Was it a tough decision to not run that 400 metres?
I mean, no one really likes to run a 4, so it wasn't a tough decision for me, no.
Still a big program, the 100 and 200. You know, the goal is to obviously get the national title first, but if the conditions are okay, we'll be pushing.
Sensational running there from Ella Connolly as we head back to the long jump. And just a dominant performance in that opening heat of the women's 100 metres. Definitely the athlete to beat. So it's Lyon of Queensland will be next up on the runway in this under-18 women's long jump competition. Just awaiting the all clear from the officials to get underway. Good to go. On the runway, women's long jump. A little bit of space behind the board for the Queenslander. It takes us back to the track now for the second of these women's 100-metre heats. We see the start list on your screen. Chiana Sullivan, Ben Kovacic, Mia Gross is one to watch, making a resurgence this season. Sundance Fuller, Geordie McMillan, Rebecca Del Pup, Hayley Reynolds, one of the many talented juniors in this field, and Stephanie Power as well. So Ella Connolly set the standard. Now we see who wants to follow with her.
She absolutely destroyed that first heat. Really threw down the gauntlet to the rest of the athletes. And can anyone rise with Connolly? The conditions, apart from the wet track and the temperature, this is perfect sprinting conditions. It's a nice breeze down the back straight, or down the home straight reverse. But you can just see, just in your top left-hand side of your screen, that is Zoe Hobbs, the New Zealand record holder. I think she'll want to be first across the line this weekend at the championships. You know, throw it into the mix with the Australians. She'll be the biggest contender, I'd say, to Ella Connolly being first. Not for the national title, obviously, but having the joy of actually being first across the line.
Indeed, and of course Hobbs has just come back from the World Indoors and has really taken the New Zealand domestic scene by storm and gone global, and now she's coming across the international championships. Mia Gross, one to watch, as is junior Hayley Reynolds, who's the bronze medalist in the under 20 100 a couple of days earlier in the championships. So second heat, top three advance to the semis. Next six fastest also progress. Looks like Reynolds was up quite swiftly in that one. We'll wait and see what the judges say.
Yeah. It'd be hard to argue that one.
I think she'll, unfortunately, find herself out of this second heat.
She has had a fantastic under-20 campaign, but unfortunately her open campaign in the 100 has come to an end.
So they'll reset with 7 in this second heat, women's 100 metres. From left to right, O'Sullivan, Kovacic, Gross, Fuller, McMillan, Del Pump and Power. Some unsteadiness there. The starters called them up and called them back. Third time lucky. Top 3 through to the semis. Next 6 fastest across the heats also advance. Gross got out well, as did Del Pup. Power on the grandstand side, charging. Gross now up and moving, going with her. McMillan. But Mia Gross is going to stretch away with the heat win. And did it comfortably in the end as well. The Victorian, she'll go straight through to the semis and has put her name in contention for a medal with that heat performance.
Yeah, fantastic. Stephanie Power closed late, but getting out well with Gross was the youngster from South Australia, Geordie McMillan. Just ended the gold top there. Power probably not the best of the starts, but as they got into their running, Stephanie Power came home strong to grab second place, and McMillan did enough to grab the other automatic qualifying position. Tamsin does have our heat winner for Heat 2, Mia Gross.
And Mia, you just look sensational. Clever to wear the long sleeves tonight, I think.
Oh, yes. Well, when you're from Victoria, you have to pack for everything.
I love it. Now, we missed you last year. It was a pretty tough year for you with your health battles. Kidney, pancreatitis.
A bit of everything, which was nice and fun. But I'm back. I've had some time off, and I didn't like watching from the sidelines, but I've worked really hard this winter season, and you know, I've just been learning. I've got a lot of growing to do, that's for sure, but I'm excited. Yeah.
Well, you're a fabulous junior, and you know that watching some of these women, that 4x100 metre team is something you want to be part of as well, isn't it?
Oh yeah, these ladies are very strong, powerful, and fast. So I'm going to try and do my best to keep up with them, and I just got to put in the work, really. Yeah.
Mia, you look sensational. Go warm down, and well done on that heat run. It was great.
They're already on the blocks for the third heat here, and it does have the fastest athlete in the field, the New Zealand record holder, Zoe Hobbs, who goes out of lane 6. We'll go through the start list. In lane 2, Bronte Pickering. In 3, Connie Murray. 4, Monique Quirk. In 5, Mia Economou. In 6, Zoe Hobbs. In 7, Elizabeth Scott. In 8, Olivia Matza. And in 9, Lucy Romanoff. But the favourites, Zoe Hobbs, 11:15. She's already qualified for Oregon. She's got a B qualifier for the Commonwealth Games, which just shows how hard the Commonwealth Games qualifiers are. She's the class athlete in this heat, and I'm looking forward. Let's hopefully she doesn't get drawn in the same final as the semi-final as Ella Connolly. I want to wait. I want to savour that. It's like dessert. I want to savour it for the final. But watch for Hobbs. We'll see how she's recovered from the trip back from Belgrade when she was only a few spots away from making the final in that 60 metres. 7:15 over the 60. We'll see what she can do here and how she approaches her heat. Top 3 plus the next 3 best times. Oh, and she's out well. She's a 60-metre expert, and she's flying. Quirk trying to go with her. Matza trying to get up into the other automatic qualifying position, but Hobbs a class above, and she takes the win. Quirk and Matza take the minor places. Zoe Hobbs puts on a clinic.
11:32.
Easy work.
Swift. Red hot form this summer. As you said, so close at the World Indoors, but so powerful out of the blocks, and she had that wrapped up at halfway.
And this is why I'm looking forward to Conley v Hobbs later on, because they're both so quick out of the blocks. They get straight into their running, and it puts the pressure on everyone else around them straight away. The rain looks like it might be just coming down a touch. The conditions are legal, though. I'd much prefer to see a plus 1.5 than a minus 1.5, that's for sure.
Every day of the week, and I think this fourth heat of the women's 100, we're just hoping that the rain stays away. But to chat to Zoe Hobbs, Tamsin's down trackside.
It's just starting to come down, so we'll be quick, Zoe, but you've had such a fabulous season so far.
Thank you. I'm really happy with how the season's gone. And last one to finish up here, and it's nice that the borders are open now so we can come back here and join the domestic season here.
We're really excited. You've just come up, you're fresh off a World Indoors. You were fabulous over there. You just missed that final.
Yeah, but look, I can reflect on it and be stoked with what I managed to achieve having no experience over the indoors. So I'm pretty keen to go back and do it again, hopefully next time with a bit more experience. And yeah.
Well, I mean, just one quick one. Heartbreaking missing that Olympics, but it looks like you and James, your coach, have worked really hard. You're in absolutely brilliant shape. You're a much better athlete than you were last year. Do you think missing that Olympics had a little bit to do with that?
I guess partly, but I mean, I was never going to step away from the sport or anything. I just wanted to consistently keep ticking along, and this season it's managed to come together really well, so yeah.
Well, we think you should have been picked. The fire in the belly is definitely there, and you're running fabulously. Well done, Zoe.
Thank you.
We look forward to the semi-finals tomorrow night, or tomorrow in the finals indeed. It's going to be such a great race, and there's such a depth of talent that started to come through on both sides of the Tasman in these 100 metres, and as Zoe said, fantastic. The borders are open so they can get that competition.
Yeah, exactly. And the way the seasons line up, it does work. They had their national championships about a month ago, and the opportunity to go overseas, like she did over to indoors, and come back over here and then mix it up with the Australians across the ditch.
Right, heat 4 is next up. And the start list is there. Na Anang, the former national champion, will go from lane 8. We talked about earlier in the broadcast that long jump 100-metre double that she did. A rare double in the history of the Australian Championships. In lane 2, Sarah Healy, Kayla Lem in 3, Emma Klassen for Presiak, Lane, Johnson, Anang and Dunn complete the field. So Na Anang second from the right. It looks as if we'll start without Klassen in 4. So Lane's the last to settle. The Lane was quick out, trademark. Anang moving swiftly early, trying to go with her as Tierney Dunn on the outside. Anang starting to press clear with Lane in the middle, and they'll be your top two. Na Anang, the 2019 champion, is a heat winner in 2022. And I think she'll be happy with that. That gets her through. She was quick out and held them off.
Yeah, some great running. Lane, an absolute flyer out of the blocks, as per usual. Puts the pressure on early, but Na Anang, she's focusing just on the hundreds at the moment, and it's good to see her right at the end. And she's looking to get that title again. She won in 2019 when she ran a personal best, 11.3. She's strong at the end here. Healy held on for that third position. Tierney Dunn was closing pretty hard on the outside as well.
Strong performance there for Na Anang, and just another to throw into that relay mix. And downstairs with us, Tamsin.
Yeah, these finalists are coming through thick and fast. Now, Na, I feel like you're flying under the radar a little bit. You're a national champion in this event. Do you feel like you are flying under that radar?
Absolutely not. There's some girls that are running so quick. They're fit, they're healthy, they want it. So, no, I feel like I'm maybe a little bit. I still got more in the tank, but no, I think the girls deserve the honour that they're getting at the moment.
Well, I think they know you're there. You know, you've got that heat win. How's the body holding up? Because, you know, when you did win that national championship, you're a long jumper as well. There's been a few injury issues. How are you going?
Well, I almost wasn't going to run tonight. I tore my meniscus 2 weeks ago, and that was just the season's best. So who knows if I'm going to run tomorrow. We'll see how the knee goes. But yeah, I'm just stoked to get through the semi and yeah, run that time and yeah, take what I can get at this stage.
No, you're incredible. Honestly, one of our best athletes that we've produced. You've just got to get that body right on the night. But I love that you're back out here. Well done on that win.
Thank you. Thanks, guys. Love you.
Well, we hope we can see more of Na Anang this season. Has had a torrid run with injury and only a couple of weeks ago, but managed to back up with the season's best. But
how good is that? We've still got a pretty strong heat here as well. Heat 5 of 6. Monique Perry in 2. Alana Grandine in 3. Nana Owusu-Afriyie in 4. Jessie Andrew 5. Brie Masters in 6. Natalie Otway in 7. Emily Britton in 8. And Sabile Bofu in lane 9. Fairly even start. Owusu-Afriyie and Brie Masters gets a flyer. Masters out in front, controlling this way. So Owusu-Afriyie and Grandine holding on. Andrews closing hard, but Masters a step above. What a performance. If that's a legal run, that's a personal best for Masters. Owusu-Afriyie holds on that other automatic qualifying position, but that's a massive run for Masters.
I think it might just be over. It looks like a +2 and a little bit, but...
Yeah, there's another digit after that, 2.2. But that is a great performance there from Brie Masters, the Queenslander. Queensland sprinting's gone to another level this year. But look at that. All business. Control 2, not out, nothing thrown there. 11:31 that time. 2.2 from Brie Masters.
Probably the easiest of the heats wins that we've seen. So what is interesting is if we put her next door to the likes of Connolly and Hobbs, what's going to happen? But to learn more, Tamsin's with Brie.
Well, Brie, you were there with the masterclass tonight. Do you like what I did there? Yeah.
Right. Everyone always plays on my last name, so...
You're in shape at the right time.
Yeah, well, I mean, last year I came into nationals after a grade 2 hamstring tear, so having the season all go to plan this time around is pretty pleasing, and hopefully my taper's worked and we'll come out balls blazing.
Well, you know, you've come from that beach sprinters background. You know, we feel like it's been an incredible rise, you know, for you when we saw you burst onto the scene a couple of years ago. Injured last year, but this season's been pretty good for you. You've got personal best, and it kind of looked like, you know, that race, apart from the wind being a little bit over, you're in shape to mix it with those women to get that gold. You want to win this national title as well, don't you?
Yeah, for sure. We're all here to win. It's been such an incredible field this year. All the girls have really stepped it up. So it's going to be red hot tomorrow in the semis and, of course, the finals. But, yeah, going for gold.
I love it, Brie. Hey, well done. You look sensational. Good luck for that semi-final tomorrow.
Thank you so much.
It's going to be an incredible lineup in the semis and finals for the women's 100. You can see the men's high jump competition is underway. The bars at 1.84 m. Favour of Victoria on the runway. Just flips the bar. So we return to the track now, the 6th and final heat, and it contains the reigning national champion and the equal meet record holder, Hannah Bassick. There she is, just on the left of your screen. She'll go from lane 6. Over to watch lane 5, Taylor Cruttenden. Took a silver in the junior 100 earlier in the week, but stellar season last year for Bassick, looking to defend her crown. Bassick was out okay, not her best. Outside, it's hot and moving very swiftly. Bassick now starting to come through. Cruttenden holds the advantage and shading the national champion. Taylor Cruttenden, that's a boil over. An impressive heat win from the Western Australian. And the junior silver medalist has put her name up there for the Open crown.
Wow, Taylor Cruttenden She's back again. She had a big program at the start, only just getting pipped by Tori Lewis in the under-20 championship. She's back out here to mix it with the opens. And Hannah Basic, we haven't actually seen her on the track for quite some time. And she crosses the line 4th out of those automatic qualifying positions, and she'll have to wait and see if her effort is enough to get her through, if she's one of the 6 best times.
Look at the time on the scoreboard for Basic. It looks like 12:04, so it could be close. We'll wait and see. But Tamara Houghton, who finished in 2nd place, 11:85, she got a stellar start, really quick. But downstairs with Taylor Crutton is Tamsin.
Well, that race kind of didn't go to plan in terms of who we were expecting to win that one. But, you know, you're a junior, had a fabulous race earlier this week with Tori, but you've come out and you've won the senior heat.
Yeah, I was pretty happy with that, especially running earlier last week. Just good to get the heat out, and yeah, really happy with it.
It's been a pretty tough season for you because you haven't been able to get back home. You made that decision to leave Western Australia when the borders were shut, and so you've been basing in Victoria?
Yes, I've been based in Victoria since January, and I've really been enjoying it, and I think it's been really beneficial for this season.
Now, seeing some of the juniors step up to run this senior race, it's because, you know, you ran in that relay to try and get them qualified for the Olympics. You're on that first leg, got the taste of being on that senior team, and you want to be back on it, don't you?
Yeah, definitely. That's the aim.
You look great, Taylor. Well done. I'll let you go warm down because you've got some running in your legs this week, and I think you're going to be doing something special tomorrow evening.
Awesome. Thank you.
Well, we'll have to wait and see once those results come through to us if the reigning champion will make it through to the semi-finals. Let's see our men's under-17 high jump competition. The bar at 184. Looks like Lucas Faber just clipping it with his calves as he goes up. Now, ladies under 18 long jump. They're on the front straight. Natasha Shears. Kiefer Brennan just trying to keep abreast of this event here.
So it is Brennan.
It is Brennan, yes. So we're back to the top of the order here. The bar at 188, so that's why it's Brennan. Unfortunately, Faber will not be staying in the rest of the competition. Brennan will be attempting a brand new personal best if his seed performance is anything to go by. 185 and the bar at 188. Madison right there. Kiefer Brennan, first attempt at 188. Just going through his visualisation. Sienna Hume. Yeah, another good jump from the Queenslander. She hits the white flag. We are about 5 minutes away from the men's 100-metre heat. 6 heats. After our earlier qualification rounds. The wind a little bit softer, but conditions still cold. Kiefer Brennan, unfortunately, a no jump there. Sophie Clements next to go in this women's under 18 long jump. It's going to be close. She gets the red flag, unfortunately. A good clearance there. Looks like it might have been Mitchell Hadfield. Always trying to stay rugged up between jumps. Going straight into our next jumper. We'll stay over Prismich. Kalyan Cerame. Now on the runway. Final touches on the pit. First heat of these 100 metres, setting up their blocks.
Circle.
Well, that's going to be another. She knew it too. And the red flag goes up. Just the toe over the board. Fortunate miss there for the Victorian in the high jump as well.
Stems Stefanik. Just clips the bar there at 188.
Here's the first heat of the men's 100 metres. Jamie Carabrasini's in lane 2. Christopher Jordis in 3. Christopher Yuss in 4. Leonard King in 5. Michael Meester in 6. Kyle Ennis in 7. Jake Doran in 8. Carl Corey Ewings in 9. And Nathan Riali in lane 10. Top 3 plus the next 3 best times to make their way through to the final. Kurt Rudder just clipping that. So the same progressions as the ladies. So there'll be 3 semis of 8. Yuss with his 10:35 for the Queensland State Championships. And Jake Doran with his 10:31 from the Adelaide Track Classic, the best times in this heat so far. Oh, Corey Ewings will be looking to get himself up into those positions as well. The next fastest time. Kyle Ennis has been doing some great performances over in the West. This is his first chance to mix it up with those on the East Coast. He goes out of lane 7. You can see how I'm sure he's been looking forward to stacking it up against seeing all these fantastic performances over here, but not being able to leave the state. He would have been a mainstay in the track classics. Unfortunately, they've been West Australian free over the last few months, and this is his first chance just in time for the national championships.
Perfect timing for West Australian, and we'll get to see a couple of the competitors that had a crack in those qualifying rounds earlier in the session, and to see if that extra race holds them in good stead. Michael Meester, we saw, took out one of those qualification races earlier. There's Jake Doran, who was the national finalist last year. He'll go from lane 8.
Well, Yuss gets away fast, so does Meester and Doran on the outside, so it's Doran with the lead. Ennis is going to have to do a lot of work late. Here comes Carl Corey Ewings, and it's Doran easing up over the line. A great run there. Perfect conditions. He has turned up in some shape
10:31.
Wow.
And 1.8, I believe.
Great British athlete, but Jake Doran.
A strong run from Just there as well. On the inside, sneaking through into that second place.
Well, that's a good performance. He's been given 33. 10:33, easing up as well. Good conditions. You can run fast on this track right now. Just gets second, and Corey Ewings grabs the other automatic qualifying position. .46 for Just and 49 for Corey Ewings. So Kiefer Brennan, his second attempt at 1.88 m. Unfortunate miss there for Brennan, and we can go down to Tamsin with Jake Doran.
Well, Jake, you're back. What a fabulous start to your campaign.
Yeah, oh, it's amazing to be back. I mean, you know, the weather's not quite as good as Townsville, but, you know, we come this far south to race the other boys, and that's all I've wanted to do this year is just get back in the swing of things and hopefully run some fast times. So I'm in one piece.
Well, you burst onto the scene when you ran that fabulous time in Finland, and, you know, people have been waiting for you to make that next step up, but you're only 21. You're still so incredibly young.
Yeah, look at the talent we have in the sprints. I mean, basically our quote-unquote under 23 team could, you know, do some damage on the world stage, and you know, some talent coming through, and I did. I made my first jump early, and then had a few niggles here and there, but I always show up to nationals and run for Queensland. I love my state, and run for Townsville especially. But yeah, we're here to run fast, and we'll see what the rest of the rounds do.
That's one thing you do. You always turn up to race.
Oh, come on. I have the great Paul DeVella telling me to pull my head out, and if he didn't, he'd clip me around the ears. So, no, we're always showing up, and, you know, we don't do the sport to train, we do it to compete, and that's the fun part of it.
And compete well, you did. Well done. Good luck for that sim.
Cheers, guys. Have a good one.
Yeah, you better pull your head out and compete, and he's doing that. And I'm excited about this next heat because it does feature our reigning under-20 national champion, Jai Gordon, and he's up against a pretty good heat. Eddie Osai Nikita and Drew Rodriguez-Chico. Oh, it's going to be a cracking heat.
Well, of course, Osai Nikita won the 2019 championship, so he's won on this stage here before. But Jai Gordon, there's something about him that we saw at Melbourne when he won the 100 there, and he's won the national title here. It's just, there's something that's in store that we haven't seen just yet from Gordon, that he's on the verge of something big in this open race.
Yeah, I'm looking forward to him mixing it up. He's the only one with races under his lengths. He's got 2 100s, and he's been out here a few times before. I can't wait to see what he does.
So Gordon will go from 5 in the middle of your screen. Just see him settling now in the blocks. Nikisha second from the right. Top 3 straight through to the semis. Gordon got out well. Nikisha just left a little bit, but now starts to move. Going with him is Chico Rodriguez. Nikisha starting to fly. Gordon in the middle. Nikisha will take the win. He had enough time to look right. Oh, that was a little bit cheeky. Bit of show from the big New Zealander. And just reminding Jai Gordon that he's on the big stage now.
Well, see, when Eddie won that in 2019, he was a junior. So look at this. Jai Gordon, he is such a flyer out of the blocks. And we're going to go straight down to Tamsin has Eddie already. Look at him looking across almost the last knot today, young fella.
I love it. I love your celebrations, Eddie. Now, that was pretty tough to pull up. You were going so fast.
I'm not going to lie. There's not enough room, so I had to pull up really quick, or else there'll be some injuries, which we don't want.
Well, you know what? You love this track. You've won a national championship here before. You won the Sydney Track Classic. You're in shape to do it again?
Yeah, I'm in shape. Like, I'm ready to go. I'm ready for this dance.
I'm looking forward to it. I love Eddie's show that he puts on for us. Well done, Eddie. Go warm down.
Thank you so much.
10:28, 10:35, and it looks like 46 for Rodriguez-Chico. The wind is, you can see Tamsin's hair getting flown around. I'm not sure what the wind was on that. It looks like I can see a 3. I don't know if it's a 1 point or anything other than that.
There's a plus 1.3 on that one.
Oh,
so.
mate, it's legal conditions. They are running fast.
And he said it himself, he's in shape. He's ready to go. And that bodes well.
Every single one of these heats just looks like a mini track classic.
It does. And when you look in this next one, you know, we saw Joshua Azzopardi down at the Melbourne Track Classic. He ran quick, albeit with the assistance behind him. Alex Hartman's won a national title before. Anas Abu-Ghanaba has been right up there at national junior level and moving into the seniors. Simon Gregg in this next one as well. There's talent everywhere when we look at this. And we saw Ethan Strayer have a really strong run in the qualifying rounds too. So across the 9 lanes of this third heat, there's talent everywhere. And there's opportunity everywhere because 3 go straight through.
Yeah, this is going to be really, really tight to see who can keep it together the most. And I feel like it's actually getting colder out here. There is a bit of a chill in the air as we get later into the evening of these 100 metres. But they've just seen the last 2 heats get one in 31 and 28, which is fast running. That's dry track stuff. That's warm weather stuff. And they're doing that on a cool track here in probably sub 20 degrees Celsius.
The conditions definitely not what you would say conducive to fast running, but these men in these first 2 heats are finding some speed, and they've got the right type of tailwinds behind them. So this next heat, as we mentioned before, Alex Hartman, well, he won the national title back in 2016 in that Olympic year. He did the 1-2 double. So he'll start on the left of screen, the Queenslander. Probably better known for his exploits over the 2 than it is the 1. Joshua Azzopardi in Melbourne, when we had Sprint City the other weekend, he was blisteringly quick. He was low 10s with the wind behind him.
Real quick. Ran his personal best at the Queensland Champs. He's 10.30, so we'll be trying to back that up here. So it's a tough heat. He's drawn a very tricky heat.
So Hartman on the left. There's a party second from the right. Sky and navy blue stripe. Top 3 through to the semis. Azzopardi out well. Grieg was too, but now drops back. Hartman trying to move up on them in the middle. Nicolosi starting to move. But Azzopardi on the outside, I think he'll get there. Ooh!
What was the wind on that one? 4.4. All right, well, no wonder it took him so long to stop.
He's the tailwind specialist. He had a +3 in Melbourne, super quick, 10.19, 4.4, but...
Wow. So fast his hip numbers have blown apart. He got an absolute fly as a party. Second on the right of your screen. Bang, out hard. Simon Gregg as well, getting out well. I wonder who got that last automatic qualifying position. It's close. Tamsin does have Josh Azzopardi.
It is so windy, Josh. I mean, you guys are really struggling to pull up because of that. You know, you had a 4.4 tail. It's pretty strong, huh?
It is strong, yeah, but it's good they turn it around, you know. It's given us an opportunity to run quick. Beats me about the win, but here's what it is.
It was last year when you burst onto the scene, you got that national medal in the 200 metres, but your 100 metres has really gone from strength to strength this year.
Yeah, you know, coming off an injury, me and my coach Rob Marks, we kind of just nailed that speed when I came back, you know, all that short stuff, and yeah, it's really showing. So hopefully I'll be quicker in the semi.
You were second in that Melbourne Track Classic, and you know you won that heat there. You're looking pretty good for the final.
Yeah, hopefully that's the goal. You know, to get to the final, and it's really anyone's race this year, so it's good.
Well done. Get out of this wind in this crazy weather. Good job, Josh.
Yes, thank you.
I think he summed it up. It is anyone's race. We're seeing that today.
Well, exactly, especially with Rowan Browning not contesting the national championships this year. It actually is anyone's race. Hartman's the only one, I think, out of these athletes that has won an open national title that's still left here. So it's up for grabs.
It is. I mean, when you look back through the honour roll, Browning won it last year. There wasn't a 2020. Nikisha's won it, but obviously running for New Zealand, so ineligible to win the national medal. And then Trey Williams, and back to Hartman, Josh Clark, Leifert, and Josh Ross.
Yeah, so this is going to be a fresh title, and I'm very excited about it. One of those that will be looking to grab their first title as an open athlete will be the athlete in lane 7, Jack Hale, who lines up here in this heat. 1:10.2 in Adelaide. It's been a tough heat though for Jiro Umuvwe in lane 6, and the Singapore athlete Mark Brian Lewis as well. So probably your favourite athletes in the centre lanes. For Matt Rizzo in lane 2 as well, who could make some moves. This is the 4th of 6 heats, men's 100 metres. Top 3 plus the next 6 best times to make their way through to that final and semi-final tomorrow evening. It's our men's hammer throw final. Just going through their warm-ups. They're not too far away from starting. They'll go at 6. Well, it's supposed to go at 6:15, but I don't think that's happening.
The weather conditions might have just delayed it. They were trying to dry off the circle.
Yeah, there was a ladies' hammer before, so I think that's probably just pushed the start time back for this one. But heat 4 on the blocks, the men's open 100 metres. Often racing fairly even started. Mulvey getting left behind, and he's not going to be able to catch up. Lewis and Hale looking good. Also Rizzo on the inside, but it's Hale streaking away. He takes it. And just as they got to the line, flashing around the outside, I think it was Taylor and Hansford that might have got up. 2.1, so almost legal conditions there, 10.27. Mulvey, he was one of the favourite athletes, but he has been injured. I think he tore a groiner quite early this year, and I haven't seen him since that race, and I don't think he was ready to race. You can see just looking a bit stiff as he came out of the blocks. Hale had a flyer, but strong at the end of the race. Taylor and Hansford closed hard on the outside. I think they might have just snuck up for second and third, just over Rizzo on the inside.
And Hansford was one of those athletes that had the early run. He wanted the extra run, and it's paid dividends for him.
He's about to get 3. Plenty of bang for your buck.
That's good value for an entry fee. See some of those men's hammer competitors warming up, but downstairs with Jack Hale, it's Tamsin.
Jack, that was a fabulous start to your campaign. Well done.
Thank you. Very happy with that. I mean, I needed to sort of redeem myself after a week ago. Pretty shocking race. So to come here and run the equivalent, rolling through it, I'm pumped.
Well, Jack, I mean, sprinting's a game of patience and confidence, isn't it?
Absolutely. And I mean, things happen. We don't really have 10 chances to pull ourselves back. So when one thing happens, it's a domino effect, and unfortunately that's what happens, but championship racing, it's about executing.
So how, after that Melbourne race, did you turn it around mentally to come out here and look so good in this heat?
Nothing you can do. I mean, you just have to say it is what it is and it's done. Look at it objectively and be grown up about it. Say, this is what happened, this is what we need to work on. Simple as that.
Well, it was a great run. Well done. Good luck for that semi.
Appreciate it. Thank you.
He was so strong through the line. Like we expect of him to get out quick, but that power that he was able to finish with is something that will hold him in good stead with the calibre and quality of this field and how close it is.
Well, exactly. It's whoever decelerates the least in 100 metres, and he just held it all the way through to the line. You can see Rizzo on the inside was up there, but unfortunately just couldn't hold that momentum, and looked like he got swamped on the outside by Taylor and Hansford, but Hale was too strong. And look, this is another stacked heat here on the track.
Jacob Despard is the one to watch. He ran 10.11 at the Melbourne Track Classic, albeit with the assistance of a very strong tail, but Will Roberts was part of that men's 4x1 down in Melbourne that ran so strongly, and he'll be looking to put his name up there in the semis and the finals for this race, so he's still in that mix for the relay. Jin Soo-jung's always a perennial semi-finalist, finalist of these national championships, and Michael Ramanan the same. So across the page, lanes 9 and 10, Jackie Bennett and Harrison Callow was one of the athletes that performed strongly out of the qualifications round. He won one of the qualification rounds, so he'll start to the right of your screen in this 5th of 6 heats. So from the inside, it's Hunt, Jewell, Despard, Roberts, Kavanagh, Semler, Romano, Claire, Bennett and Callow. And that is Hugh Peacock, the Tasmanian, who's in the hammer throw circle. Getting ready to throw the opening round of that competition. And you can just see losing his footing there in the circles. Still a little bit slippery. The rain hasn't quite dried out. So Despard and Roberts, 3 and 4. 3rd and 4th from the left. That's where we're expecting the speed to come. So out well was Roberts. Despard moving well now, trying to get up and going. Callow on the outside as Despard starts to stretch away. Roberts coming back at him late, but Despard did the work.
Looks like 10:30 on the clock. I want to say it looks like a 2.3 from here. 2.8. There you go. But Despard, he's found some. So before this season, before even December, he had broken 10:40. He'd run 10:40 so many times. Came up to Queensland, ran 38. Went to Adelaide, ran 33, and now he's just going up leaps and bounds.
And really impressive as he's stepping his foot. It's Tasmanian sprinters that we've seen in the front. Despard, Jack Hale, juniors coming through as well. So there's even quite that talent that have come through together from that state scene. But down there to learn more about his progression, it's Tamsin with Jacob Despard.
Well, I think after Melbourne Track Classic, everybody's watching you now, Jacob. Did you feel any of the pressure on that start line?
Not really. I think I'm pretty happy with, a little bit of the limelight on me at the moment and handling it well. It's exciting. It's a big opportunity this weekend to grab my first senior national medal, so it's really exciting.
I love that. You want to come into a championship in shape, and you've definitely done that.
Yeah, I can't thank my team enough. We've rocked up in the form of my life. I feel great. The body feels great. And looking forward to the rest of the week.
Now, it's pretty cold out here, but they've turned it around so that you've got that tailwind. Happy with how that race panned out. You got the win, obviously, but you looked like you were running really well, got the good start.
Yeah, I think so. I always love running with a big tail, even if it is illegal. I was hoping, I saw a few of the earlier heats got legal ones, so it's kind of back in my head like, is this a PB run? But really happy with it tonight.
Now, it looks like you've kind of got all the phases of the sprint race. Everyone looks at the 100 metres and they think, it's easy, just run fast, right? But there's different phases of it. It looks like you've really worked hard on all of those different phases through that 100 metres. Yeah, so the middle part of the race is probably the biggest one that we've improved for me. Seasons ago, I was coming out with the best and my last 30 was equaling them, but I was just losing metres through the middle. So that's something that I've worked on and it's paying dividends now. It certainly is paying dividends. Well done on that first race. Good luck for tomorrow in that semi-final and the final.
Thank you very much.
We were talking about Tasmanians earlier, and another Tasmanian who's leapt onto the scene, Jacob Pybus, who will go in lane 2. I want to say this is probably the heat of death, because if you look at this start list, Jacob Pybus goes in lane 2, Jake Penny, the silver medalist from last year in 6, Abdul Yassim in lane 7 and Ismail Dudu Kamara in lane 9. This is only 3 can go automatically, so that, and we've seen the fast times out here. This is a tough heat to draw.
It is. There's no easy heats that we've seen in any of this, but this, as much as the margin for error in this heat is even finer.
It'll be interesting to see how Pybus goes. I know he had his first track classic in Melbourne, but to be able to now turn up and be in the kind of shape that can mix it with them, and that's a different kind of pressure. It's all good to have been to national championships before, but when you're a chance at a national championships, that's a whole different ballgame.
It goes from being part of the field to the expectation of where you progress in the field.
Exactly. So this is the last heat of the men's 100 metres, heat 6. First 3 plus the next 6 fastest times through to the semi-finals tomorrow evening. Oh, away for the evening. Penny gets a great start, and Kamara on the outside. Here comes Pybus as well. It's Kamara, Pybus, and Penny. The three above. Kamara looked good, 10.26. Wow. We saw him down in at the Melbourne Track Classic. We thought he actually got injured. He's like, nah, it's all right, I'm just a bit tight. No problems.
Not a problem there for Ishmael Kamara in that 6th heat. And you're right, in Melbourne, we were worried that was the last time we were going to see him this season. He went down and fortunately chatted to Tamsin and
he just laughed it off. It was like, it's nothing. Penny got a great start, so did Pybus, but Kamara's been so strong in these later stages of this race, and Tamsin is, with Kamara, the winner of Heat 6.
Wow, you are definitely hitting shape at the right time of the season.
Yeah, definitely. John knows when to get me ready, so thumbs up to him.
Yeah, your coach, John Quinn, has done a really good job. Now, we were a bit worried about you after Melbourne, so your leg obviously pulled up fine.
Yeah, pulled up fine. I don't know what was going on, what happened. Maybe I'm not drinking enough water. I just keep getting cramps, well, I'm okay now.
The conditions here pretty much is just like you could open your mouth and drink the water. It's pretty cold.
Exactly, so yeah, feeling good, body feeling good, so we'll see what happens tomorrow.
It's going to be a loaded semi-final and final, and you're well within a chance. Well done for that race.
Thank you so much.
Good job.
He is well within a chance, and it's going to be an enthralling semis and finals to watch tomorrow night. We've seen some impressive times in the heat wins, the 100, and some very close finishes. And there's only going to be room for a final of 8. So wait and see now of the non-automatic qualifiers who will progress. We've seen the top 3 in each of them go through, and of course the next 6 across the rest will also advance. So we're heading back now to the hammer cage. Just landing inside the sector. Was our junior, Alex De Silva. He was 7th in the under-20 final earlier in the week. He's got a best around about the 42-44 mark. So he's stepping up into the senior age groups. That will be a foul. Just see a little bit of momentum taking the thrower. Ben Vogt carried his momentum and then couldn't clear the cage. Now that Housden of Queensland next in the cage, seed throw at 53 metres 31. That clips the cage. He'll go into sector, but he'll walk out through the front, so in doing so becomes a foul if you step out over the front of the circle. It becomes a foul to correctly exit. Make sure you come out the back. And exit outside of the sector. So that's the men's hammer. They're getting into the mid-rounds of their competition. Just as the rain starts to come down once more. Not quite so heavy as it has through the day, just a light drizzle. It won't be too long until we return to the track for 400 metre semi-finals for the men in the open ranks. We saw heats yesterday. There'll be semi-finals today before advancing to the finals. We've been working through warm-up rounds of the hammer throw, so the competitors are out there warming up. You can see Ned Weatherly, the reigning champion. He's wearing the white and red top, the black cap, getting himself psyched up.
He looks pretty fired up out there. This is the home of his PB, being through at the Sydney Track Classic.
68.74. He's, I think, what you'd call an excitement machine.
Oh, he is. You know his throwing, whether you're in a kilometre of the stadium. You know he's throwing big as well. He's quite loud. Let's go through that start list. 11 in the field. Costa Kusparis, Caleb Kirkpatrick, Hugh Peacock, Timothy Hayes, William Brown, Damien Wells, Ned Weatherly, Alex De Silva, Benjamin Roberts, Benjamin Voog, and Elliot Housden.
11-person final. As we mentioned before, Weatherly, the reigning champion. He was twice a bronze medalist in 2019 and 2016. And as you said, Lynchy loves the Sydney Track Classic. But before we get into the action, we'll go to a quick break and we'll be back very shortly.
We know it's important to stay hydrated and that 8 glasses of water per day is recommended. Though for many of us, that's easier said than done. That's why more Australians are making Hydrolite part of their daily rehydration routine. Hydrolite is scientifically formulated to rapidly rehydrate faster than water alone, with products suitable for every member of the family, so you can embrace life's everyday moments. You'll find the Hydrolite range for a great price every day at Chemist Warehouse.
Play for Oz. The next world champ. Dunk like a beast.
Hope you paid your wheat bix.
New Honey and Golden Oats Wheat Bix.
Welcome back to Sydney Olympic Park. Day 6, evening session of the 2022 Chemist Warehouse Australian Track and Field Championships. About to get underway in the field. We take you to the hammer cage, where it is Costa Kusparis about to open up the competition. Winds up. Let's rip. And puts that out over 60 metres to open his competition in the men's hammer. The 2019 national champion. He was runner-up last year. But we now find ourselves back on the track, where it will be the semi-finals of the men's 400 metres. As we have a look at our start list, Ian Halpin in lane 6 will be the one to watch, but lining up Timothy Sankey of New South Wales into Pintarik 3, Callum Rorison of Queensland will go in for. Then it's the New South Wales duo, Liam Webb, Ian Halpin, 5 and 6. Singaporean sprinter Zoe Tan, former national finalist Jordan Sarmento in 8, and Paul in 9. The top 3 go straight through to the final of this 400 metres. Top 2 fastest times across both semis will advance. So out well was McPaul, and Sarmento will go chasing out after him. Halpin in the middle, Webb is there in the orange, as Halpin pegs back on the stagger. Webb, Rorison, Pintarik, back to Sankey on the inside. So Sarmento, the national finalist, chasing out after McPaul. Halpin is taking off ground of Tan Yong. Halpin now starting to move through. Webb, Rorison, and Halpin now moving his way to the lead of this field. He'll lead him into the home straight. Inside of him, it's Webb. Outside, Sarmento will chase after him. Song Yang Tan trying to make back ground, but it's in the middle is where the action's at. Ian Halpin has been moved past by Callum Rorison, who's going to go through and take the semi-win in what I'd say is a bit of an upset. Halpin, a national finalist, Rorison has found his way through. Webb will complete that top 3, but was helping at the top of the turn and had him, but right off the bend, the Queenslander has had the speed and has pushed away.
Yeah, it's the first season he's run under 47 seconds, and it was at this track in the Sydney Track Classic. So Robertson does love it, and he's found himself in an open national final. 47.28, the unofficial winning time. Not super fast, but this was a comfortable heat. I'm sure Callum is excited, getting interviewed now by Tamsin.
Callum, you're pretty excited about that run, aren't you?
Yeah, I came off that last bend into the straight, and I just didn't expect to be in that position, so I figured there was no harm in just going for it. It's a great rehearsal for tomorrow, so give it a crack.
Well, you know, it's one of those races where, you know, it's kind of wide open. You've got Alex Beck and you've got Ian Halpin are the ones to watch. But, you know, there's still chances for everybody to hit that podium.
Yeah, it's so wide open. Like, I don't know, I haven't run sub 48 until this year, so anyone can come from anywhere. There's a lot of heart involved out here, especially in these conditions, so whatever we can get out of it. I don't know, my mind doesn't work.
800, 400, you get quite lactic. Look, I can't even get the right event out. You know, one last question so I can let you go. You've got the 3 rounds of this 400 metres. It's one of those things where you just have to then, after the semi-final, it's all about resting up for the final tomorrow. What will you do between now and then?
Big warm bath tonight. Give my mum a hug and see where we go from there. Sister comes in tomorrow, so the family will be around and should be a good experience.
I love it. Well, well done. Go rest up. That was great effort. Good job.
Thank you very much. Cheers.
He's got his priorities in order. Warm bath, give mum a hug. Get ready for tomorrow.
That's it.
I've got to say, this semi-final here, this is the semi-final of death. It does have the 2 fastest athletes without Steve Solomon of the season so far. Alex Beck and Cameron Searle, Nick Donaldson and Josh Atkinson. So 4 athletes who have gone 46.6 or better, 46.7 or better, have found themselves in this semi-final. It's only the first 3 plus the next 2 fastest times to make their way through.
So you'd expect Beck is the one to beat. He's out there. But it's how the rest of it works around it now, that it is so even. And as we saw in that, for someone like Callum, he's seen stark improvement this season and really moved through, and you could see something like that again in this one.
So it's semi-final number 2. They're behind their blocks here. Going through the start list, Duncan Cameron in 2, Jackson Heyman 3, Joshua Atkinson in 4, Daniel Blest in lane 5, Alex Beck in 6, Nicholas Donaldson in 7, Cameron Searle in lane 8, Jamie Smith in lane 9. Only the top 3 will get those automatic qualifying positions in tough 400-metre conditions here at Sydney Olympic Park Athletics Centre. Heat 2 or semi-final 2 of 2. So no Cameron Searle out on the start list, so this makes it a little more open, and Jamie Smith getting a flyer. Alex Beck hunting down Donaldson on his outside. We've got a big screen in front of us, that's why we couldn't see Searle on the start list there. But it's Jamie Smith and Alex Beck. Great start there from Duncan Cameron as well in the white. He's hunting down Atkinson on his outside. He's already passed Heyman, and he's got Blest in his sights as well. Atkinson starts to respond now. Watch for him come home. He's a strong runner in the later stages. But Alex Beck's going to lead this field into the home straight, into the headwind. Smith on the outside, Donaldson on his left, Atkinson on his right. On our screen, his opposite. Here comes Blest as well. Blest making the late move. Beck and Atkinson, 1-2. Blest is going to go 3. And they're your finalists right there. 47.67. It's not lightning quick. But Daniel Blest came from the shadows to take the other automatic spot.
Alex Beck just eased up on the line and almost found himself in a little bit of trouble with some of the other athletes starting to surge through late, but he's done enough, he'll get through. What now becomes interesting is we wait for the place times of 4th and 5th to see who is going to progress through to the final, because it was Tan, the Singaporean, 48.06 in the first. And Saramento was 48.64 for 5th place.
We're going to go down Tamsin with Josh Atkinson, heat winner too.
Josh, that was a fabulous run. I know it's really hard to talk after 400 metres, but you set that up really well, and you were so strong in that back end, you know, that 800 metre strength.
Yeah, I was a bit windy. So I don't know what to say.
Oh, it's hard. It's so hard to talk after a 400 metres, but, you know, the final was the job that you wanted. You got that job done.
Yeah. I'm feeling a bit achy, and I'm going overseas Saturday, so I might not run the final, I think. So I might have to pull out that one.
No, we want to see you run the final. Isn't there anything you can do to make sure that you stick around?
Hope. Hope, potentially, yeah. I know, I'll see how I go tonight, but I've been a bit tight lately because of the floods. I've been having to run at the tracks, and normally I'm used to running on the tide, and so my whole body's a bit achy from that still. So. And
you're heading overseas for more competitions?
Yeah. I watched the live stream yesterday, but I'm afraid I'm not representing Australia. So.
Oh, we're disappointed with that. We really are, because you know why? And that's a compliment, because we want you to be in the green and gold. But that's okay. We still would love to see you out here competing. But well done tonight, because that was a fabulous race, and we'll still be supporting you no matter who you're representing. So well done.
Thank you so much. I appreciate it, Tamsin.
Well, you've heard it from the man himself. There we go. It's confirmed now. But interesting to just throw out. Oh, probably won't come to the final. All right.
Wins a semi?
Yeah.
I'll pass in the final.
Yeah, look, nah, it's okay. But that actually, that means we're only going to have 7 in the final. There's no such thing as reserves.
No. I hope he does. I hope he finds a way that he can come and race tomorrow.
So do I.
Interesting to look here. So Jamie Smith, 48.29. That will get him into the finals, one of our 2 fastest non-automatic qualifiers. The Singaporean in Tan from the first of the semis, 48.06 will see him get through. Saramento was 5th in the first semi, 48.64, so he'll miss out. So they're going to be your 2 non-automatic qualifiers. Wait for that to be official, but based on the times that we have, that's
so
what
it'll
it
be
looks like.
first four?
Correct.
Yeah, it's not the deepest 400 we've had in a while. There's been years, we see a bit of great work there from you, Peacock. Yes. Are you not entertained? It's actually that's probably one of the biggest delays in hammer throw, getting it caught in the cage, and why not let the experts do it? These guys throw them in the cage all the time. Why not let them get it out themselves?
So you did it yourself. You got to bring it down, otherwise the competition doesn't go on.
But yeah, it's not the deepest field we've had in quite some time, but it's also probably the worst 400-metre conditions we've had as well. Sopak's usually pretty good when it's still. It's probably one of the fastest 400-metre tracks in the country. But when it's like this, it's probably the worst 400-metre track in the country right now.
And we've seen that before. The times and the performance we've seen from Stephen Solomon over the years, and the internationals when they've come out in the track classics gone past, and like it is a fast place to come and run the 400. So we hope Sydney's where the turns it on tomorrow, and we'll be in good shape. Ned Weatherly now.
Straight into the net. Unfortunately, he was really winding up for that one.
He got some momentum behind him and was looking to get the hammer right out there into the sector. So the women's under-18 long jump has recently concluded, and Sienna Bond of New South Wales has taken the gold medal here at the Chemist Warehouse Australian Track and Field Championships for the event. Clara Nordine, the silver, and Brianna Lung of Queensland, the bronze medal. So just the 1 centimetre separating gold and silver in that under-18 women's long jump. So incredibly close competition as they vie for the medals. And a large field of 17 competitors as we go over to the 3rd page of the results. So congratulations to our new national championship medalists. And we'll shortly head to the podium and presentation area to receive the medallions and enjoy all the spoils that are to come of walking away as a national champion. As we return back to the hammer cage, it's the Queenslander Benjamin Roberts that enters the cage.
The reigning under-20 champion, so he's going up in the open, and that's another one straight into the net. So that slippery circle, it's going to be the more technical athletes who can handle that wet circle, get themselves around. It is tricky, and you can see where they're throwing this, the dark clouds up to the north. This is probably one of the nights when we need a glow-in-the-dark hammer so we can spot it easily. Also, it's got to be difficult for the officials to spot them coming in as well. I know it's tough. We at Cusack, I can just see Benjamin Voods coming in. Queensland Sport and Athletics Centre. There is a car park right on behind the Javelin, and so many times, and it's a classic parent thing. I'll just sit in the car and just watch from here, and they can watch straight down the runway, but oftentimes they'll just leave their headlights on, which is just impossible for anyone to see a Javelin landing at you. And every time someone's off the lights, the entire track just turns around, turn your bloody lights off. And they're like, oh, well, sorry, okay. Oh. There we go, and it delays the competition. But there's Jessica Rowe, 58-54. A massive throw there to take out the gold medal. Queensland go 1-2-3. Hannah Edwards from Mulgrave Athletics Club right in the North Queensland. And Natasha Lynch third there. Queensland, big performances.
And just the 5 centimetres separating the silver and the bronze. When you're talking about throws going out 56, 55 metres, that's very small margins. But again, fantastic competition here at Sydney Olympic Park for the 2022 Chemist Warehouse Australian Track and Field Championships. So competition continues across at the hammer throw. And I think this will shortly see the next of our throwers in. Costas Kusparis. So former national champion from 2019. He was the silver medalist last year. And the Oceania champion of 2019.
And we took Kusparis over to Fiji, one of the first Melanesian regional championships. He's been a youth representative. He's been around the world, and he was fantastic in Fiji. But we didn't have any 7.26 kilo hammers that arrived when we were trying to train, and some of the athletes couldn't handle the situation. It was a bit difficult for them, whereas Costa just grabbed a 4 and a 3, held them together, and that was his warm-up. And it's just those athletes where you're just like, there's nothing's a problem. It's like, okay, where's the solution?
Yeah.
I throw 7, I'll pick a 4 and a 3. I'm going to hold them together.
Same, but different.
Yeah. Whereas other athletes, it really didn't work for them. But you can see our men under 18 discus throw competition, Ethan Ayadelli taking out the gold. We saw these guys in the shot put yesterday. Robert Marchese-Scott, he won the shot, but he's grabbed the bronze in this. And Darcy Giddings, the Victorian, he grabs the silver medal. But ACT takes the gold. There's Caleb Kirkpatrick there. And his second round attempt in.
The young Tasmanian, he was the silver medalist at their state championships, but he's the under-18 Australian champion last year. And been competing through the week here as well. And Hugh Peacock next in to the circle. 6-time national championship medalist. Has never been able to step atop the podium. Oh, and that shows you how slippery it is in the cage at the moment. So that will be reported as a foul. And just see they're losing a little bit of grip. Still quite slippery in the circle.
Yeah, it's not been great today, and it's tough conditions for these guys to throw in as they just move the cage and the gates back in. We still have a few more races on the track, 6 more events will take us to the end of the evening here.
We build into the big 2 days of open competition and finals, Friday and Saturday session, and we've seen a teaser in some of the heats today, and we saw the hundreds just before and some of the qualifying earlier in the day. In the field, the men's long jump will be a great competition. We've got 4 8-metre jumpers that hopefully we'll see all the way through into that final. hopefully the conditions do the right thing by us, and we'll be in for some fantastic competition, but also the prospect of some qualifying performances for the major championships at the end of this year.
Oh, I'm looking forward to it. Timothy Hayes now into the circle. He'll be looking to grab himself a national medal after his PB performance in the track classic. But he gets one out. He stays in the circle somehow. And that's a big performance. Out near the 70-metre mark. Keep an eye on that one. So the white line on your screen, that's the 60-metre barrier. And he just barely kept that under control. The yellow line, that's the World Championship qualifying mark of 77.50. Try and keep you in touch with what's going on out in that hammer throw with the distances.
As we head back to the track now for the under 15 men's para 400 metres, and the 5 competitors that will contest it. 4 from New South Wales and the sole Queenslander. On the left of your screen, Carson Blacksmith of New South Wales, Cooper Rob Jackson, T38 competitor, Hugo Russell, New South Wales, Heath Otto of Queensland, and Zach Harding, T36 competitor from New South Wales. So the 1 lap, 400 metres, national title medals on the line. Our final track block of the day, 6 of competition. The 2022 Chemist Warehouse Australian Track and Field Championship. So the challenge there for the 1 Queenslander, the hold off a bevy of New South Wales sprinters. So this timed final of the under 15 para 400 metres. Getting out early down the back straight, Hugo Russell. Moving well, Cooper Rob Jackson. On the inside, it's Carson Blacksmith. So we're through halfway. Front of the field. There's Cooper Rob Jackson holding sway at the front of the field. Back to Carson Blacksmith. And they'll run straight into the home straight now. Now with the multiple categorisations, line honours doesn't necessarily determine the medals, but a really strong performance for Cooper Rob Jackson coming down to the finishing line. He'll take line honours in this timed final. The para, under 15 men's 400 metres. As Carson Blacksmith makes his way down the home straight. Then it's going to be Hugo Russell, the Queenslander, powering down there, and Heath Otto. And on the outside of him, Zach Harding. Then back to Hugo Russell to complete the field. So line honours was the T38 competitor in Cooper Rob Jackson. As we see Hugo Russell, the T40 competitor, power his way down to the line and make his way in, and he'll break the tape. And his seat time was 1:54, so that 1:51 or thereabouts that he's crossed in, that could be indeed a season's best, maybe even a personal best. The young man from New South Wales. So we'll wait for the scoring to be completed and the comparison of their time against the various event standards. And that will determine our national championship medalists. So you can see down on track, we've got Tamsin with our competitors from the final.
Well, Cooper didn't want to stay, but everybody else did. So, hey, guys, fabulous run. Was it fun out there?
Yes, it was absolutely fun, and I couldn't stop breathing because I was pretty tired in the first start until I got out there, coming pretty.
400 metres is such a long way, isn't it?
Yeah.
Oh, you like it?
It's a bit short.
Oh, you like the 800 metres?
I do cross country as well, so it's short.
Well, speaking about 800 metres, you like the 800 as well, don't you?
Honestly, yeah, 800 is definitely my favourite.
Was your mum Shelley here?
Yeah, she is. I understand somewhere.
Oh, I love it. Do all of you guys have your family here? Yeah. Do you want to do a quick shout out to them?
Yeah.
Hi! Hi!
Happy birthday! I love you! Love you!
Awesome. Well done, guys.
Oh, that's just too wholesome. Too wholesome.
We had some birthday shout-outs. We had a couple of other personal messaging. That's great. But fantastic to see. They love their athletics. And there we go, the times from the race. 62.74, Cooper Rob Jackson. He heard from the Queenslander, Heath Otto, who's crossed in third position. 400's a bit short for him. The 800's more to his liking. And he does some cross-country as well. And so they've had a big program across the championships. Might be a race or two still to come for them in their respective events, but from that will come your national championship medalists here in Sydney. So for the under 15 age group, we now move up to the under 17 men's para age group on the 400 metres. That'll be the next event on the track before we head to the under 20s.
It'll feature 3 athletes in this event, lanes 2, 3 and 4. Malachi Canning from New South Wales, who'll go out of lane 2. Kai Davenport of Victoria in 3, and Jordan Rudd in 4 from Victoria. They're all T20 athletes, so this will just be whoever gets to the line first. That's how the medals will be organised. Canning, Davenport and Rudd. Try and keep an eye on this hammer throw final competition. You see Rudd just organising his blocks. He's going without blocks tonight. Going back in the blocks there. Getting some help there from Kai Davenport, just coming across to give Jordan some assistance. As you see, Elliot Housden getting one. It's just going to fall short of that 60-metre mark. Athletes look good to go. They're just getting introduced to the crowd here. Looks like Jordan not wanting to use blocks. And it might be his mum coming down. So we are away here. Canning from New South Wales in 2, Davenport in 3, and Rudd in 4. Fairly even though as Canning gets past Davenport, but Rudd having a fantastic run on the outside. And they work their way down the back straight, the beautiful tailwind. They're going to use it as they work their way hard. First 3 across the line. This is where the medals are going to come from. They're all T20 athletes, so first will get gold, second across the line will be silver, third will be bronze. Rudd and Canning, 150 metres left to go. Rudd will have the lead as they come around the bend. They're going to have to battle hard into this strong headwind. So it's the Victorian. Goes 300 metres just astride in front of the New South Welshman, Malachi Canning. And they're going toe-to-toe with 50, 60 metres left to go. Here comes Malachi Canning, though. He puts the afterburners on. You can see the stride frequency increase, and he's powering through this headwind. There is no headwind. Malachi Canning's going to take the win. Rudd takes second, and then it's going to be the Victorian Kai Davenport. He will take the bronze medal here in the under-17 para 400 metres.
A strong finish there from Malachi, and his seed time 68.70. He's dipped underneath that. He's 65.99, so close to a personal best, if not a personal best there. The youngster from New South Wales to add to his national title. So great running in that under-17 para 400-metre final. But we head quickly into the infield now. Tamsin is down at the men's hammer throw.
I'm in the best position in the house as we see Timothy Hayes is coming in to take his third round attempt. Now, hasn't he had such a fabulous season with that huge throw from the Sydney Track Classic? And he's been very consistent here. Started off the first round with a 65.85, and his second round throw was a monster 67.87. So let's just see what he can do here for this third attempt. He's currently just clipped the side of the cage there. It's a white flag up, so they'll measure this one. He's sitting in second position at the moment. Ned Weatherly, of course, who threw so awesome at that Sydney Track Classic to win it. His second round attempt after fouling the first was 68 metres 20. So he's leading the competition. And Costa Kusparis has a 63.61 from that first round also. And in the fourth position we have, let's see, yeah, so Costa's in fourth. Let's see, so it's Ned Weatherly winning the competition. Then it's very close. It's Ned to Tim Hayes. William Brown has a 63.98, and he's so consistent, 63.92, and he's about to walk into the circle for his third round attempt, and then Costa is sitting in that fourth position. But unfortunately, we can't stick around to see the end of this competition, and it's going to be a great one. But we'll update you tomorrow for the live stream, because we had a few events start a bit later, and so these men are only getting out here now. So we'll stick around and we'll watch it, and we'll update you tomorrow when we get back on the live stream. But the boys are going really well, and they are throwing very far. You can see that they definitely want this national title, but it's Ned Weatherly. Look for his celebrations. He's leading the competition.
Well, thank you for joining us here for Thursday, day 6 of the Australian Track and Field Championships, brought to you by Chemist Warehouse. A fantastic day, and it's only just going to get better from here. Hopefully the weather gets better as well as the performances, but I'm really looking forward to it. Thank you to myself, Tom Nixon, Tamsin, Manu. We'll be back here tomorrow.
You see the updrive just become as well as she tries to put everything into this final.
Back straight, look at the pair of New South Wales runners. It is look.
To the front and he'll zero away from the field, easy back, leading back the last 30 metres.